Hello all, my name is Jagrati and I am a trained data science professional. Today, I'll be your guide in terms of understanding SQL and few concepts related to it. So, without further ado, let's get started. So, the learning objective for the session would be what is data? That's the first thing which we are going to understand. Then we are going to understand what are the different types of data which are available to us. Then we are also going to understand what is a database, what is DBMS, and what is an RDBMS. Then we are going to have a quick introduction about what is SQL. So let's get started. So the very first thing which we are going to understand over here is nothing but what is data. When I ask this question, what answer does come to your mind? Many people will say data is information. Many people will say that data is a piece of information. But do you think so that data and information are the two words which seems to be similar, or there is a difference between them? Let's try to understand what is an actual meaning of data and why understanding of data is important for us with respect to this topic. So, if I ask you a formal definition of what is data, as I said, that many people will say that data is information or data is a piece of information. But actually, the data is not called information directly. Data has its definition where it leads to information after doing certain steps. So what is it? Let's see. So when I talk upon what is data, I write data is a raw piece of facts or figures. Now what does this mean? Now when I am explaining that what is data, I am telling you that data is a raw. Raw means it's not processed, it's not clean, it's not untidy, or it's uncooked. The meaning of raw means not completely cooked, which means not completely processed, having lots of errors, having lots of discrepancies which are there. And in the real world scenario, data seems to be raw in nature. And every time in the real world, the data which is processed, the data which is gathered, the data which is extracted is in the form of raw piece. Now, raw pieces of what? Of facts. Now, facts are true values which are there, such as if I am extracting data from the Amazon database, the data which I have extracted is obviously in its raw form. It could have lots of missing values, it could have data in a wrong format, it could also have duplicated entries if possible. Now, but whatever data is being extracted, it's a fact, it's an actual value which I have got. Now, similarly, if someone is providing me images, audios which are there, and that needs to be processed further, cleaned further, that is also a fact which is given to me. So when I talk upon raw piece of fact, which means an actual value which is given to me, or figures in the sense numbers, the basic nature of data is into numeric format. So when I talk upon the definition of data, initially the data is termed to be as raw pieces of facts and information, facts or figures, which is processed further. Now what is the meaning of processed further and why processing is required? As I said, the real world data which is captured by the data set, or which is captured by an organization, or which is captured by lots of companies or by softwares, could have discrepancy into it, and those discrepancies needs to be cleaned. Now in order to clean that discrepancy, that is converting a raw information into a tidy set of information that seems to be relevant, that seems to be readable, that seems to be understandable as well. So that's why processing is required. And processing further means without getting a proper understanding, without getting a proper relevant data, I would not be able to derive information. Why? Because if, let's say, someone is extracting a data and giving to me and asking me, tell me what you find from the data. unless and until I process it, unless and until I understand it, unless and until I clean it, I would not be able to make sure or make you explain or make the person explain that what does data consist of. So the meaning or the importance of processing it further requires having a good understanding of the data, interpretation of the data, and knowledge with respect to how the data needs to be cleaned, how the data needs to be converted into a relevant format, and then how the data needs to be transferred and help in terms of gaining meaningful information. So when I talk upon data is a raw piece of facts and figures which is processed further to gain or derive meaningful information. Now, when the data turns into information, that when the data is being processed. So that's the formal definition of what is data. So unless and until you process it, you clean it, you transform it, or you make it relevant into the thing where it can be understood by the human and interpreted by the human very easily, that's when we call it as an information. So when I talk upon data, data is a raw piece of facts or figures which is processed further in order to gain meaningful information. Now, what are those facts related to? Now, as we see in the real world, we get lots of amount of data. It could be in form of numbers, it could be in form of text, it could be in form of audios, videos, documents, and so on. So, the data includes numeric information, that is numbers, images, audios, videos, and lots of things. So lots of varieties of data are possibly available to us in the recent world scenario. But what is data? Data is a raw piece of facts which would be processed further in order to gain meaningful information. So when I have a data, why do you think so? Data processing is required, and why understanding of data is very important. As we are studying this topic, or we are studying the concept related to data science, as the name suggests of the topic, that is data science, the science of understanding the data. Unless and until I know what is the type of data, I know the discrepancy in the data, or I don't process the data clearly, I would not be able to derive any information. I would not be able to derive any conclusive meaning of the data. So that's the reason why data is one of the most crucial thing to understand in the field of data science. And all the concepts of data science are purely dependent on one factor, that is the literacy of data, that is the familiarity of the data. If I am not familiar with the data which I am using, the understanding which I am trying to derive will not be fruitful enough for gaining meaningful conclusions from it. And that's when data is important, and understanding the data is also important. So let's try to see how does the data looks like in a technical terms. So as I said, data refers to raw facts which has no specific meaning. So at the initial go, the data is known as a raw piece of facts which has no specific meaning in the initial part. Now the data as a word is derived from a Latin word known as datum. Now what is the purpose of, what is the meaning of datum over here? Datum means something is given. So as you know that when a data is provided, there is something which is given. But in order to know what thing is given, you will be processing it further. So the meaning of datum means something is given to you in Latin. Now the data is independent of information, which means if the data is given to you at the very first go and the client says, give me information, you cannot look at the data and give the information at instant. You have to understand it, you have to clean it, you have to process it, and then you will derive some meaningful information. So data at the first go is independent of information. Now the data or raw data which is not enough for making decisions. Now why it is not enough to make decisions? Imagine that there is a data which has 10 columns, and out of those 10 columns, 5 columns are not having any meaning, or let's say 3 columns are duplicatedly repeated. Now one of the column is having lots of missing values, and then if you say this is the information which I have derived without cleaning it further, the decisions which you made are impure, the decisions which you made are not so relevant, and the decisions which you have are not so sufficient enough for your analysis. For an example, if I show you, let's say I have data related to ID, name of the customer, age of the customer, and what is the amount being paid. Or let's say not the amount, but let's say the location where the customer is belonging. Now I'm storing customer's data over here. Now customer ID 101, name is A, let's say age is 23, and the location over here is Mumbai. And I write one more time that customer ID 101, name is A, the age is 23, and the location seems to be what? Mumbai. Now again I can write 103, name as B, age as 25, and let's say I write the location as Pune. So when I have entered the data, as you can see, if someone is asking me how many customers are there into your database or how many customers are there into your data, I'll obviously say how many customers are there into my data? 3. So the data consists of 3 customers information. But is the value actually 3? So as per the question asked by the client, he is asking me how many customers are there into the data, and I gave an answer of 3. But there was one discrepancy in that data, that is the customer 101 has a duplicated entry. So ideally there are not 3 customers. If I try to remove this duplicated entry which is there, if I try to remove this, and then when a client asks me how many customers are there with me, instead of 3, I actually have how many customers? 2. But what if I would have not examined my data? What if I would have not explored my data in such a way that I don't know that there is a duplicacy in the data, and I didn't treat it the way it was supposed to be treated because I was not knowing that the data is having duplicacy. So if I don't do this, and if I conclude that there were 3 customers, my decisions which are made are not pure enough. The decisions which are made are not so sure enough that it's correct or incorrect. And raw piece of information or a raw data which is given cannot be directly deriving any decisions or cannot be directly used in order to derive any decisions. And this is why processing of data is very important. So this was about data. Now let's see what is about information. So let me clear this out. So when I talk upon information, now information refers to a processed data that has purpose or meaning. What does it mean? As I have showed you in the earlier example, when I remove the duplicacy, which means the duplicated customer entries are being removed, and each customer has a unique entry in my data. So now my data has a purpose, that I am finding unique customers into my dataset, and it gave me a meaning that how many unique customers were there. There were 2 unique customers with me. So information refers to processed data, that is a clean data, that is a cooked data, that is a tidy form of data which has some purpose and some meaning. Now information is also derived from a Latin word known as information, that is formation of conception. Now formation of conception means formation of something, formation of knowledge, formation of analysis, and so on. So the Latin meaning of information is formation of conception, which means I am trying to form something, I am trying to formulate something over here. Now as said, that information is dependent on data. Now what does that mean? Unless and until I have raw piece of fact, I would not be able to derive any information. So a raw piece of fact is important to have a meaningful information from the data, and that's why it is dependent on information. Now the information is sufficient enough to help decide in a respective context. As we saw in the earlier example, the information, that is the unique number of customers, elimination of duplicacy, was helpful enough in order to make the conception, in order to make a relevant outcome, in order to show a proper result set. And that's why information seems to be a lot of important for my data analysis. So if someone is asking, is data an information? It's halfway correct. Now data is a raw piece which will be processed in order to gain meaningful information. So I hope we understood that what is data and what is information. Now proceeding with the next topic of study is related to database. But before going to the database, let's understand what are the various types of data. As we saw that the data can include numbers, images, audios, videos and so on. But how this data is understood and what are the variants of data which we can see. So when I talk upon types of data, initially they divide data or bifurcate data into three major types. Now what are those? As you can see on the screen, the very first is structured, the second is unstructured, and the third form of data is nothing but semi-structured. Now let's try to understand each one of them in detail. Now when it comes to something called as structured data. Now what is the meaning of structured? Whenever a term known as structured comes into consideration, the meaning of structured means organize, which means the data forms a proper structure. Now what is the meaning of a proper structure? Which means it will be well organized, it will be well formulated in such a way that it gives a good readability of data. Now what kind of data do you think so are well organized in nature? So the data which are divided into rows and columns are known as a well organized data. So let's try to note down points for a structured data. Whenever the word known as structured comes, so one thing which you should always focus is an organized data, or you can also call it a well organized data. Now what is the meaning of an organized data and a well organized data? That is, the data is well formulated, the data is in proper structure, and whenever structured data come, organization comes hand in hand. Now structured data is an organized data, well organized data, and this data is particularly in the form of tabular. That is, the data is being stored in form of rows and columns. Now, as you have seen, when we store data in the form of tables, we obviously have something called as rows, we have something called as columns. So, when you're storing a structured data, the data will follow a particular structure of storing it into rows and columns. So, accessing the data, understanding the data, and the representation of the data is cleaner, understandable, as well as interpretable. So, whenever this form of data, that is the data is stored in the form of rows and columns, it is known as a traditional way of storing the data. Now, why it is called as a traditional way of storing the data? Way of storing data. Now, why do you think so it's called as a traditional way of storing the data? Is traditionally, when the data storage came into consideration, they thought, why not to store data in the form of tables? And that's when they started storing the data in the form of rows and columns. So whenever a data is stored in the form of rows and columns, it's known as a structured data. So whichever type of data is in the form of table, that is known as a structured form of data. But not all data could be bifurcated in the form of tabular format. Yes. So I cannot say all the natures of data or all the types of data such as images, audios, videos are structured in nature. No. The only nature which is following, the only type of data which is following a structured nature is nothing but a tabular data. So if I now go and understand something called as unstructured data, let's say here it is written something called as unstructured. Now you know what is structured. Structure means well organized or organized, correct? But what is the meaning of unstructured? Now when the word un comes, which means it's not well organized. which means the data is not organized in a particular structure, in a particular format. It's not formulated in the form of rows and columns. So, a data which is apart from a tabular format, that is not stored in the form of tables, is known as what? An unstructured data, which is the data is not in tabular format, which could not be able to store itself in the form of table. And that's when you store it in the unstructured form of data. So you can see images, you can see audios, you can see videos. Now images, audios and videos, you cannot bifurcate them in the form of rows and columns. And that's when this type of data could not be divided or could not be stored in the rows and columns format, and that's when they are not in structured format. They are not following a specific pattern of storage and they are known as unstructured data. So, why unstructured data came into consideration? As you know, internet, the most powerful thing in the recent times, is explored to a great extent. As the internet exploration began, the natures of data or the variety of data started increasing. We were able to get videos, we were able to get audios, we were able to get text documents. We are also being able to find data in the form of graphs, charts and many things as such. So, there was not only a traditional way of data being organized or the traditional way of data being stored. Now the data has also variants which are apart from rows and columns, and that's when they are being stored in a format of unstructured. So the modern databases which are there in the recent times, so modern data which is there due to the internet exploration is in the form of unstructured format. So I hope we are clear upon what is structured and what is unstructured. Now, what is the difference between semi-structured, or what is the semi-structured nature of data? Now, as the name suggests, structured, as you know, the meaning of structured means organized, well organized, that is in the form of rows and columns, but it's semi. Now, what is the meaning of semi? Semi means it's not complete. It's a portion of data or half of the data or some fraction of data into a well organized manner. So, semi is not complete. So, it can be half or it can be portion of data. Which is what? Which is structured in nature. And rest of them, it's in unstructured. Which means that the data is not following complete rows and columns format. There is some nature of data which is unstructured as well in it. So what kind of data are used into a semi-structured data? As you have seen, XML files. Now XML file stores data in the form of text as well as a tabular nature. You have also seen websites. As you go in any Wikipedia page, let's say I go and see FIFA football. So I can find lots of text information, intro, history and so on. And after that, there will be somewhere in between tabular data is being stored. So here, the nature of data in my entire documents or the text which is there, it's in the form of two ways. The text which is written is a unstructured data. The table which is stored is a structured format. So it's not completely structured, it's not completely unstructured, and it's known as a semi-structured data. Now, many a times it's considered a part of an unstructured data, but this is the nature of data which we have. So that is an unstructured data. As you can see in the images which we have bought, in the structured data, as you can see, the data is well organized, the data is well formulated. Now, in the unstructured, the data is not in a particular pattern, it's not in a particular format because it's not being stored in a particular form. And then you can see in semi-structured, so half it is structured and half seems to be distorted, that's unstructured. So these are the various types of data in which the data are understood. It could be structured, it could be semi-structured, it could be unstructured as well. So I hope we are able to understand what are the various types of data which are being stored. Now, after understanding what are the different types of data and what is data all about, let's try to understand another thing. That is nothing but database. Now, what is a database? And why do you think so database is important? and why the database as a concept came into consideration. So let's try to see what is a database, why the use of database is important, and what kind of uses we can see, and what are the benefits of storing the data in the form of database. So if I want to talk upon something called as database, now let's see what's a database. If I go over here and I say that I'm going to understand something related to database. Now first of all, what is a database? Now database is nothing but a container which will help us to collect and store the data. So a container, I can say, which helps in storing of data. Now why this container is required and what is the meaning of that? Now as you know that you all must be having photos saved into your phone, into your laptops and many things. Now it's not disorderly stored. There is one folder being created and into that you can see all the photos and images which are there. Now in your phone you can go into gallery and you can find different folders where your photos are being stored. Similarly, you can go to your phone book and then you can search for n number of contacts which are there. So here that phone book or your gallery is acting as a container which is helping you to store your data. Now there is some related data stored in related folders which are there. So that's an example of a database. Now when I talk upon database, databases are nothing but also known as collection of related data. Related data, which means I'm taking the data and I'm collectively storing it at one place. So when I want to access it, when I want to search for it, or when I want to find certain elements from my data, I can easily go to that particular location and then I can fetch it, or I can extract it, or I can use it for my analysis. So that's what a database is all about. So when I want to explore more about the data, I can definitely go into something called as database where my data is collectively stored. But why do you think so that the data was stored in the form of databases? We had Excel files, we have spreadsheets, we had documents, but why a database as a concept came into market? Let's try to understand that. So let's try to understand that why database as a concept was coming into consideration. So let's understand a question known as why. So why database came into picture? So now initially, as you know, that we were storing data at the very first go in the form of physical format, physical papers. Now initially when the data were stored, when the data were captured, they were physically stored, that is into books, registers and so on. And when the data was physically stored, there were challenges being faced. Now what were the challenges? First is the data is not properly organized. The second is the data needs a lot of efforts to be stored. Third is that is if you want to do calculations and all, it was not so feasible enough to do a quick calculations, quick mathematics and report generation. The reporting of the data was very difficult. If you want to access certain data, that was also difficult. So in order to keep those difficulties in mind and those challenges in mind, what did we invent? We invented something called as spreadsheet. As you all know that what's a spreadsheet? Now spreadsheet is nothing but a 2D grid of data. Now what is the meaning of 2D grid of data? A 2D grids of data is a data nature where the data is stored in the form of rows and columns. So that's a 2D grid of data which was there. So when spreadsheet as a concept was invented, there were also many challenges being faced. Now first challenge which was being faced in spreadsheet is storing huge amount of data. So that was the first challenge being faced. that huge amount of data storage was a problem in a spreadsheet. Why? Because spreadsheet were showing some limitations that it will allow you to store limited set of records. So that's the first challenge being faced. The next challenge is when you're talking about retrieval. That is retrieval of data, access of data. So retrieval, filtering and reporting of data. It was there, but it needs to be enhanced further because huge set of data were there, not all of them were taken into consideration. So retrieval of the data was comparatively slow when huge amount of data was there, and reporting was not complete enough if the complete data was not being stored. So reporting, retrieval and fetching of the data was somewhat challenging at certain points of time. Now there was also a thing that is security. Now when I talk upon something called as security is allowing that data secureness. That is, if I am sharing the data, not complete data should go. There should be limited set of information should be going, or not all the changes should be possibly allowed into the data which is being given. Now there was a chance of data breach and so on, or the data could be manipulated by the other person. There were some restrictions which we need to apply on the data which is being stored, but were not so possibly enough happening in the spreadsheet. So these were certain challenges faced, and maintaining the consistency of the data. So when I talk upon maintaining the consistency of the data, that is making sure the data is consistent enough, that is not having any redundancy, chance of errors or lots of discrepancy into the values. But the spreadsheets were able to satisfy some of them, but was not able to satisfy few of them. So when these challenges were faced into market, they came up with an approach that why can't we invent a tool or an effective way of storing the data where all those challenges would be overcome, where all those challenges will be looked upon, and we will be able to store the data effectively and able to handle it in an efficient manner. And that's when they came up with an approach of something called as database. Now, as I said that what's a database? Database is nothing but a collection of data where a related data will be stored at one particular position. Now, with respect to this, all those challenges which was faced by spreadsheet were overcome, and the primary goal of creating the database was to store huge amount of data which spreadsheets were lagging. And with respect to the other goals taken into consideration, my database were able to tackle all the problems which my spreadsheets were facing and storing the data in an effective manner. And that's the reason why databases are very popular in the recent market. Now, why databases are helpful in order to store huge amount of data in providing security and all? If you all must be going through subscription websites such as Netflix, Amazon and everything. They also have their data stored in databases. Now what kind of data do they store in databases? You all go and see videos, you all go and see movies, you all go and see series which are there stored into their databases. So that's also a data which they have. They are stored in their backend in the form of database, and they are giving you an access of the data, which means they are providing you to view that data. The access of the data is given, but as you know that it is given with a security. Now what's the security? You have that authentication, that you have to use a user ID and password to go and view the data. Secondly, not entire data is given to you. They have given you a portion of data. They have also applied a restriction on the same. Now what's the restriction? That you cannot go and delete any data item from the database which is shared by those companies. So this makes it more relevant that the data is being provided, the data is being given, but with lots of security concerns. So as you know, these companies are using databases to store their data, where first huge amount of data is being stored. Secondly, they are applying security for the same. Thirdly, the data is consistent enough, which is not having lots of errors into it, and the discrepancy is being reduced. And the fourth, that if I want to get some data, if I want to search something, I can easily do it with the help of databases. So this is why databases are now popularly used in the market. Many of the companies have stored their data in databases, right from a small scale industries to a big firms. The data is standing into databases that will help them to extract the data from anywhere and everywhere into the system. So this was about databases. Now, why the databases were invented? Now let's see why to use databases and what was the purpose of using databases. So as you can see, database is an electronically stored. Now what is the meaning of electronically stored? As you can see, database is an electronic stored. Now what is the meaning of electronically stored? Now the data are not stored in a physical pen and paper format. Initially, if the data is stored in books, registers, or it's given in the form of files and folders to me, I can have an access of the data, that is for sure, but it's physically there. But the data which I am entering are into the softwares, are into the servers, or are into the backends, and those data are electronically stored. What is the meaning of electronically? It's there somewhere into my system. It's not handy to me, it's not on my hands, it's there somewhere into my system. So the meaning of data being electronically stored is this. Now it's a systematic collection of data. Now as you have seen, my data will be systematically collected. That is, if you see an example, I can open my gallery, and in my gallery I will find sections. Now what kind of sections? I can see WhatsApp images, I can see normal camera images, I can see downloaded images. So my images are systematically stored, which means my images are stored in particular bifurcation, so that if I want to go and access data, that is if I want to go and find out data, it becomes very easy for me to find it out. For an example, if you can see in your phone book also, you see that the data are particularly stored. So let's say if I want to call to a contact with A, so I can go to A as an alphabet, and I can search for the contact which is there. If I want to contact someone with alphabet P, I can go to that particular value and then I can find it out. So my data over there is systematically stored. So most of the companies uses databases to store their data. Now it contains any type of data. Now I am not being specific that my databases are only going to consider of numbers. My databases are only going to be of audios, videos or tables. My database is a collection of data, and as we have seen earlier, the data could be in any nature. So it can store any sort of data which are there. Now including words, numbers, images, videos, files and so on. The database primary goal is to store huge amount of data. As you know that the limitation, the basic limitation and the most important limitation which spreadsheets had were storing a humongous amount of data, which was not being possible by my spreadsheets, and not all the information was being captured over there. So in order to have the entire set of records at one place, instead of storing them in spreadsheet, I am taking help of databases where huge amount of data is being stored. So many of the big firms are using databases as their backend, where they are storing the data of the customers, of the individual or of the companies, where they can get it easily. Now databases are used to store large number of dynamic websites on the internet today. As you know, many websites in the backend are using databases. Let's say if I go and search on Amazon that I want to buy a book. So the extraction of information from the backend database will be given, and I would be able to see all the information related to the books which are being stored. So many of the websites have dynamically used databases as their backend. Now data can be accessed, updated, managed, stored and organized very efficiently. As I said, the need was to efficiently store the data, and in order to do it, databases were able to solve this problem. So this is why databases came into consideration. Now, why to use databases? There are some points by which we can say that we should use a database for managing our data. First is, that most important, it stores vast number of data in an effective manner. It is incredibly simple and quick to locate data. That is, I can find data very quickly, very easily into the database without having lots of complications over there. It's simple to add new data and modify or delete the available data. That is, if I go and I want to manipulate the data, it could be done very easily. But spreadsheet needs lots of tasks to be done. If I want to update a data, if I want to delete a data, if I want to insert a new data, it was very easily done. Data can be imported into other applications easily. That is, if I want to take my data which is stored in databases and go to, let's say, Python. That's a language where I want to do analysis of my data by the database. So I can connect it to different platforms. Let's say I want to create dashboards with respect to Tableau and BI. I could have that connectivity from my database to the different softwares which are there. So that kind of connectivity is very important, where I can import my databases to different platforms and applications to make it use. Now, database is multi-access. Now this is also one of the important factor. Now multi-access, another word for it you can hear in the market is concurrency. Now what is the meaning of concurrency or multi-access? Let's say today I am working on a data and the other person also needs to work on a data at the same time. So when I am working on spreadsheets, it might not be so much possible that when I am working on the data, I could concurrently allow another person to work on my data or to get the access of the data. But databases allow us to do, where concurrency, that is multi-access, is possible. The best example is, if you can see, I am using Netflix today and I am seeing some show. I am observing some show, I am watching some show over there. Now at the same time, my friend is also watching. Now if I am watching on one account and he is watching on another account of his, if we want to see that can we both access the data at the same time, we were able to do it because we are two different accounts for them and we are able to multi-access the data. So that is the meaning of concurrency, and not only me and my friend, there will be n number of users who are using and accessing the data at the same time, and that is the meaning of what? Multi-access. So databases is multi-access, which means that more than one person can use the same data at the same time. Now the security of the data, as I said, I want my data to be more secure. It should be encrypted, it should have user ID, it should have password, it should be secured enough so that there will be no challenges faced. In order to give the data, there should be no discrepancy faced, or there should be no breach of data faced into my database. So security of data in the database is more than that of physical papers. As we know, when we store data physically, there could be chance that my paper is lost, there could be chance that the paper is torn out or it is destroyed. So my data is also gone. So when I store it in a database, I could easily access it, I can easily secure it as well, because the database provides additional security patterns for authorized access. So this was some reasons that why we will particularly use database in the market and why databases are so popular in the recent time. So I hope we are able to understand what is a database and how the databases or why the databases are useful in the market. As we now know what is data, what is database, let's try to understand another term that is known as database management system and why it is important for our analysis. So when I talk upon another term in the study of SQL, that is nothing but database management system, also known as DBMS. Now the full form for DBMS is nothing but database management system. Now let's try to understand each word over here, that what is a database, what is database management system over here. As we know now what is database, database is nothing but collection of data. So collection of data, that's nothing but a database. Now what do you mean or what do you understand by something called as management? Now what is management over here and why database needs to be managed? Imagine that lots of data are being stored in the form of database. I want to read the data, I want to update few of the data, I want to delete certain rows, I want to create a new data over there. So I have a database which I have to manage. Manage in the sense I have to make changes with respect to storing new element, retrieving the data, updating it, deleting it, or I can say manipulating it. So when I talk upon management in terms of the database, it's known as managing the data, and with respect to managing, there come options or there come operations such as, let's say, it could be storing new data, creating a new data in the existing database, or retrieving the data, that is fetching the data which is required, or manipulating the data. Now manipulation means making changes in the data. Now what kind of changes are required? Let's say updating, deleting and so on, and those changes are required into my database. So when it comes to management, that is managing of data, and that would be managed by storing, retrieving, manipulating and all. So in short, I can say when I want to make changes into the data or update the data or retrieve the data, or if I want to access the data in a better way, I will be going with something called as management. Now I have a database. I know that I have to manage it. But how will I manage it unless and until I have a software or I have a system? So when I talk upon something called as system in the DBMS, system is nothing but a platform, or I can call it as a software, which is available to me, which is given to me so that I can make those changes which are there into the databases. So over here we have understood each word in the form of DBMS and what is the meaning of each word. Now let's write a formal definition of what is a DBMS. So when I talk upon something called as DBMS, so DBMS is a software, or I can call it as database management system. So database management system is a software. So it's a software or a platform which helps. So it's a platform which helps to manage, which helps in management of data. So it helps to manage the data base. So it helps me to manage the database which is there by storing, updating, retrieving, just a second. So storing, updating, or I can say retrieving, or manipulating. So it will manipulate. So it will be manipulating the data in the database. So if I want to formally or technically give a definition of what is a DBMS, so DBMS is nothing but a software or a platform which will help me to manage the database by storing it, by updating it, by creating something, by manipulating it. What manipulations is there? The data which is stored within the databases. So this is a formal definition of what is a DBMS. Now there are certain examples of DBMS such as MySQL. So there are various examples of DBMS such as MySQL, Oracle, etc. So these are nothing but platforms which will help me to access the data which I have. Now, what are certain features which makes DBMS a reliable part in terms of handling data? So let's talk upon features of DBMS. So the very first feature is it gives user interface to access the data which is stored within the database. So it provides what? User interface. So it provides a user interface in terms of accessing the data, in terms of retrieving the data which is there. It can take SQL queries as commands and give us the desired outcome. So commands or instructions by the users, commands or instructions by the users could be considered over here in terms of accessing the data. Now third thing is it's user friendly. Now what is the meaning of user friendly? A user can easily use it. A user can easily use a DBMS which is there in order to access the database. Now fourth is it will give me the chance of creating a data of my choice with my restrictions. So it gives users the privilege to create data of and to create database or data of the need. So whatever is the need of the data is there, it will give me the privilege in order to store it as such. So these are certain features which will help DBMS to be used as a tool in the market. Now I have a data, I have a database management system. I have a data, I have a database, and I have a database management system. So what is this together known as? Let's say if you want to efficiently store your data, and let's say you have a database where the data is stored, the data is collectively stored, and you have a platform that is a DBMS in order to help you interact with the data. So these two things together are known as something called as database system. Now what is the meaning of a database system? Now database system is something where the database will be given and there will be one platform provided to you in order to access, in order to maintain, or in order to take this database into consideration, so that whatever changes, whatever retrieval, whatever manipulation is required, you can do it over here. So that's what is all about a DBMS. So there is one more concept which we would like to study related to DBMS, is nothing but one of the variant of DBMS known as RDBMS. Now what is the meaning of RDBMS? It has some full form. Now we know what is DBMS. DBMS is Database Management System. Now what is the meaning of R? Because DBMS will have that same definition. But what is the purpose of adding that R? Let's try to understand. Now Here we have R as something called as relational, and DBMS stands for database management system. Now we have something called as R, that's relational. We know what's a database management system now. But what is the meaning of that R? Why do you think so that R is written over there, and why the databases are known to be relational? So when I want to understand something related to a relational data over here, now what do you understand by something called as the relational? Which means there will be relations between the data. Now, what kind of relations do you think so are ideally important, and what is a relational database management system? Now, imagine that you're storing information related to customers, orders they have been placed, or you can say that you're storing information related to a particular e-commerce platform which has lots of things to be stored. First is they could ask you to store customers' information which is there, and let's say I'm storing it in the form of ID, name, age, or let's say location, and gender. So this all information is related to what? Customers. Now I have one more information, that is orders. It could be order ID which is given, the product which the customer has ordered, and the quantity which the customer has ordered, and what's the amount being paid by the customer. So this is what? This is an orders table which I have. Now it will also have customer ID, let's say. Now there is one more set of information which I have over here is related to the products. Let's say it has product, it has the product description which is there, and let's say vendor of the product who is there, and this data is related to what? Products. And let's say if I have data related to the payments, it will have customer ID, it will have order ID, it is having payments information, payment amount, and let's say there is something called as payment status which is there, and this information is related to payments. So this entire thing belongs to a database of e-commerce. So I have this entire thing based on a database of e-commerce. Let's say, just a second. Now, do you think so that all this information which I have, which I want to store, could be stored in one table? If I try to store all of them in one table or as one set of information, it will become very complicated. For me to scroll n number of times to the different table, it will be very complicated for me in order to analyze the relation between them. It will be very complicated to me if I want to maintain the consistency of the data. So there could be many challenges faced when I'm storing entire set of information in one table. So in order to lower down those challenges, what I could easily do is I could convert or create multiple tables of the same information. Now how I could possibly do is, let's say I'll create information over here. So imagine this entire thing is my e-commerce platform. So this entire thing is having data related to the e-commerce platform. and I have one table. That's the very first table which I will store over here. That's this. Let's say this is the table which I am storing, and let me change the color over here. So what kind of information I would like to store is, just a second. What kind of information I would like to store over here is that this is having what ID, this is having what name, this is having what age, this is having what location, and let's say I could say that this is having what gender. So let's try to adjust it, or let me bit bigger, or let me remove the text and just a second. Let me remove this text and write it down properly. So let's say I have ID, I have name, I have age, I have location, and I have gender. So this is one thing where the data is stored, and let's say I create that. This is in the form of this table. Now this data is related to what? This data is related to customers. Now similarly, I have something related to this. Let's say this data or this information is related to orders. Now I have this, and this is having customer ID, this is having order ID, this is having product, this is having quantity, this is having the amount, let's say quantity and the amount which is being paid. So this is which table for me? Orders. And let's make this table as another set of information which is there. I'm trying to create one more table over here. That's this, and I create it as products. So what do I have? I have product, I have description, and I have what? Vendor. So that's another thing, and I created in this manner. And this table is related to what? Products. And I have one more table which is possibly here, which is related to payments, and I have customer ID, I have order ID, I have the amount which is being paid, and I have the status. So this is how it is there, and this table is known as payments. Now why I am particularly storing the information in tables? Why I didn't choose any example apart from tables? So one thing to remember, that whenever relational as a word will come into consideration, the data needs to be in structured format. Yeah, you heard it right, that the data needs to be in structured format. Now, as we have seen, what is the nature of data which is in structured format? It's a well organized data. And well organized data means that it should be stored in the form of rows and columns. Now, why do you think so that specific nature of data is required? Why do you think so only tables as a data are considered in a relational database? So, if I go and look out for a data, and if I want to say that all the 4 tables which are being created are related to one set of information, that is, they are related to something called as e-commerce. So this entire thing is related to the e-commerce side. So now all the 4 tables are what? Are individuals. They are individually being stored. But when I can say that they are related, where I create relations. Now relations would be what? Relations that this table and this table are interlinked with each other, which means they are helping us to share same set of information. So in order to do it, the relations are being created. So how I can relate a customers table and orders table? Now you tell me that in the customers table I have something called as ID. That's my customer ID. And in the orders table you can see that there is customer ID again. So if I want to say that those two tables are helping me to give same set of information related to the e-commerce platform. So I can say that these two tables are related. If I don't relate with these tables, if I don't try to create relations, the data is not having that consistency over here. The data is just individually being stored. It is not ever said that this data is related to each other. In order to say that all the four tables are sharing same set of information, I need to create relation. And in order to create relation, I do require over here this. So when I start creating from here, let's say I'm not creating like this, I'll create normally. So I have a relation being created, that is from this ID. So this ID needs to be what? Linked with this ID. So here you can see the ID and ID over here is trying to relate these two tables and trying to say that both the tables are in relation with each other. That is, if the customers are there, then and only then they can place an order. So that's the relational part which is there. We'll understand relational in more detail in the further approaches. But when I want to relate, I'm relating them on the basis of a common factor. Now what's a common factor which is observed in both the tables for me? That's my ID. The ID from the customers table and customer ID from the orders table. So that is making a relation stating that customers tables are related to the orders table. Similarly, you can see that my orders table will be related to the products table. But what kind of relation do you think so? And which columns will help me to create those relations? That is nothing but this value, that is product from here can help me to create relation. So I can say that this is how the relations are being made between my table. So product and product is helping me to relate with respect to each other. Now it's never said that I have to always use IDs. I can use a common column which is helping me to show relations between two or multiple tables. So here the common shared columns which can help me to create relation between these two tables is products. Now another thing between this and this, let's say in payments and this, I'm creating relation with the help of orders. So this could be created for me. This is how it is being created. So if you see in the entire process, a relation is being created. So this, after creating this relation, it helps me to say that even though the data is spread across in four tables, the data is related and helping me to say that all the data is belonging to which database? An e-commerce database, or an entity or a property to which the data belongs is nothing but an e-commerce platform. So if I don't create relations, all four tables are individual, but when I create relations, it will mention that these tables are related with each other. But why do you think so relations are important, and why relational as a term is used in the relational database management system, and why specifically a structured data over here? So when we have a data in the form of structured nature, you know that the data is in a specific format. All the data are following the same format of storage. So as the format of storage or the format of organizing the data is same in all the natures of data, so it becomes easy to relate with each other. Now column to column relation, you can see that could be easily and efficiently created. But let's say I had a data related to customers. I had a data related to, let's say, customers in the form of table. And I had another thing, that is an image over here. I had a table and I had an image. Will I ever be able to relate them, that there is a relation between a table and image? No, because both are not of the same pattern, both are not following the same structure, or both are not in the same manner being stored. So relation creation over here could be difficult. But what if that the data which I have is in the form of images? Let's say both the datas are images. So there is one more data where I have another image, and I want to say this image 1 and image 2 are related with each other. But how can I relate? Is there any common entity which will help me to say that image 1 and image 2 is related with each other? There is nothing to create relations between them. And that's the reason why a data which is not in structured format could not be used in my relational databases. So relational databases, as they are creating relations between the table, which will help to show that even though there are different tables being created, all the tables are relatively sharing same set of information for us, in order to show that relational databases are there. And the reason to use tables is creating relations between the tables is very easy as compared to that of a data which is not stored in a table format. And that's why relational databases are known in this way. So as we know that the traditional way of storing the data is in the form of image, so storing becomes very efficient, are in the form of table. As we know that the traditional way of storing the data is in the form of tables, so whenever the tables are in there, you can call it as a relational database management system. So let's try to understand few properties of an RDBMS. Now, one thing over here with respect to an RDBMS is the nature of database used in RDBMS is structured data. So the nature of data which will be used in an RDBMS is a structured data. Now in this, it is also known as relational databases. RDBMS stores data in a relational manner, that is, the data is related to each other. That is, the data which I have stored is related to each other, as we can see in the above example, where the data, even though they are shared in different tables, I have shown that all of them are related to each other. Now if I want to explain that the schema. Now what is the meaning of schema? Schema is nothing but the representation. So the schema of the data is fixed. Now what is the meaning of that? That the nature of the data or the representation of the data over here is fixed. That is in the form of rows and columns. So that is in the form of rows and columns. So the schema or the representation of data is fixed in the form of rows and columns. Fourth, if I want to see over here, that is SQL is a primary language. Now what is the meaning of SQL being a primary language? Primary means the main language over here. Now SQL, we will be understanding what is SQL, but SQL is a language which is common in all the databases which are there. So SQL is a primary used language over here, or I can call it as SQL as a common base language. So fifth, that is examples of an RDBMS. Now what are the example of an RDBMS? We have MS SQL, we have Oracle, we have MySQL, we have PostgreSQL, etc. So these are some examples of an RDBMS. So let's recollect what did we study in terms of RDBMS. Now RDBMS stands for Relational Database Management System. Now the word relational over here seems to be when the data or the information which is being stored into the database is related to each other. And in order to create those relations, the nature of the data needs to be fixed. So in a relational database management system, the nature of the data which is stored is in the form of structured. That is in the form of rows and columns. So creating, why the data stored in this is structured? Because creating relations between a structured data is very easy and it's very reliable. And that's why the nature of data which is used over here is structured. Now, as all the RDBMS will use structured data stored in them, so the nature of them is same, and the language which will be used to communicate with all of them just a second. As the nature of data over here used is same, so the common language which is used in order to communicate with those databases is same. That's why SQL is known as a primary source language. So there are few examples of an RDBMS which is known as MS SQL, Oracle, MySQL, PostgreSQL, and etc. Now when you are using relational databases, relations could be easily created. Now DBMS and RDBMS has that major difference. That is, in DBMS, it's not specifically said that you can create relations. Why? Because the data was not into a specific format. It could be any type of databases used. So relations, when they are created within the databases, that databases are known as relational databases, and a platform used to handle those kind of databases are RDBMS. And few examples of those platforms are MySQL, MS SQL, PostgreSQL, and Oracle. So this was all about an RDBMS which we have studied. So I hope we are able to understand what is an RDBMS. So after that, we have understood what is a database. Now let's see what is a database. We understood that database is nothing but a collection of data which is there. Now this data is collected and stored somewhere so that we can retrieve it, we can manipulate it, we can store it, or we can update it as such. Now after understanding something related to database, we understood something called as DBMS. Now what's a DBMS? DBMS is nothing but database management system, where it is helping me to manage the data which is stored within the database by providing me a platform. Now the databases can be of any nature into my DBMS. But when I know that the data needs to be in the related form, I'll use something called as RDBMS. Now what's an RDBMS? RDBMS is a relational database management system which will help me to store the data which is in related format. So after understanding all those terms, let's try to understand the most important concept which we are going to study, and that's the topic of our discussion, that is nothing but SQL. Now imagine that there is a database being given. So there is a database being given over here, and this database is nothing but it's relational in nature. Now what is the meaning of relational? That there are relations between the table. Now it is a database of an e-commerce platform which we took. Now the database is given to me and they have provided me a software, that is a system which will help me, or a platform which will help me to access my data. So they have provided me what? A platform. That is nothing but an RDBMS. Because my data is relational, so I will have something called as an RDBMS. Now I have a database, I have a database management system, and you know, when you have a database, that's DB, and when you have a database management system, so collaboratively this thing is known as what? A database system. Collaboratively this is known as a database system, which means a system which has a platform which has my database to be accessed, retrieved, manipulated, and to help me to do whatever changes which I want to do with respect to the database. But I don't know how. I know that the database is stored. I know I have a platform. But if I don't know how to communicate, obviously it will not help me to give certain analysis, or it will not help me to derive the result sets. So what is required when I have a data and a database? That is a mode of communication between them. So what kind of mode of communication do I require over here, and why it is important? So let's try to understand a term, a mode of communication which is used to communicate with the databases which are stored within a DBMS, so that I can help in report generation and do the tasks which were ideally required. So in order to do it, what we will study over here now is something related to SQL. Now, what is an SQL? SQL stands for something called as structured query language. Now, what is the meaning of structured query language? Now, let's understand each term in detail as we did in the DBMS, so that we'll get to know the idea behind using this term. Now, as the name suggests, structured. Now, you know what is the meaning of structured. Structured is nothing but the nature of data which we are using. As we know that structured means a data which is well organized. So here the data which is stored in an organized manner, that is in the form of rows and columns, that is in the form of tables, is being used. So structured means data in an organized manner. That's the meaning of structured which we have studied. Now, what is a query? Now, when I ask you, what do you understand by something called as query? Now, I'll ask something, obviously. So, here, with respect to my SQL, what I am going to ask? Obviously, I will be asking something related to data. Now, my data is stored in databases. So, where my ask is going? My ask is going to something called as database. So, if I want to define what's a query, query is nothing but a request. So, when I talk upon query, query is nothing but a request, or I can call it as an ask. Now, request or ask for what? Obviously for data. So, query or request for data. Now, where is this ask going for data? This ask or request for data is going to what? Something called as database. So query is a request or ask for data from nothing but from my database. So I can write it like this. From database. So when I have a data which is stored in a structured format, I can write queries. That is, queries is nothing but an ask for the data which is stored in the database. So the nature of the data over here is organized. That is in the form of rows and columns. Now we understood what is structured, we understood what's query. Let's try to understand something called as language. Now what do you think? So language is there. Language is nothing but mode of communication. Correct? So this mode of communication is for the databases, for my databases, so that I can communicate something to my database and I can get something in the output. So this was each word definition of SQL. Now let's write a formal definition of what is SQL. So SQL is nothing but structured query language, a language which is used to communicate within the databases for extracting, accessing or doing tasks related with the data where the data is stored in the structured format. So this is what the definition of SQL looks like. So when I talk upon something called as SQL, so I can say SQL SQL is known as structured query language. Which is used to communicate, that is, have a mode of communication or to ask or to interact with my database. So which is used to communicate what? With the structured databases or also known as relational databases. Now you know structured data are also relational in nature. So they are used to communicate with which databases? The relational databases. So you understood the need of having SQL, because as said in the example, if I just have a database and I know I have a platform, that is management system, but unless and until I don't know how to communicate with the database, I would not be able to generate any report. I would not be able to manage it, what I was supposed to be. So SQL as a mode of communication is important. Why? Because as humans, if we want to communicate or if we want to get something from the other end, we obviously use a language which is able to be understandable. And that's when mode of communication comes as an important part. So when it is said that SQL is a language, it's actually a language, it's not a software. Many people get confused into this part and they think that SQL is nothing but a software, but no. SQL is a language which is used to relate or which is used to interact with all kinds of data, but the nature of data needs to be what? Relational. That's the important point, because S over there stands for structured. So the nature of data which will be used over here is nothing but a structured data. So if this is what an SQL is all about. Now SQL primary part is that SQL is used as a communicating language for all the RDBMS. So it's a common communicating language, which means the base of SQL, the knowledge of SQL or the use case of SQL is common to all the RDBMS, which means if you're using MySQL as a server, use of SQL would be similar. If you're using Oracle as a server, the use of SQL would be similar. If you're using PostgreSQL as a server, the use of SQL is going to be what? Similar. So it's a communicating language for all RDBMS. For all the RDBMS. Why it's common? Because all the RDBMS same nature of data. So if the nature of data is same, the way to interact the data will also be same. But we have different platform, various platform. So Some slight changes will occur, but 90 to 95% of the time, the instructions or the way to interact would be same. Slight differences will obviously occur as there are different tools. So obviously some of the tools can support some of the operation which other tool could not. But most of the operations are similar. So that's a common communicating language. SQL is very simple or very similar to English language. Why? Because it is being derived from an English language, or it's being inspired to communicate the data as simple as possible. So it's very familiar with respect to an English language. So the keywords which we will be using will be very similar to the English language as such. So this is what an SQL is, and the importance of SQL is this, because when we study the field of data science, as data as a nature would be used, and the most common way to store the data is in the form of tables, and that's when SQL comes into picture. So let's try to understand few more topics with respect to SQL. So if you can see, SQL over here stands for structured query language. Now, what is the meaning of structured query language? S in the structure stands for the nature of data. Query is a request or ask for the data, and language is a mode of communication, as we have stated. Structured query language is specialized programming language for managing relational data. Now, you know what is the meaning of a relational databases. That is the data or the tables where the relations is being created. So that's what a relational database is. It is used for interacting with all the RDBMS. Means whichever RDBMS you use, the way to use SQL is going to be almost same. So MySQL, SQL Server, Oracle, and PostgreSQL are some of the RDBMS which uses what? SQL. Now, SQL is used for storing, manipulating, and retrieving data from the database, which means it will help us to store the data, retrieve the data, manipulate the data, and make the changes into the data. Now, it is widely used across industries for efficient data storage. As you know, databases are helpful to store the data more efficiently. And if the data is stored, if I want to interact with those data, and particularly in the form of tables, I will use something called as SQL. Fast query, the property, that is, it gives you rapid answer. You give a query, you give an instruction, and that is known as a command or a statement with respect to your SQL, and it will help you to quickly analyze your data and give the reports for the same. Processing and robust security features. Now, SQL will also help us to have good set of security in terms of providing the use case of data, giving the authorization of the data, and adding the security benefits into my data. Now, SQL, what is the history for SQL? Now, SQL was invented in 1970s. In the 1970s, E.F. Codd released a research paper where he formulated the theory of maintaining relational databases, and that was the foundation of and the start of SQL. Why? Because the databases came into market, but the data was just stored into the databases. There was no action being made on the databases, and they wanted to interact with the database. And that's when the formulation of a language started into consideration. So in the year 1970, a first research paper by E.F. Codd was released, which talked upon the relational database or the relational data banks. And in that, it led to the foundation of creation of something called as SQL, which is very popular with respect to the relational databases in the recent scenario. Now, and it's first commercially distributed by Oracle. The first version, it was created by IBM as a company, and then the first commercial version is distributed by what? By Oracle. Now, the original name given by IBM for this particular language was not SQL. SQL is a shortened name which has now become popular. But if you know, many people use another name for that. That is nothing but SQL. Now, what does SQL stands for? Structured English Query Language. Now, what does that mean? Structured, as you know, that it's using a structured data or a databases. English, which means it's very common to the normal English keywords which we use and utilize.
Query is a request or ask for data, and language is again a mode of communication. So many people use this acronym known as SQL till now. So if someone is asking you, do you know SQL? It's nothing, but they're asking you something related to SQL. So let's try to thrive into the history of certain things which has happened into the field of SQL. So if you see, as I said, in the year 1970s, it laid to the foundation of creating by a language which will handle all the relational databases. So theory was published at 1970s by E.F. Codd from IBM, and where he published a paper known as Relational Model of Data for Large Shared Data Banks, because huge set of data was stored in databases and you have to create something to interact with those databases, and they started formulating a theory. After getting inspired by the theory of E.F. Codd, two of the fellow mates of IBM started creating a language and brought this theory into a real world by creating a language known as SQL, that is Structured English Query Language, in the mid 70s as such. So, Structured English Query Language was designed to manipulate and retrieve data stored in IBM systems. So, it was helpful to read the data, manipulate the data, make the changes into the data which was stored in the databases back then. But when SQL as a name was given, it was conflicting with an aircraft trademark. So they eventually have to change the name. And eventually, after some time, they change the name to SQL. As SQL as a name was used as a trademark of one of the aircraft company, so they eventually had to change the name. And in order to do that, they changed the name to something called as SQL. So SQL was shortened further to be called as SQL in the year 1979. So that's known as Structured Query Language. Relational software introduced one of the first commercial software. So they introduced one of the first commercial machine to write SQL codes, to write SQL queries. Implementation of SQL, Oracle V2, which is version V2 for VAX computers. Now, then ANSI and ISO was giving standard to SQL, as American National Standard Institutes and International Organization of Standardization gave recognition to SQL as a language. So this was the first formal SQL standard language which was being organized. In the year SQL in the year 1989, there were certain enhancement which were done, because you know that the very first version will have lots of things which needs to be enhanced further eventually to make it good use in the market scenario. So in 1989, there were few changes added, and not only in this particular part. Eventually, as you can see, that different years the changes have been added in SQL, and it has become more powerful in terms of handling the data efficiently and effectively. So every frequent year or every frequent changes are having to improvise the version of the SQL which we have in the recent times. So these are few things which are added in SQL which made SQL one of the most powerful language in the field of data when the data are stored in databases, particularly in the format of relational, and if you want to interact with them. So this is how SQL has boosted itself in the recent times. So as you can see on the screen. So what are certain key benefits of using SQL as a tool? Now, first thing, data manipulation. SQL handles operations such as data creation, reading, updating, and deleting in a more efficient manner. You can have rapid query processing. That is, you can quickly retrieve the data, you can quickly optimize the data, you can quickly get the data and enhance the performance with respect to indexes and so on. You have security features. So SQL ensures user authentication to protect data integrity and data privacy. That is, if I am sharing my database with someone, obviously I will have a user authentication with the help of database a user ID and a password so that my data breach is not being created and I can have privacy restrictions with respect to my databases. Now, scalability. Now, SQL can effectively manage both small and large databases, adapting and growing data and needs without significant performance loss, which means it can effectively handle any sort of data and give you a good performance and good result set. Now, open source. Now, this is very important. SQL being open source, so anyone can go and make changes into that. It has a huge community support, so lots of queries are being made, lots of resolutions of the queries you can get. So many SQL variants are open source and supported by large active community that contributes to continuous improvement and problem solving. So this has certain key important features which made SQL as one of the most prominent tool in the market and a relevant tool in the field of handling databases. So, which are certain platforms which are handling SQL and what we are going to study. So, when I want to talk upon certain platforms which support SQL, the very first is Oracle. You know, the first version, the first commercial part of SQL, where SQL was used, is nothing but Oracle. Now, Oracle is an RDBMS. Now, RDBMS, you know, it's a relational database management system. So, MySQL is also one of the example of an RDBMS. SQLite, PostgreSQL, MySQL Server, MS SQL Server, and so on. So if you see, these are certain platforms. Now there are many more to go. There is Azure, there are lots of things, Google BigQueries and so on, where it will support for handling data with respect to SQL. Now, many people have this question. These are different platforms. So do I need to study SQL in different manner? No. Even though there are different platforms, but the nature of data which is stored in all of them is same. That's in the form of structured. So the way you interact is also going to be same. Yeah, 90% of the time the codes are going to be same, but that 10% of deflection you can expect because these are different platforms. So some of them might be supporting certain functions where others could not. For an example, when I am having MySQL as a server, there is one type of join which is not supported with the full outer join or an outer join effectively. But other servers such as PostgreSQL could do it in an efficient manner. So it's not about that the entire language is changing, the language is going to remain the same. Certain features are supported in certain of them, and certain features could not be handled effectively in certain of them. But the nature of use of data in all of them, the nature of use of SQL in all of them is going to remain the same. The server, the RDBMS, which we are going to study, is nothing but MySQL. Now, what is MySQL? Many people have this question and many people get confused. Is SQL and MySQL the same? Or SQL is one of the language or MySQL is one of the language? No. SQL is a communicating language which will help me to communicate with the relational databases. But MySQL is a software which will allow me to keep or to handle a relational database. Now, one is a communicating language and the other is an RDBMS. That's a software which will help me to maintain the database within it. So both the things are totally different from each other. And I've seen in many interviews, candidate gets confused that MySQL and SQL is same. Just by the name, it doesn't mean that these are the two different language. One is a language and another is the software. You have to keep this thing in mind. Now, why we are using MySQL over here? MySQL, the first thing that it's open source and easy to use. That I can easily use it. I can easily handle my data. Second thing is it's storing the data in a relational manner. So if I want to handle data relationally and effectively, I can take help of something called as MySQL. Third thing, it gives me a easy and flexible user interface. So it's easy to handle the database. It's easy for a user to communicate with the database. And the fourth thing, it gives me a client server architecture. Now, what is the meaning of client server architecture? Now, client being me, I'm writing a query. Now, server is where my database is stored. If I am writing a query, there is a request. And if the request is good enough, I will get the data from the server. That's nothing but a response. If I want to show with an example, you can see over here that MySQL supports a client-server architecture. So this thing which you can see over here is nothing but a client. That's my RDBMS, where it will help me or it will ask me to write the statements or it will ask me to write the instructions. When I'm writing those instructions, it will go as a request. Why? Because if I'm writing a SQL statement, so it will go as a request. Now, why request? Because you know that we are writing what? Queries over here. So queries are nothing but request or ask for the data from the database. So when I share it as a request, you can see that I'm requesting. I'm requesting where? This is what? This is known as a server, where my data is stored. So when I write code over here in my RDBMS, it will go as a request into my server where it will ask me for some information. When it is asking me for some information, if the information is found, it will provide me response. If the information is not found, it will also provide me response. It could be one that if the information is found, if the data is found, it will give me the data or the information. Second, if the data is not found, it will throw me the response again, but that would be an error. So MySQL supports which architecture for me? A client-server architecture. So as you can see over here, this is what? This is my client where I'm writing an instruction. That's my RDBMS. That's my user interface, which will take my statements. And this is what? This is my server where the data is stored and from where the information is being captured. So we have something called as client-server architecture, which is being supported in MySQL, and it becomes very easy to handle the data. So that's the reason why we are going to understand something called as SQL with a platform known as MySQL, which is nothing but an RDBMS. So I hope we are able to understand the terminologies over here. That is, what is data? What is database? What are the different types of data? What is a DBMS? What is an RDBMS? And what is SQL? And why we are using SQL in the study of data science. Now, proceeding further, we will be seeing how to install MySQL. Then with that, we'll able to understand some basic queries, some basic instructions which we would like to give in order to access the data, and eventually we'll understand how different ways of accessing the data could be taken into consideration. So I hope we are able to understand till here.
So, in the previous one, we have understood what is SQL, what is a database, what is a database management system, what is an RDBMS, as well as what are various RDBMS platforms which we have in the environment. We know that there is MySQL, there is PostgreSQL, there is Oracle, there is MS SQL, and so on. We will be now understanding SQL with a platform known as MySQL, where we understood certain characteristics of MySQL. We will be now understanding how do we install it, and then let's see how a quick user interface would be gathered for using that tool in order to write certain SQL queries and in order to do certain data analysis with the help of SQL. So, if you can see on my screen, I'll go and install. For the installation, I just have to write MySQL installer. Now, when I go and type in MySQL installer, as you can see that it is showing me certain versions. I'll go and click on the very first over here. Here you don't need to log in anything. You just have to go on no thanks, just start my download. When you just click on the same, you can see here the download is available. So let me install it over here for you all. As you have to do yes, then yes. So as you can see on the screen, MySQL installer would be helped for installation. So when we have downloaded the installer bit, these are certain versions shown. If I talk upon server only, It is just showing me the server version. That is the server where my data would be kept. But it will not ask or it will not give me an access to write the queries, to write the SQL over here. So I don't need only the server where only my data would be stored. So if I go on the client only option, so it will give me workbench, a platform to write. It will give me shell, it will give me router, but it will not give me a server where my data would be stored. So I don't need this as well. If you go on the option of full, you can still and install everything over here which is possibly available in MySQL, or else you can go into the custom option where you'll get lots of option to install as well and customize according to your needs. So let me go and select the custom. I've went. Now MySQL server. As you know that MySQL deals with client server architecture. Now what's a client server architecture? Client is my user interface where I'll write certain queries. It will be a platform, it will be a website, and server is where my data would be stored. I do require a MySQL server so that I can keep my data over here and I can gather the responses, request for some data whenever required from the workbench. Now workbench is nothing but a user interface, a platform where I can write my queries. So let's first see MySQL server. So if I select it, I've kept it, then applications, I want a workbench. So workbench is nothing but it will give me the client interface where I can write my queries, I can write my statements in order to ask for request or response of certain answer or certain data from my database. So I have installed all of them over here. Let me install one by one. Now there is a documentation bit. Now documentation bit will give me documentations of the MySQL platform that I do require, and with this there come samples and examples. Now samples and examples, let's say I am very new to MySQL as a platform, or I am very new and I have never studied SQL. I don't know what is data, I don't know what is database, I want a pre-created data with me. So MySQL gives you one pre-created data named as Sakila, where you can have lots of tables. They are pre-created, the information is pre-stored. You can just practice upon writing queries and requesting for data so that you can help or you can generate certain reports. So I have samples and examples. Let me select this one. I selected it, enable, and let's go next. With this, I just need to execute it. After executing it, it will take some time for execution. Now MySQL, if there is an error, you just have to go back and next and execute. It will be executed one by one. Now MySQL as a platform is very powerful in the small scale industries where the data is kept on the MySQL servers and they try to access to the data, generate certain responses, get certain queries so that you can eliminate the use of Excel to some extent with the help of MySQL server. Now as I've said, this is also a standalone software. Now what's the meaning of standalone? It's standing into my system. It's not somewhere on the clouds or anywhere, it's into my system. So whatever data, whatever query, whatever files which I'll be storing, it will be stored into my system, not on any cloud platform. So I'll go next. Let me execute it. Let us have all the installations which are there. As you can see, all of the things have installed. So let's go next, 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 and next. Your root password you have to keep for your server. So if in order to access your server where the data is being there, in order to write some queries, it will require some password. Now you can decide what password you want to keep. I'll just keep simply 1234 so that it's very easy for me to understand. Why? Because I can take MySQL database and connect it to Python, connect it to Power BI or Tableau at a later instance. And if I forget my root ID or password which is there, it might cause complications for me. So for a betterment, I'm keeping it as simple as possible. But if you wish, you can keep the passwords whatever you want. So 1, 2, 3, 4 is what I have kept over here. I'll go next, 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 and just let it execute. So as all those steps will be executed, we'll be able to get the MySQL server as well as the workbench installed at our end. These two things are of primary importance for us if we are working in MySQL. So let's finish, next, finish, next, and here comes the password which you have set. You just have to write in the password. As I know that I have kept it 1, 2, 3, 4, and when you click on this check button, it should turn the status into green, that is successfully connected, which means the password which you have set for your server is connected successfully with the workbench. If it doesn't turn green, which means the password is incorrect. So as I've kept it, I'll click on check and you can see the connection has been successfully done. So if I go on next and execute, all the scripts, all the backend things will be executed for me and everything will be installed over here. So let me finish it off. Next, finish. And now my MySQL workbench is ready, where I can see lots of things installed in my MySQL software. Now, this is a GUI. Workbench is something where you will get the client access. Now, what is the client access? Where your data will be stored with respect to server, as well as you will be able to write the queries over here. So, client and server, both the architecture is being given into the MySQL workbench. So, MySQL workbench at a very basic level will have local instance, where it will create some local file, a folder which is there. You can see the root ID, the username over here is root, the password, the server connection is localhost over here. Now, there are lots of options over here. Here you can see a home button. It will ultimately help us to reach at home. When I go on this, as you can see, multiple tables seems to be connected with each other. Now, as you can see, Sakila as a database. When we install samples and examples, MySQL gives you a sample database named as Sakila, which will have lots of tables pre-installed into it, so that if you want to start understanding SQL, if you want to start querying your database, you can directly go without creating it as such. So, here you can see this has been created. If I open it, this is how it looks. And this is what a relational database is. As we discussed during RDBMS, the R in RDBMS stands for relational. As you can see in the diagram, all the tables seems to be what related to each other. So that's how a relational database looks like. We will be creating one for us, but this is a pre-created one. So just wanted to show the meaning of relational is shown over here, that multiple tables are related to each other, where all the information is not stored in one table, but they are bifurcated into tables, and with the help of relation it is shown that each of them are related to each other. So I can go on the home page again from here, and you can see lots of options available for here in terms of migration. Now I don't want to do any migration, so let's go on the home page again. Now let's go on this dolphin icon. You can see there are multiple connections which I could create. Now I can click on this plus icon. It will help me to create one more connection, one more instance like this. Now instance will be some kind of folder which you will be creating. Later on, when we study a user ID and user interface or user privileges one, we will also see how we can create with certain different limitations over here. But if you can see, I'm creating a connection named as SQL Masterclass. So I've created an SQL Masterclass. I'm not changing anything over here. Let the host be same, let the port be same, let the user be same. Now I'll go store and vault. I'll click over here, password, the password which we have set, 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'll do OK. I'll do test connection. When the test connection is done, you can see the connection has been made successfully. with the MySQL server, which means when I write certain queries, it will take the data from the server and give me the required response. I'll do OK and let's do OK. So here you can see a new instance has been created. This is how easy a new instance creation is. Now let me click on this. I can open it. Now it's okay, you can directly open from the local instance as well as you can open it from here. Now this is a GUI, a graphic user interface, which means it's a platform where a user can write. It is giving the privileges for user to write the SQL statements according to the requirements or the requisite which are required by the user for the data. Now you can see this, there are tabs just like file tab, edit, view, query, database, server, tools, scripting, help. We will be analyzing all the tabs one by one and we will be using certain of the options at certain of the instances when we will be working on the further parts. Now, if you can see file tab, it has all things related to opening a file, creating a new file, or opening a script, closing a tab, and so on. Here you have edit, where when you want to do certain editing changes, you could do possibly over here. There is a view button in terms of giving the home, panels, and so on. So if you want to hide the sidebar, it will help us to hide the sidebar. Now here, if you don't want to hide the sidebar, you can show a sidebar over here. So that shortcuts are also available in these three options. That is, when you click on this, it will be gone. When you click on this, the below section would be gone. And when you click on this, the beside section would be gone. So this is how you can do over here. Now in the query, there are lots of options in query as well, which we will see eventually. Database, connecting to database, refreshing it, reversing a schema, server status. Now you have to be connected with your server. If I go with the server status, you can see your server status must be on. Let me remove this. Your server status must be on and running. If you're working, if your data is being there and if you are writing certain queries, it should not show an unconnected file. So let me close this. So server is there. So lots of options related to servers, like say data import, data export to the server and so on. That will be possibly shown to us. After server, you can see there is an option of tools. It will give me lots of utilities in terms of backup and so on. There is scriptum option as well as there is help. In the help, you can reach to lots of documentation of Workbench, lots of blogs, lots of forums or the website where you can get certain helps related to queries, related to errors and so on. So you can see there are small icons which are also doing some of the other tasks. If I click on this small icon, it will give me a new SQL script. Now SQL script is a new file where I can write another query as such. You can click on this and you can get it over here. If I click on this, it will ask me to open the SQL files which are there. So it will go to my platform, it will go to my browser and it will ask me, do you want to open certain SQL files? I don't have as such now, but if there is, it will show me the option of those. Now, if you can go, it will give me the inspect option which is there, but nothing is being created as such. So inspect is fine. Now, a new database could be created from here. Table, view, procedures and many things could be created. This is a reconnect to database, which means if the connectivity is lost or if you want to refresh something, you can reconnect to database. Now you can see there is administration, there is schema. So in the administration, there are lots of options which are still available for us. Server status, users and privileges, data import, data export, startup, shutdown, dashboard, performance reports and so on. I can go on schemas. Now what is schema? Schema is nothing but a representation of my data or logical representation of my database or the information or the values or the objects of data which is being stored. Now you can see, as I've said, Sakila is a by default database given to me. If I click on this, you can see there are 4 bifurcations created within Sakila. If you click on this, there are multiple tables being created. If you click on this, there are multiple columns, indexes, foreign keys as such. And if you click on this, this is a column name which is shown. Now, You can see this is how the data is being represented, and lots of options are pre-created, pre-available to us in terms of this. Now there is SYS as a database, which is a system database, which we can see. Now there is World as a database, and there are related data in this. So when we did sample documentation, samples and examples, this all things have been installed into my MySQL part. Now in the query 1 and query 2, there are tabs which are available. From here also you can have an option of open. Now you can have an option of saving the script from here. You have an option of running a script, running an entire script. I'll show the difference between this two both. There is explaining the command, what you have done. Now here there is stop the query being executed, which means whatever is running, you want to stop it. So that's there. Here you have lots of options of toggling the scripts wherever are there. Now commit, rollback, and here you can see auto commit mode you want to toggle about. Now limit 1000 rows, which means in the outcome it will limit for 1000 rows. If you don't want any limit, so don't limit as such. And here you can see save the current statement, that is whatever you have written, you want to save it. Now beautify as an option is there, and this is an option which is used to find certain things in the editor option. So there are various options which are possibly available for us in terms of writing SQL. Now let's start with very basic things in terms of my SQL, and let's write certain basic queries. Let's see my server is responding or not, or is it providing me certain answers or not. As I have said, SQL is a language which will be written into my MySQL software, and SQL is derived from an English language. So the terminologies, the terms, the keywords will be very similar to the English language which you use. Now, this is the database. Now, unless and until I select any database, it will not proceed further in terms of giving me certain responses. So, some or the other database needs to be selected. So, how will I select some or the other database? One thing I can go over here is go on the database name and double click on it. When you can see the database name is in bold format, which means this database is being selected. So, whatever queries I write will be pushed or will be asked or will be requested from this database onto my server. If I want to select this database, I just have to double click on the same. If I want to select this World as a database, I just want to double click on it. You can see schema which is selected is World. Now, we know that this is a shortcut option in order to select a database. But what is SQL option in order to do it? Let's write this. Now, before writing the query, let me help you to understand something called as comments. Now, what are comments? Comments are nothing but some line, some instruction which you want to note down. But this will not be for your SQL to understand. It is just for making your query, making your request, or making your statements of SQL informative. That is adding more information to your queries, but nothing for the computer or my system or my server to understand. It is just for the user understanding. So that's a comment. So the way to write it is also differently. I'll write a hash, which is very similar to the Python comments which we do. Now, I'll write, I want to use what? Sakila database. So, I want to use Sakila database. Let's say my database selected over here is World. I want to use Sakila database. Now, that's a question or that's a part which I want to do. I know that I can double click on it and easily select it. But what should I do? If I zoom in a bit, you could be able to see what I have written. So I'll just write use. Now, as you can see, SQL is not case sensitive. What is the meaning of not being case sensitive? That is, you write all things in uppercase, you write all things in lowercase. If you toggle the case and write, there is no impact being into my outcome or the understanding of SQL. SQL is not case sensitive, which means it doesn't matter how you write, but you should write it correctly. That's the only thing which matters to SQL. Now I write use. Use what? I cannot write use database because I know I will be using a database. So no need to tell my SQL that I am using a database. It knows that database would be used. So I'll write use and the database name. Now let's say the name which I have written, it's incorrect. Now this is a client where I have written the query. This is incorrect. If I want to execute, what I can do is select it, and here you can see execute the statement under the cursor. Whatever is the cursor, it will execute. Now when it is executing, can you see this window? This is an output window being shown. What it is showing you? Use Salika, that is unknown database Salika. It's not about writing things in uppercase or lowercase, but it is about writing things in a correct manner. Salika as a database is not there. So when I send this request to the server, it has executed the query and it has given me a response. What is the response? That unknown database Salika. Because it's not there. If it would have been there, it will give me a response. Yes, it's being selected. So what is the database name which I have? Sakila. I will no need to select it and run it again and again. What you can do is you can keep your cursor anywhere in the query and run this. You can see when you executed it, this was the request being passed and this is the response being given. Use Sakila affected, and you can see it has been given into the bold format. When you get to know that the database is selected, that when you see that it's in bold format. So this is a database which is now being selected and now being used. So according to the first part, I saw how to give request to my server and how the server will understand the request and it will give me the response. So after this, let me show you one more way to write the comment. You can write a comment in hash, or you can write a comment in this manner, that is 2 hyphen and space. This is also another way of writing comments specifically with MySQL. So here you can see MySQL not with respect to Python. In Python you don't write comment like this. In Python you write comment with hash. So here double hyphen space. In this I'll write show all the tables in the Sakila database. Now this is a query which I want to do. This is a query which I want to request from the server and I want to get the response of all the tables which are stored in Sakila as a database. Now when I have written this in the form of comment, you can see the comments which are being shown. Both of them are not for SQL to understand, SQL for execute. It is for me as a human to understand that what is the purpose of the statement which I have written. So show all the tables in Sakila database. It's telling me that this is what I'm finding. In order to do it, now you can see it's derived from an English word. So it will also write show what? What do you want to show? You want to show the tables. Show tables, which is there. Now when I have written this, you can see there is an error. What's an error? Show is not valid at this position, expecting end of the statement. Now what it is expecting? This is response number 1. This is response number 2. In order to show that both the responses are different from each other, we have to break down the responses or the statements which are there. So this is one request which will give me one response. This is another request which will give me another response. So I need to break down this request into 2 particular statements. So how do we break down? We terminate the query. That is, we end the query. So how do we end the query? We just write a semicolon. So when I write the semicolon, you can see the error over here is gone, which means the query has been terminated. So now this query is separate and this query is also separate. So when I put up a semicolon over here and I execute it, I can run it and I can execute it from here as we have seen, or else there is also a shortcut key to do it. Control and enter. So if you want to select and do it from here, you can. Do it from here, you can. But if you want to use a shortcut key, you can just use control and enter for the same. So as you can see, the request which I have given, the request for that server from the Sakila database was show tables. As we have selected Sakila, so all the tables which are being given is from the Sakila database. So this is how you can see the simplest queries, the simplest request would be given to the server where the data is being stored and the responses are also being provided. You can see the outputs over here, that whether the response is accepted or whether the response is showing an error, whether the response is given as an output, and so on. So this was all about the installation of MySQL, its quick user interface and certain basic implementation of queries which we saw. So that's all from my end with respect to this video. As we had a very quick user interface idea about what is MySQL server, what is a workbench, how do we use it, we saw writing certain simplest queries over here in terms of MySQL. Now let's see that how we all can get some same data and we can work upon the same database so that whatever queries I write is also available to you in terms of writing the queries, in terms of getting the responses, in terms of understanding that how I am generating certain reports with the help of SQL queries. So let's see which database I am going to install. So here if you go on the MySQL sample database, this link I'll be providing to you in the video below. So here you can see this is a sample database given by MySQL. Why I'm providing this is when you install MySQL as a server, there are certain instances where Sakila as a database would not be installed. And I want everyone to be on the same page. So let me give one data installation for you and let me show that when a pre-created database is given, how do you install it within few seconds and get the data ready at your end. So here in this site, you can see there is a download database option. Let me click on the same. Now you just have to download it. Don't do anything as such. Now in this, you can see it's a zip file where the data is being stored. It's a sample database given by MySQL server. So that if you don't have a database created, you can use it as such. Now what does this database has? Now this database has schemas related to certain things such as customers, products, product line, order details, payments, employees and offices. And this is how the schematic representation of the relations within the tables look like. As you can see, the table seems to be related to each other, which means the information is related to the same set of entity and it has been traveled or it has been stored in different tables. Now we will be using MySQL in terms of gathering the outcome. Now here I have installed the same. Let me unzip it. Extract all, extract, and this has been extracted. I just have to extract it and keep it. Now one mistake which I have seen many people do is they download a file. Now for MySQL or for SQL, the file extension would be .sql and this file extension is .sql and this is how it looks. When I open this file directly from here, when I have installed it, this is a very common mistake which people do and this should be avoided. Why? Because when you open a file from this, only the file is open. The server access is not being given to you. You always have to open an SQL file which is shared with you with the server access. That is from the workbench itself. So when you open this file, this is how it looks. You can see this is how it looks when I have opened it directly and it will show me that this is what unconnected. Now why unconnected? Because if you can see there is nothing showed in schema, nothing in it, administration, because it's not opened from a server access. It has been opened from a direct file. So only the file is being opened. It's not sharing any connectivity issue. So that's why it is shown as unconnected, and I don't want it. So I will close it. This is a thing which you have to avoid. That is opening a file directly from your installed part. Where what you have to do instead is opening a file from here. So whenever anyone shares you MySQL file or anyone shares your file related to SQL, it's not only me but others as well. So what you have to do is you have to go on the file. You just have to go not on open model. You just have to go on open SQL script or open recent. Recent will show you all the recent SQL files which are open at your end, but as we don't have any recent as such, let us go on open SQL script. If I click on the same, you can see these are the files. Now I want to go in downloads. In downloads, in MySQL sample database, you can see this file. Now you can see the extension which is stored over here is .sql. I'll open it from here and this is being shown. Now you can see it's not showing unconnected for us. Why? Because it's connected to the server and opened over here. And this is how you have to open your SQL files. If you see, this is a pre-created SQL code which is written in order to create a database. Now obviously I do require this all things which are there. So what should I do in terms of installing all the information which is being given over here is to do Control A. When you do Control A and execute this part. Now what does this as a query do? This will execute only those statements where the cursor is there or one SQL query which is terminated. That is, it will only execute this till this. With this. But with this, what it will do, if I select certain regions and certain queries and run this, so all the queries will run at once, and this is how we will see. So I do Control A and click on the same. With this option, you can see multiple queries have been executed over here. Multiple queries have been executed, but I still can't see Sakila as a database. Sakila though is there. I still can't see classic models as a database because what database is being created over here, that is classic models. Let's see how this classic models as a database is created over here. So if it is not being shown, it doesn't show or it doesn't mean there is an error. You can refresh it from here. So when you refresh it, you can see classic models as a database being available and the tables which are being shown over here. So these are the various tables which are stored in the classic models database. So this is one way to install a pre-created database at your end. We didn't do anything, we didn't write any SQL statement, we didn't write any SQL code, still my database is being created from a pre-created file which was given from any else individual over here. So this is what I have created it. One another way to do this is I can drop the schema. Drop means it has been eliminated, it has been removed completely from here, and what I can do is I can go on server. Another way to do it, server, and in that server you can go on the data import option. Now data import will also do the task which we have done earlier, that is taking the file and running all the queries. But without me opening the file over here from the open option or anything, or without me selecting all the queries and running the flash symbol. What you will do is, you will not import from dump project folder, you will import from the self-contained file. Now what is the meaning of self-contained file? A file is being given where all the queries are being written related to your database creation and the insertion into the database. If you go on this, you don't have to open this file. You have to go on these three browsers and you want to open the path. It's in my downloads. So downloads, MySQL database, and this. This is a file where my database creation code is being given. I just have to open it, and this is how you open it. If after this you have to go on import progress, what it will do is when you go on import progress, it will ask you to start import. So when the import is starting, you can see the import has happened. You can refresh it and you can get the classic models as a database over here. So you can close this part. You can close this part. Let's say, let me close this part. And if I want to select classic models as a database, what I could possibly do? Let's say use, I write a comment, use classic models as database. So I'm writing a shortcut as DB. So what I'll do, as I've said, it's derived from an English language. So as it is asking in the question, use it. So I'll write what? Use. Use what? The database name, not use database. Use and the database name. That is classic models. When you do this, you can see it has been used. It's in bold format. When the database name is in bold format, that means that is in use. Now, if I want to see all the tables shown in this database, I can do right, show tables. So, these are the tables which are available in this database. So, what did we understand over here? That is, if you want to gather a file, if someone has created a database and they want you to use that database, you can simply run entire query, or you can go into the data import option to import the data into your server and start using it for the same. Now, this option will help me to create data quickly and fast, so you don't have to do anything over here in terms of writing complicated queries as such, because someone has pre-created the database and shared with you. You just have to run the query and you just have to get the database to get started with writing some SQL statements over here. So I hope you understood that how should we gather data from a pre-created database file which is shared with you. So now we will be understanding something related to comments. Now in the previous one we have discussed about how do we get the data which is pre-created into our SQL workbench, which was there, the MySQL workbench. Now we have a data with us. We will be proceeding further in terms of writing certain queries for report generation, for data pre-processing, for data manipulation as such. But there is one more important component which needs to be studied, which needs to be understood, which is nothing but comments. Now what is a comment? Imagine that I have written a query and that query needs to be having some informative statements. That is, the query is related to filtering the data. The query helps you to gather this kind of outcomes. I don't want that data or that information which I have shared into my SQL to be understood by the systems. It is just for the human understanding purpose. Or let's say I have written multiple SQL statements or SQL queries and I don't want to implement some of them. So what I can do in order of that? In order of that, I can do something called as comments. Now what are comments? Comments are just the statements for human to understand, for human to interpret, to make your queries, to make your solutions appropriate, to add an informative part, also not for the systems to understand and not for the systems to execute. So let's see how to write certain comments. So there are two ways of writing comments. One is a single line comment and the another is nothing but a multi-line comment. Now what is a single line comment? What is a multi-line comment? Let's try to understand that. Now this is what we have done in the last class, and as you can see with the blue symbol which is being mentioned, these were the comments. But let me talk more upon those comments, as let us see how those comments will be helpful in order to solve certain analysis for the same, or how that will be helpful in terms of adding a beneficial part into my queries. So if I zoom in over here, you can see something I have written with the help of hash, something I have written with the help of two comments or two hyphens as such. So what are those and why a computer does not understand the same? So let's say here in the schema part, you can observe that none of the database is selected. So let's try to select the database with the help of query, and let me write the comments over here. So I want to write a comment, that is I'm doing a work related to selecting the classic models database, that whatever analysis I do will be related to the classic model database. So what I need to do over here is I can write 2 hyphens and with a space. So when you give 2 hyphens and a space, it will be acting as what? A comment. Now I can write select the classic models database as we have done in the last class. So when you are writing something into this manner, what is this called as? What is this known as? This is known as a comment. Comment means an information, an extra thing with your queries which is just for a human to interpret. That is for me. If I am sharing this file with someone else, whatever I have written above the query or with the query, they will understand, okay, this is a comment. This is something which this query is performing. So if I want to select the database, now see, select database, which means I have to use the database. Whenever databases needs to be selected, you don't have to write select. You always have to write something called as use. So here I'll write use. Now as said, SQL is not case sensitive. The meaning of not case sensitive means if you write use in this manner or in small case, it's fine. You can write anyhow. Just writing the query correctly is important. So use what? I'm going to use which database over here? That is nothing but classic models. So when I do this, when you write a query and you know that the query is completed, you put up a semicolon. That is known as a terminator. That is, it states that the query has ended. So the next query will begin after this. So I have written this. Now what you can do in terms of running it, you can put in your cursor anywhere within that terminator, and with a shortcut key known as Control Enter, you can execute, and you can see in the output action that this query has been executed successfully with a green icon. And you can also see when to know that the database is selected. In the schematic part, you can see the database name is in bold format, which means that the database is being selected. So this is a query which I have written. Now imagine that if I go over here, if I select this, let's say I have selected this part and I try to run. You all know that there are 2 statements of running the data. Let's say I execute over here. It's not running what I have written, select the classic models. It is executing what? The above query which was there. It is not executing this particular statement because this particular statement is not for the computer to understand. It is just for the human understanding as such. So here, if you can see, that's done. Now if I write hash, now with hash also I can write a comment. Now what comment? Show all the tables in the selected database. In the selected database. So if I take this query and execute it, see what is being executed in the output section. If I select this, I press Control Enter, that is also fine, or I can click on this flash symbols. Let's say I click on this where it executes one query. What has been executed? As you can see, use classic models. Why? Because this is not a query. This is just a comment. This is just for the user. So above this, what is a query? Classic model. So that is being executed. You can see in the output section. So what are these comments? So you can write one line comments. The comments which are in one line are known as one line comments. Now if you write this, classic models is a pre-created database. If I write something like this, you can see there is an error. Why there is an error? If you go over here, let's say if you go over here, classic models is not valid at this position, which means whatever you have written, the position is not valid. The SQL statement does not start in this manner. there will be certain keywords which needs to be used when an SQL statements, or we can call it queries, are being published or are being written or are being executed. So this is an incorrect way. So if you run this, if you try to run this, if you try to select this and execute it, from this you can execute to, you can see classic model is a pre-created database. You have an error in the SQL syntax. So whenever this kind of syntactical error come, which means the writing pattern is incorrect. So this is not how the query is written, and this is obviously not a query. This is obviously not an SQL statement to be executed. It is just for the human understanding. So I can put it into comments. So how I can put it into comments? I can either give a hash, which is very similar to the Python language, which you will be studying in the field of data science, or particularly with respect to SQL, if I give double hyphen and space. So this is known as one line comment. So in each line a comment would be written. So this was all about a one line comment. But what if I want to write multiple comments, which means I have a big paraphrase, I have big set of sentence, or I have a proper paragraph to be written into my comment. So what I can do is I can write those paragraphs also into comments. So imagine here I say that I want to write that SQL is a primary language for all databases. Let's write the functionalities of SQL or features of SQL. So if I want to write multiple statements like SQL is a primary language for all RDBMS. Now if I want to write another comment in next line, so what I have to do, SQL is similar to simple English, which means it's very similar to the simple English language. So if I want to write another comment in another line, I have to write again a statement of either hash or two hyphens. So this is one of the comment. But for each line I don't want to give this. I want to add a multi-line comment without adding hyphens or hashes in each line. So what I can do, I can write a multi-line comment in another format. So when you have multiple lines of comments, a paraphrase or a big set of comments to be added, you'll write what? Slash star. That is the start of the comment. You can see it's starting the comment. This is ending the comment. Let's say I give features of SQL. Which is there, and you can see when you close this, this is a feature. So if I write use or show tables, if I write show tables as a query, it's not a query now, it's what? It's a comment. Why it's a comment? If I execute this with control enter, you can see use classic models is only being executed. The show tables part is not being executed. The reason over here is it is acting as a comment. Why? Because the comment starting has happened with slash and star, but it has not ended. So here you can see whatever you write in that particular part is a comment. Now I'll write SQL is not case sensitive. You can see, and I want to end the comments over here. So you have started the multi-line comment with slash and star, you'll end it with star and slash. So in the reverse order you will end it. So here you can see that from this to this is a multi-line comment, means multiple lines of comment written at once without adding multiple hyphens or hashes, and you can see you can minimize and maximize this part. So all of this is what? All of this is a comment just for the human understanding. And you can see this is a query. I do control enter, it will show me all the tables which are there into that database. So if I put hyphen on the same, so it will be acting as a comment. So what is a comment? If you want to make your queries informative, or if you require your queries to be not executed for a particular part or for a particular operation, you can add it into a comment. So comments are something for a user to understand, not for the machine to interpret and execute. So I hope you have understood what are comments, what are simple comments or one-liner comments, or what are multi-line comments. So this was all about comments and the operations related to comments. We will be using comments in the later part of clauses and many more topics which we will be using. So I hope this is clear with everyone. Now we will be understanding something related to querying the data. Now what is a query? As we have understood earlier, that query is nothing but the request for data from the databases. Now, in the previous part, we have installed a database where a classic models database which was pre-created by the MySQL version. It has been loaded into my system. It has lots of tables. But just by having a data into my RDBMS is not going to make sense. I need to access the data. I need to retrieve some or the other information in order to understand what kind of data is stored, or do I need any manipulations or not. Or I also want to generate certain reports. So if I want to do all those tasks, obviously I need to send up a query. Now initially, as I've said, query is nothing but a request for data from the database. Let's see how does a query works, how do we write a query, and what are certain various ways for writing a query for the same. So if I want to talk upon the SQL as a language, everyone knows that SQL is a communicating language. Now this communicating language is not for humans. It's not for us. It's for a communication or a mode of interactivity between a database and a user. So it's a communicating language, but we can also call it as a programming language for your databases so that I can access the data from the databases. So it's a communicating language for structured databases. You can also call them as relational databases because structured databases are mostly what? Relational in nature. So SQL is used to interact with those kind of databases in order to get and gather certain information. Now, as you know that all languages are what? A hybrid language. Now, what is the meaning of a hybrid language? Hybrid language means they are made up of n number of components into it. That is, there will be one way to interact, there will be one another way to interact for the same. So similarly, SQL is also a hybrid language which has components into it. Now, what kind of components do they have? Let's try to understand the same. So when I talk upon SQL, SQL as a language is bifurcated into components. So the components would be, the very first component of SQL is DDL, also known as DDL command. Now DDL stands for data definition language. Now what is the meaning of data definition language? Now data definition language means we are going to define the data. Now defining means something related to making the data or something related to understanding or creation of the same. So data definition language is one of the variant of SQL where we will be defining a data as such. Now with respect to this SQL, there is one more definition, one more instruction which I can give, known as DML. Now DML is known as data manipulation command or also known as data manipulation language. Now what is the meaning of manipulation? Everyone knows that manipulation is nothing but your changes which will be allowed into the data. It could be adding a data, it could be eliminating a data, it could be updating a data as such. So there is something called as data manipulation language, also known as DML commands in short form. Now when I talk upon DCL, DCL is nothing but data control language. Now what is the meaning of control? Control means to whom the data would be given and to whom the data should not be a part of it. How much the data needs to be given and how much it should be retrieved back. So, in order to maintain the control of the data, SQL language would be modified. So, there is something called as DCL, also known as data control language, which help me to control the access of the data. So, with respect to this, there is something called as TCL. Now, as we know, DCL, the D is the data, C stands for control and L stands for language. Now, what is this TCL? Is it same like the DCL or is there any major difference between both of them? So, when I talk upon CL in the TCL, control language remain the same. The word T stands for transaction. Now, what is the meaning of transaction? Whatever tasks are happening within the data or whatever manipulations are happening within the data, that is your manipulation commands, are nothing but your task within your data or transactions within your data. When you are handling those transactions, when you are dealing with those transactions, we do something called as transaction control language. We will be understanding them in detail shortly. So, let's first understand what is TCL and then proceed further with the rest of them. So, when I talk upon TCL, it's a transaction control language. If you are getting confused with what is a transaction, whatever manipulation commands are happening within your data, they are nothing but your transactions. So, there is something called as TCL, known as transaction control language. And the next one comes as DQL, nothing but a data query language. So, there is something called as DQL, known as data query language. So, if I want to talk upon all the components or the parts of SQL, SQL is a combined version of all those elements or all those language. Now, that's why I said that SQL is a hybrid language. It's not only just querying the data, but it has lots of other operations. You can see operations related to data definition, data manipulation, data control, transaction control, as well as related to data query. Now, these operations are also known as command. Soon, we will be understanding what are commands of SQL and so on. But as I have a data pre-created with me, let's try to understand the querying purpose. That is, how will I access my data? How will I get the hold of the data or the outcomes or the result sets of my data? So, let's try to understand the component of DQL and then understand rest of the other languages in detail and why they are known as commands. So, when I talk upon DQL, it stands for data query language. So, it's data query language. Now, what is the meaning of data query language? Now, you know data is your data set which is being stored. So, data is your database. Now, I have installed a classic model database into my workbench and I need to work on that particular data. Just by loading the data into my databases or into my DBMS or RDBMS is not going to make sense. What I'm going to do is, whatever data is being kept, I want to access the data, I want to gather the information and I want to do certain report generations for the same. So for that, obviously, I need to write certain queries. Now, as I have said, what is a query? Query is nothing but a request for data. From where? From database. That is, if I want to gather some outcome from the data which is stored in the database, obviously, I will write something called as query. Now, as you know that MySQL as a workbench is a client-server architecture. What is the meaning of client? There will be one request shared, and based on that request, whatever the answer would be generated, there will be a response given to us, whether the result set would be given or whether the error would be given. So here, what I am going to do is, I am going to send certain requests of data in the form of queries. So, let's try to understand what kind of queries do we write and how does a query needs to be written into my SQL, into the pre-created data which we have, that is the classic model database. Now, if you see the database over here, you can see classic models database. There are n number of tables available. There is a customer table, there is employees table, there is officers table, there is order details, orders, payments, product lines, products, and so on. Now this is a data where information is there. How can I get that there is some information or say there is something which is stored? I can click, there are columns, indexes, and many more things. If I click on column, you can see lots of columns are being created. It's not an empty data as such, or it's not an empty table as such. Your table needs to have at least one column. That is a minimum criteria which comes when a table is being created. Now it's a pre-created table, so let's try to first work upon those queries, work upon those databases. Later on, we can create a table from scratch and perform the same analysis which we understood with respect to the query language as such. So if you see, there is a data. Here it's known as schema because it is showing a schematic representation for the same. But what if I want to see what is being actually stored within that table? How will I get to know that? So here what I will do is, in the customers, when I click on that particular table name, you can see three options available. There is one option related to info, settings, and there is another option which has a table icon and a flash symbol. Now you all know what is the meaning of flash symbol. Flash symbol is used to run. So what kind of execution is going to happen? When I click on the same, you can see a tab being generated known as customer, and you can see a query is being written. Did I write any query as such? But no. You can see a code has been written and an outcome is shown on the basis of those queries with respect to what data is being stored within that table. So this was a customers table. Now it's not related that I'll only see for customers table. For all the tables which I have created, which I have into my database, my result set would be generated. Now I didn't write any query as such. Let me close it. Let's say I want to see order details. If I click on the same, you can see it's just shown. But these are certain queries in order to see what data or what information is being stored within the tables. But how I can get more specific information for the same? I cannot do only this every time. I have to generate more specific information. I have to create more reports with respect to certain requirements as such. So for that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to take use of those queries with the help of something called as clauses. Now what are clauses? Clauses in SQL will help me to gather the data according to the requirements. That is, it will help me to access the data with a certain specification, with certain requirements or certain key related information as such. So we are going to understand clauses in our query. So as shown that there is a customer table, orders details table. Now there was some query written, but let's try things from scratch and let's not do it from here. How I will be able to do it? Now I don't have any experience into writing SQL queries, but no need to worry. It's very simple. It's very informative and it's very user friendly as such. You will be able to understand what query I am writing. You will be able to understand what is the outcome being generated and how the outcome is being generated. Before performing on an actual database, let's try to see on a dummy table which I have created at my end. So if you go over here, I have a dummy table over here. Consider that this is one of the table of my database. Named as what? Named as employees. Let me name this table as employees. And I want to write a query over here, which will help me to access some or the other information from this particular table. Now, what kind of queries I need to write or what kind of request I need to write? I will take help of clauses in terms of writing queries or in terms of writing request. As I've said, clauses will make my query more informative, more specific. So when I talk upon clauses helps to extract data according to the requirements and criteria so that it helps in report generation. So here you can see I am going to do something called as clauses. Now clauses is what? It's some requirement or criteria specific outcome which I will be able to gather when I need to generate certain report or generate certain analysis. Now that is the meaning of what a clauses is. Now what kind of analysis do I require over here? Let's try to create some questions and let's try to see how will a clause help me to generate an outcome. Now let's say I write a question. I write a question over here that is related to the first question which I need to gather from the data. The first result I need to gather from the data is show all details. Show all details from employees table. Now what is the question which arises over here? That show me all the details related to which table? Related to the employees table which is kept over here. Now what kind of details do they require? Do they require details related to clauses? Do they require details related to particular employee? Do they require details related to particular age? No. They have mentioned all. Now what is the meaning of all? All means all the rows and all the columns. Now make sure that we are working on an MySQL workbench. Now whatever data is stored in my MySQL workbench or particularly in all the types of RDBMS, it is going to be in the form of tables. Now when the table is there, each row is known as a record. Each row of the table is known as record and each column of the table is known as what? An attribute. Also known as feature. Many people call it as feature. So, employee ID is one of the feature of your employees table. Name is one of the feature or one of the attribute in terms of sharing an information of employees. Same goes with age, gender. So, columns are known as attributes or features, whereas rows are known as records, which are there. So, here all the data or all the tables are in this format only. That is, they will be having attributes and they will be having records. So, as per the question, show all details from employees table, which means I want everything. Now, I want what? Everything to be shared from this employees table. So, I want to show the entire table over here. How will I do it? So, let's say, let me write a basic syntax. Now, what is the syntax? Syntax is nothing but a writing pattern. Now, what is the writing pattern? The way you write your query. The way the query is written. That's a writing pattern. So, in the syntax, let's say I write select. The syntax of selecting the data starts with select. Now, select what? I will write column names. Column names. It could be one column, it could be two column, it could be three column. Or specifically if I say that instead of this, I'll write column 1, column 2 and so on till n number of columns. Now, you will select these columns, that is for sure. But do you think so that from where the column would be selected? Just you write select employee ID, name, age, gender and you end the query. Does MySQL knows that from where the columns are being selected? No. So, here you need to write something called as from. Now what is the purpose of from? From will help me to go towards the location from where the data is being gathered. So from means it will help and get the table name over here. That's the table name. And this is an query which executes, this is done. So I will try to terminate it as such over here. So this is a simplistic syntax of writing a simple approach or extracting a very basic data from your SQL. And your queries with clauses are going to start with select. Remember that. So when I talk upon select, it will always have column names. When I talk upon from, it will always have a table name. So if I want to talk upon the syntactical representation, so let's say select as one of the part of clauses in terms of extraction selects the list of columns to be shown in outcome. Which means whatever columns do you want to show in outcome, always the column names or whatever is the column element which you want to showcase in the outcome will come in select. Now there is something related to, let's say, from. Now what is the purpose of from over here? Now from will always help me to mention that from where the data is selected for outcome. Means particularly it will always have a table name or a table name. So from where the outcome is being selected, from where you are selecting the outcome, that will be understood over here. So I have something called as select, which will help me to select the number of columns which I want to show in the outcome or what I want to show in the outcome. And from will help me to decide from where I am going to gather this column set or gather this information to be shown in the outcome. So these are the two things which I will write, and your select is incomplete without the from statement. So what happens over here? Let me clear it and let me write the query for the same. So what kind of query I can see? So there is something called as select. Now select what? Select employee ID, name, age, gender. Let's say they want all the details from employees. Now I don't want to sit and write all the column names. If I want all the columns, I'll write employee ID, then there is name, then there is age, then there is gender, then there is department, then there is location, then there is what? A salary. Don't you think so? My select list has become too big. And I'll write from. From what is the table name which I have? That's employees. Now my select list looks too big. I've selected all the columns because what is the query? That select all details from the employees table. So if I write this entire table will be shown to me as a result set. So this was an outcome, but what if I don't want to write all the column names? I know that all the columns needs to be shown, but I don't want to write all column names. So instead of writing all the column names one by one separated by comma, what I could possibly do is I can write this query in a more simplified manner known as select. And if you want all the columns to be selected, you can simply put up a star. Star means all. Star means everything. So select star from From means from where are you gathering this information? From the employees table. So from employees, this information is being gathered. So the outcome of this query and the outcome of this query is going to remain the same. Why star is written? Because if I want all the columns to be accessed from my table, instead of writing one column name, I can mention star. So this was first query solution for the same. I hope you understood. Now let's say I write the second query. Let's say I write it over here. Now what's the second query? The second query is find the name, age, gender and department of employees. This is what I want to find. This is what I wanted to find. So how can I do it? Is I can start it with what? Select. Now in select, no need to write star. Why star is not supposed to be written? Because it is asking not all columns over here. It is asking only certain specific columns. So when specific columns are being asked, you will mention the column names. Let's say first column name is name. What is the column name which is given as age? What is the column name given as gender? What is another column which is there as department? Make sure the column names are matching to the names which are available into your table. So department which is there, and then I write something called as from. From where I want to do it? From the employees which are there, and I put up a semicolon. So what it is going to do is, it is going to extract name, age, gender and department. It is not going to show me the employee ID, location and salary into the outcome. So this was just with respect to certain pen and paper analysis, that how a query would be written, how a simplistic approach of gathering or extracting the data would be given. Now let's try to see the same kind of operations into my workbench, so that we'll get hold on that how we will be able to write in the query approach of SQL and how the outcomes would be generated for the same. So let's try to write certain queries with my SQL over here. So as you can see that I have opened a new file, I have opened a new query file. What I'm going to do is going to write certain SQL statements over here. So first, let me comment and write what I'm going to do so that this code file is informative for me. So what I'm going to do is, I'm understanding DQL, which is data query language. Now what is data query language? Which will help me to query the data, that is access the data or do certain statements with the data in terms of report generation as such. Now when I'm doing data query language, I'm writing queries, I'm accessing the data with the help of something called as clauses. Now what are clauses? It makes my query informative, it makes my query specific, it helps me to gather data according to certain specification. So the clauses helps to gather data with specifications or however I require. So I'm writing in short for you before we have understood the definition for the clauses. So the first clause which we understood over here, I can write a single line comment anyhow. The first clause which we understood is select, but let me not write this into a single line. Let me write it into multi-line. So the first clause which we understood was select. Now what is the purpose of select? Select helps to select the columns or result sets to be shown in the outcome. So it will help me to do that. Now it's a multi-line comment, so there will be no problem over here. So I have something called as from. So what is the purpose of from? From helps me to extract outcome from a specific table or set of tables which you want. So if I want to write the syntax, that is a very basic syntax. Basic syntax in the sense, the basic way of writing the queries. Basic syntax, it will always start with select. Now there is no such requirement that your syntax should always be uppercase, it should be lowercase, or it should be written in 10 lines or 1 line. You can write it anyhow. SQL is not having that kind of restriction. That is, you have to write it in specific cases or you have to write in different lines. You can write everything in 1 line or you can also write all the things in different lines. So I write select, I can write column 1, column 2 and let's say till column number n. From where I'm going to gather it? From a specific table name. So there is a specific table name which is given. So this is a simplistic query in terms of accessing the data from a particular table. So there are no such extra requirements, extra filtration, extra criteria needs to be there. This is a simplistic approach of getting the access of the data. So I have ended a multi-line clause over here, a multi-line comment over here. So let me first understand with respect to the first question. So I'll write show all the customers' details. Now this is the first question which I have. Show all the customer details. Now first let me see if customers table is available into the database in which I am working on or not. So if I go, how will I get to know that which database is being worked upon, which database name is in bold format. So here you can see classic models is in bold format, which means that database is being selected. Now if I want the customer's information to be there, is there a customer table? The answer is yes. So let's see how will I write a query. Now many people, what they do, they will write queries like this. So people think that everything needs to be written in uppercase, but there is no such restriction. You can write in any case. So I'll write select star, but syntax has column names, right? How will I get to know which column names are there? I can go over here. I can put up my cursor and I can write customer name, say customer number. I'm just double clicking and I'm getting those informations over here. So I write customer number, let's say customer name, contact last name, contact first name. It's there, but it's a too much effort. Now so I'm just selecting and these things are being added. What if I have to manually write? It will take an n number of efforts from me. So what I will do is, instead of writing all the column names, I know that all columns needs to be there in the outcome. So what I'll put up over here is star. So when you put star after select, which means all the columns from the specified tables are being selected. So I'll write from, you can see the case alignment doesn't matter. From. Now from which table do you think so it will be there? If I just write select star and run the query, what it is there, you can see in the action output that no tables used. Unless and until you tell that which table needs to be used in order to generate this outcome, the query is not going to show any result. So that's why from is a very integral part with select. So comes from where you are going to do it? From the table name. Now you have to match the table name which is there into your database. In my database it's customer, it could be customer info. You just have to see what is the name of the database for the particular query. Here what I can do is I can keep my cursor anywhere and I can run this or select and run this, but I will choose a shortcut key which is control and enter. So I do control enter. You can see all the columns which are possibly available into my customer tables are being shown with all the result sets. So as per show all the customer details, I am able to gather and write the query for the same. So this was the first one. Now let's try to gather some more information over here. And let's try to write certain another SQL part. Now let's say there are different tables. Let me close this out. And let's say products. Let's see what are the unique product names. So show all the product names. Now show all the product names available. That's what I want. So all the product names available within table. Now obviously there is some table related to products. Here it was show all the customer details. It was very specific that I have to go to customers. Now it has said show all the product names available within table. So which table do you think? So I will select. There is product line, there is products. I can go over here, I can see if product line is having related to product name. No. I can go in products and see is products having something related to product name. Yes. You can see there is a product name being given. So I can write select. Now no issue that you have to write in one line. You can write it. No issues of cases as well. Select star. Whenever there is specification given, many a times I preferably first try to do select star from table and then accordingly modify the query. So I'll do from what? What's the table name? The table name which I will gather is products. And put up a semicolon that the query ended. Control enter. You can see all the information, all the columns are being shown from which table over here, that's product. What do I want? Show all the product names, which means I want the product name. Now it's written product names. So it's not like you have to write select product names or names from the products table. Whatever is the name of the column in your table, that is what you are going to specify. So first I did this in order to observe everything and then I will modify the query according to the requirement. What it is? Instead of star, I'll put up what? Product name. When I run this, you can see n number of product names are available within the table. So this was the second query which we saw with respect to select. Now the third query which we will see with respect to select, let's say I want to gather multiple columns. Here in the above one I gathered one. So let's say I want to gather multiple columns. Let's take orders and there is order number, order date and shipment status. So find the order number, shipped date as well as the status of shipment or the status of orders which are placed. So I want to see whatever orders are placed, what is the order number, when the order was shipped and what is the status of the order now. So here if you see, I don't want an entire table, but still for the purpose of simplicity, I'll first do select star from what? From orders. And run this. Here you can see order number, order date, required date, ship date, status, comments and customer number. Now according to the query, let's modify it. What is the purpose? What is the ask? That you want order number. Do you have order number? Yes, it is suggesting you. Comma. What do you want over here? That is shipment status or shipment date. So you can see ship date. And what is another thing which you required? Another thing is order status. So there is nothing called as order status, but there is something called as status as a column. So I've selected this. Now status is in blue. No need to worry. Why? Because there are certain functionalities which are associated with MySQL Workbench. So that's why it is showing you blue. But there is not going to be any issue as such with us. So when I run this query, when I execute this query, you can see from the entire table, not all information is being accessed. Only those information where order number, ship date and status is being accessed from my table. So this was a select with multiple path. What if I have a database selected as classic models? But let's say I want to gather data from Sakila. Now Sakila has data related to lots of other things. Let's say actors, categories and many more things. So I want to understand, I want to see what all actor details are available into the table. So what actor details are available, that needs to be within the table. That needs to be what? Understood. So if I want to understand that, now what it is, your actor is in Sakila database. You were working in what? Classic models. One thing is you can do is switch your databases, but multiple times switch, it will be very complicated. It will be very complicated or consuming or let's say confusing for us. So what I can do is I can double click. I can also double click over here. So both could be done. What I can possibly do over here, let me close it. I am in the classic models, which is there. If I do select star from, as I've said earlier, always do select star and then modify the query. So query, here if you can see, it's giving me error. Table classic models dot actor doesn't exist. Why? Because the database is now classic models. Your table or the information which you need to extract is in the Sakila. So, as said that you can change it to Sakila and this would be generating an outcome, or else if I don't want to change the database name, but still I want to observe the query result for the same, where a different database is being used. So how will I do it? Just a second. Is I do select star from, but when a table is written, I'll mention the source. Now source means from where it is coming. So where it is coming? Sakila as a database, and within that database what I want to extract, that is actor. So I'll write dot. So whenever you write dot, it is from that particular place what you are going to extract or what you are going to gather. What I'm going to gather is actor, and you can see the same information is being shown in the outcome. So this is how your select statements would be written. This is how your data would be accessed with the help of simple select statements or simple select executions as such. I hope you understood what was a select statement. Later on, we'll try to understand few more clauses, but I hope the select statement is clear with you all. So, as we discussed earlier, now what did we discuss? We discussed something related to clauses. Now what are clauses? How do we extract data with the help of clauses? And so on. We saw a simple use case where we used a select clause as well as a from clause. Now as it was said that select was used to select certain data or certain columns from your table or from the multiple tables, and from is used to select from where do you want to select this data. So if you simplify it, see the query, it's select column 1, column 2, column 3 and from where. So from the employees table, the information was being gathered. The query writing was also simple, the query understanding was also simple, because the words which were used in order to write the statements were very simplistic approach of English. That is selecting something and from where, from the source which is being gathered. But it's not always that you have to select a data. Everything related to all the columns and all the rows. Now, there could be certain specification which could be added. Now, what kind of specification? It could be that I want to see the data only for males. I want to see the data only for HR as a department. I want to only see the data where the department is IT, or I want to only see the data where the salary of the employees is greater than 40,000 or 45,000 and so on. So here you can see I don't want all the rows. I want only specific rows. Now what are the specifications which are required? Those specifications will be on the basis of a criteria. Now what is the criteria? Criteria is nothing but a condition which I want my data to satisfy over here. So how do we write those kind of statements over here? Because initially what we have studied, we know that selecting columns and we know the table source. But do we know that what is the criteria being mentioned? Do the criteria needs to be satisfied or not? So for that particular purpose, we have something known as where. Now, as the name suggests, where? Where what? Where your condition is satisfied. So select the data where. As the name suggests, where means at what position the condition is being satisfied. Now, what is the condition? Whatever it could be. So it could be like getting data related to males, as I've said earlier, getting data related to HR department, or getting salaries greater than 50,000. So that could be certain criteria where the data must follow them. So I will be using and understanding something related to where clause. Now when I talk upon where clause, so where clause in SQL is used to extract those rows. Now it's particularly for what? Rows. So it is helpful in SQL in order to extract those rows from the table. Means from where the rows would be extracted? Obviously from the table. Where the specified condition or criteria is true. Now what does that mean? This means that whatever is being specified, that needs to be satisfied. That needs to be there into my data, then and only then extract that data, or else no need to get that into my result set. So where clause, where a particular condition is satisfied. If I say where the gender is male, where the department is HR, where the salary is greater than 50,000. So this was a criteria based approach where not all the information is being gathered from the data, only a specific information based on criteria is being extracted. So that is the purpose of what? A where clause. Now, in order to give those conditions and criterias, we need something called as operators. Now, what is the meaning of that? Key, in order of condition and criteria, we need operators. Now, in the where clause, whenever you want to give certain condition, whenever you want to give certain criteria, you obviously need something called as operators. Now, what are operators? Operators are used to perform operations. So, operators are used to perform. They are used to perform what? Perform operations. That is nothing but task. So, operations are nothing but task which we need to perform with respect to my data. That is the purpose of what an operator is. So whenever you use a where clause, operator use case is something which will come to you hand in hand. So let's see what kind of operators do we have and how we can use them here. So when I talk upon operators with respect to SQL, there are various operators which are there. So the very first operator, which is an, so let's say very first operators which we have, which is an arithmetic operator. Now what is the meaning of arithmetic operator? Now as the name suggests, arithmetic. Now what is the meaning of arithmetic? Arithmetic means mathematical operators. So mathematic related task. So mathematical operators is something which we have within my data. So they are arithmetic operators, the mathematical operators which we have. Now what kind of mathematics operation we can do? Plus, minus, multiply, divide, then it could be floor division and many more as such. But this kind of operators, when we use this, we can get what? The use of mathematical operators. Now use of mathematical operators seems to be quite low as compared to the rest of the operators which are available with respect to my where clause. But at different positions, they are used at different instances. But when it comes to select and where, then at that particular instance, the use of arithmetic operators is quite low. But when you do use it with update or delete, you can obviously take help of this operators very effectively. Now, as no need to explain what is plus, what is minus, it is something which you all know. So let's carry forward with the next type of operators which we have is relational operators. Now what are relational operators? As the name suggests, this operators helps us to find out relations within the data, which means a particular relation is being satisfied or not. That is the purpose of a relational operator. Now what kind of relation do you think so needs to be satisfied? It could be a greater than operation. That, let's say, I say salary is greater than 50,000. So I am going to check, is this relation satisfied within my data or not? So it is obviously going to give me answer as true and false. So whenever you use relational operators, the answer is going to be true and false. And as you know, in where clause, it will only extract that data where the condition is what? True. So that is there. So greater than, then we have greater than equals to. Let's say we have less than equals to. Then we have something called as not equals to, and we have something called as equals to. Now when do you think so we will use this greater than, when do we think so we will use greater than equals to, and so on. So what kind of data use cases will we see? We'll see practically using all of them, but let's understand theoretically how it will be useful. So whenever there is greater than, less than, greater than equals to, less than equals to, all those kind of operators are useful only when the data is mostly in the form of numeric or with respect to date time. Date or time. Because the extraction or the relation analysis over here seems to be accurate, seems to be perfect. Let's say numeric, I can say greater than 10,000, greater than 4,000, greater than 30, greater than 20, less than 40, less than equals to 25, and so on. So the relation could be very easily created. Now if I talk upon date and time, let's say before, which means less than a particular date, after, which means greater than a particular date, and so on, that could also be gathered. So whenever you are using greater than, less than, greater than, equals to, less than, equals to, make sure the data which is purposely used over there is date, time, or a numeric data. Now there are other operations which is not equals to and equals to. Now what is the purpose of not equals to? Not equals to means whatever the value is, it should not be equals to that certain criteria. I said that I want to extract only those employees detail where the gender is not female. Now what is the meaning of that? Which means I don't want to extract the data of females. The criteria needs not to be met. So not equals to female. That's the criteria which I want. I can also say that I want to extract the data where the age is 23. So the age is equals to 23. I want to extract the data where the department is IT. Here you can see equals to. So there is no such restriction that I have to use only numeric data, I have to use only date and time, I have to use only text related information. The use of not equals to and equals to can happen on all types of data. So it works on what? All types of data which are there. So I can take any type of data and take help of those words. Now we have studied these two operators. There are two more operators, but let's try to practically implement them first. And let's try to see how I will be able to solve certain queries for the same and generate a result set, practically implement it with the help of MySQL as well, with the database which I have. And let's proceed further with the next operators we do have. So if I take over here, let me clean this so that I can write it appropriately. So as you have seen, we have arithmetic operators, we have this operator, the help of a where clause. So what's the question which I have? Let's say I have a question. The first question which I have, show all the employee details for HR department. So here if you can see the query approach, how my query execution will be written. So show all the employee details, which means which we did, select star from employees. For which department? HR department. So here you can see a specification came. You don't want all the rows, you want only the HR department rows. So if I want to talk upon the syntax for where clause, so how does the syntax look like? So syntax for where clause looks like, now the select is going to remain the same. So here select is going to come. Select column names, column values, whatever it is. So column criterias are going to come. From where are we going to do this? There is a table name which is being mentioned. So this part remains constant over here. Where I can implement a where clause. Where clause will always be written after your from. Here you will write it what? Where. And obviously where will have a condition, and that condition is known as a search condition. Means what I am trying to search within the data in terms of its extraction. So there is something called as a search condition. So let's say I'll write it properly. So search condition, which is there, and that's it. So this is a syntax which is being given. Now let's try to see with respect to this question how I will be matching the syntax and I will be generating a result set. Now let's try to write the query. Now what is the query? I'll obviously write select. Now there is no specification of column. No one has said that you have only this columns to be shown in the outcome. So you can put up star over here. So if that is mentioned that show only the name and department and gender, then instead of star you will write something called as name, age, gender and so on. So select star from where are we gathering it? The employee, the department or the table name is what? Employees, which is there. So select star from employees. It's a simplistic query of accessing. If I just write this, It is doing show all the employee details. It is doing only those work. But for the HR department, it is not showing me specifically for HR. It is only showing me all the employees' information. So what do I want? I want that specification to be added. So I want that condition to be met. Where? What is the where condition? That where the department is HR. So that's the condition or the criteria which I want the model to be satisfied. So what I can do is, I can put over here and I can write something called as where. Now in where, you can see in the syntax what I have written, search condition, which means how I want to search the data, that I want to search for what? HR, as HR department as a value, where I will search this value in the department table. So whenever there is a search condition, you need to see where the department or where the criteria is met and what kind of criteria needs to be given. So here I give the name of the column as what? Department. So that's a column where I will go and check for the criteria. That is, find the where criteria over there. So where, now it is only for HR department, which means the department should be HR, which means it is equals to. Now this is how, and what is the criteria? Now remember, whenever there is number and everything, you can write directly. But whenever there is a textual information which you need to compare within your data, you'll always write it in quotes. It could be single quotes, it could be double quotes. So I am writing HR over here and put up a semicolon. So what will happen? My query will go into the employees table and it will go specifically at what position? The department position here, and it will try to test this condition. Now equals to is a relation operator. It will try to test is the relation satisfied or not. So if I go over here and check is the relation satisfied in the first row, is the department name HR? Yes, the relation is satisfied. I'll write true. Admin, no, the relation is not satisfied. I'll write false. IT, false. This is false. Yes, true. This is false. This is false. This is false. True. True. False. 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 Here you can see true, false and true. So how many are being extracted? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. So only, so SQL, it is used to only extract those rows where the table, where the specified criteria or condition is what? True. And here you can see the answer of that criteria or the condition which I have mentioned is nothing but true. So it is not going to select all the rows, all the 20 rows. It is only going to select those rows where this condition is true. So the result set will have all the details of the employees only related to HR. So this was the first use case or the first example which we saw. Now let's try to solve another question over here, and let me remove all of them and let me write a query over here. What is the query? The next query which I have is find those employee names and their departments. Where the salary is greater than 50k, that is 50,000. So how will I write the query? Obviously, I am going to write something called as select. Now read out the question very carefully. What is being written? Select those employee names and their department, which means I want name and the department only to be shown in the outcome. So So whatever you want to show in the outcome, first understand it from the question. Find those employee names and their department where the salary is greater than. So salary greater than 50k is a criteria. It's a search condition which I will check. So select, what do I want to write in the select? I don't have employee name, I have name as a column. So I'll write what? Name, comma. What do I have to show again in the select? That's nothing but department. So I'll write department from. From where I want to select this department? From my employees table. And this is from where I want to select my department. Now if I just end my query, which means it will show all the names and departments from employees, but it is not showing the salary specification or the salary search condition. So I have to write where, which means where the condition is satisfied. Where the condition is what? Salary greater than 50k. Now you don't need to write 50k, you have to give 3 zeros. That is 50,000. So you have to give 3 zeros over here, that is 50,000. So what happens when you end up this query? What it will do? It will go to the table, it will go to the salary. 65,000, yes, it is greater than 50,000. 45,000, no, it is not greater. 40,000, no. 83,000, 93,000, yes. 60,000, yes. 82,000, yes. 48,000, no. 45, no. 38, no. 55, yes. 48, yes. 55, yes. 58, yes. 53, yes. 75, yes. 62, yes. Is there? No, no, and no. So here you can see not all the tables, not all the rows of the tables are being shown in the outcome. Only those where the specific criteria and condition is met is being shown. So I hope you understand that how does a where clause work. Where clause has a search condition and it will only specify those elements where the search condition is mentioned or satisfied, and that will be generated into my result set. So I hope you understood with the theoretical explanation over here. Let's go and see the use case of the practical implementation of my operators with the help of where clause. So let me minimize it and let me open this over here. So here you can see, let's talk something related to where clause. So where clause is what we are going to study. Now where clause helps to extract the data where the specified condition or criteria is met, which means wherever the specified condition or the criteria which is being mentioned is being met, which means that's true. So that's what I want to do. So whenever a where clause is used, one thing which is used in order to specify criteria, operators would be used. So you will be using something called as operators. So operators would be used. That's what it is there. Now what are operators? Operators are used to perform what? Perform operations that are nothing but the task which we have within the data. And when I talk about operations, they are nothing but the tasks which are there into the data. First operator which we have, let's say I write A. The first operator which we have is nothing but the arithmetic operators. Now what is the meaning of arithmetic operators? It will help me to do mathematical calculations as such. The next type of operators we do have is nothing but a relational operator. Now what is the meaning of a relational operator? Now relational operator is something where a relation would be checked. Now what kind of relation needs to be checked? It should be greater than, less than, equals to, not equals to, and so on. conditional, and in that we have greater than, in that we have greater than, we have greater than equals to, we have less than, we have less than equals to, we have, let's say, not equals to, and we have simple equals to, which is there. Now what is this? This is nothing but greater than, this is nothing but greater than equals to, this is nothing but less than, and we have something called as less than equal to, we have not equals to, and we have equals to. Now remember, as I've said when I was discussing about operators, that is, you will use greater than equals to, less than equals to in numeric data specifically, so that the analysis of the result sets which are generated are appropriate enough. But whenever you have not equals to, it could be used on all types of data which are there. So this was the simplistic approach. Now we have still more clauses to perform, but let's see the practical implementation of this. So as you can see, as per the question, what I am going to do is select, let's say star, from where I am going to select, from the table of customers. So if I write just this query, there is no specification according to the question, according to the report analysis which I wanted to do. All the city related information is being shown. What I want over here is only related to Las Vegas. So I'll write what? City equals to Las Vegas. Now you just see, I have not mentioned where. So this is going to show me error. What is an error? You can see where is not, equals to is not valid at this position, which means if the where is not written, you cannot write a query like this. So you'll write something called as where, and when I generate the result set, you can see only that customer information is being gathered, where the city is what? Las Vegas. So extract the customer details. There was only one customer in my data where the city was Las Vegas. This has been extracted. So this is one query which I generated with the help of where clause. Now the difference between select and from and where is, they are extracting all the information from a table, where is extracting only a specified information from a table. Now imagine that I have another question which is related to, let's say, payments. I have a payments table and then there is an amount being shown. I want to show that payment details. I want to show the customer number and the amount being paid by those customers where they have spent more than 40,000. So what I will do over here is, I'll go to my query table and what I find those customer numbers with the amount, with their respective amount, respective payment amount, where the payment done is more than what? 40k. Now you can see it's a one-liner comment, so it is trying to fit everything in one line, but it's not fitting, so I can put it in multi-line comments. If I break it down over here, you can see it is going to show me error. So I can write like this, and let me write select star from, not in customers. If I want to check, because I don't know it was a payments table, so I'll check in customers. There is nothing related to payment. There is nothing related to payment, there is credit limit of the customer being shown. So find those customers with their respective payment where the payment done is 40k. So I cannot find it in customers table, so there was a table named as payment. So always check which table will be used for your analysis. So here you can see payments is being shown. So this is a payments table, I can see. Now what do I want? Find those customer numbers. I don't want all the details. I want only the customer number and their respective payment amount, which means what do I want? An amount in the outcome. This is being shown. What do I want for the same is I want only those customer number where they have paid or where they have spent an amount more than 40,000. So here I will write what? Where amount is greater than 40,000. So when I run this query, when I execute this query, you can see these are the customers who have spent or who have paid more than 40,000 over here. So this is what we can see over here. Let's see another one. Now if you see, there is a products line table and I want to gather the information for all the products except planes. So extract all the product line details of products except the planes category, which means I don't want the plain category data to be there into my outcome or the result set. So what I'll do is I have select star from products. My information is available, could be available into my products table. Here you can see also with respect to my product line. So I can also go and find it from the product line. Now it all depends on the query where you will find it. So product lines. Now let's say I want to find the details, all the product line details of product except the plain category. So instead of product line, I'll only get the description. So I'll go in this one and you can see all the details. What is the product code, product name and so on. So I want all the details, but I'll write what? Where what? Where the product line which is there is related to all the categories except plain. So except means it should not be equals to plain. So not equals to. This is how you write not equals to. You put up what? A criteria. Now no need to write it in uppercase or a proper case. You just have to write it in lowercase till it's fine. So it's plains. When I do control enter, you can see plains as a category is not being shown. Rest all the categories are being shown into my information. So this is how a simplistic approach of where clause with the help of the relational operators could be taken care of. Now we will be understanding the next set of operators, which is nothing but the logical operators, where we will write more SQL statements in order to filter out the data, as well as some filtering operators which are a bit different from your relational as well as your logical operators. So as we have seen earlier, something related to relational operators, that what are relational operators, how they could be useful for us, how they would be able to access the data, or how we will be able to filter out the data with the help of relational operators. Now the next set of operators which we are going to understand is nothing but a logical operator. Now what is a logical operator and why those kind of operators are helpful for us? Now what is the meaning of logical over here? So logical is nothing but a criteria or a condition which needs to be true, which we have seen. But what is the difference from the relational operators and this operator? So many a times the logical operators needs to be there, checked, or needs to be used when you have multiple conditions or multiple criteria being met. Now what are those criteria? Let's say imagine that I say my data should have been related to gender. Let's say gender of the individual should be male. So if only this condition is required, I can directly do it with the help of normal where clause, with the help of relational operators, such as if I do select star from employees, that's the table name for us, and let's say I say where what? Where the gender is equals to male. I can simply do this and I can get the results. So how does a logical operator comes into picture over here? Let's say if I say gender male and his salary should be greater than 50,000. Now you have two conditions to be satisfied, and the logic when the two conditions to be satisfied over here is AND. What is the meaning of AND? That means first condition as well as the second condition both needs to be met, and then and only then the record will be satisfying those given set of criteria, given set of condition, and only those rows will be shown in the outcome. So let's see how do we write it. When I talk upon AND as an operator over here, we will not write definitely AND in this format. We will write AND by A and D. But AND as an operator is used when you have multiple criteria, when you have multiple conditions, and all the condition needs to be true at once. If that is being possible, then and only then AND is going to work. But what if instead of AND, I write something called as OR? This is a symbol which symbolically represents the meaning of OR means you can see either this or that. What does it means? That either one or the another condition is satisfied. It doesn't have any criteria, it doesn't have any logic that both the condition needs to be true. Any one amongst the given condition can be true. That's what it is said. So let's understand how do we solve this problem. That I don't want an OR operator to be working, I don't want an AND operator to be working. I don't want an OR operator to be working, I want an AND operator to be working. Now what is the meaning of AND? That both the conditions or multiple conditions needs to be true. True. Over here. So how does it looks like over here? That is, I will write AND. So I will write AND. And in the AND, I'll mention salary, which is there, and salary must be greater than 50,000. That's what it shows, and this is a criteria, this is a condition which is written over here. Now let's see what kind of records or what kind of rows will be filtered. Now let's go condition by condition, that is step by step. So what is the first condition being mentioned? The first condition being mentioned is what? Gender as male. So when I go on this data, wherever the gender as male criteria is being satisfied, let's filter out those. So wherever this condition is true, so male is true, male is true, male is true, it's not, so this will not be considered. This, it will not be considered. This. So these are certain records which are being selected by the availability of the first condition to be true. So these are the male records which are being filtered out. Now what is the next criteria or what is the next condition which I want to check over here is nothing but is the salary of those selected males greater than 50,000, which means I don't want to select or I don't want to look for all the employees' salary. Here there is an AND condition. So if the first condition is satisfied, then and only then I want the second condition or the rest of the conditions to be satisfied. So the next check which is happening, which is nothing but salary greater than 50,000, it will happen on only those males where the first condition has been satisfied. So if you go here, the gender is male, yes, the salary is 65,000, which is definitely greater than 50,000, so this will be considered. Now if you see, even though the gender is male, for that particular employee the salary is not greater than 50,000, So this will not be considered. Here male but not greater than 50,000. So here if you see male, it's greater than 50,000, yes. Here in this E104, if you can see female and the salary is greater than 50,000. But the first condition is not yet satisfied, though we will not check for the second condition. Now if you see for male, yes, this will not be considered. Here if you see not 55,000, yes, not here, yes. So not all the males records are being considered, only those males where the salary were greater than 50,000 are being considered. So the logical operator of AND has been worked upon. What if I would have written OR instead of AND? What if I would have mentioned OR instead of AND? So the outcomes would also have been changed. So what it does is, it goes to the first record. Let's say it goes to the first record, male, yes, male, yes, male, yes, 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 this is true, this is true, and this is true. So the first condition is being checked. So the next condition is not being checked on only those set of employees or those set of records where the first condition is satisfied. It will be checked for all of them because it's OR. So either this or that, which means either the first condition or the second condition, or let's say both of them is true, then also it's fine. So here you can see it is there. Here this record will also be considered even though it's female. Why? Because it's an OR operator. So any one among the two conditions could be satisfied. So this is there, let's say this one, let's say this one, even though being female, this one. So this all rows would be given and considered in the outcome if we use and utilize OR as a logical operator. So let's understand on the basis of the theoretical concept that what does an and what does an OR means. So when I talk upon logical operators, so logical operators, they have three types of operators. The very first logical operator is AND. Now AND as an operator needs to be used when you want all or the multiple conditions. So when multiple conditions are true at once, then AND returns true. So it will then and only then return true when all the given set of conditions are true at once. Now when I talk upon OR, as the name suggests, OR, that any one amongst the given condition is true or will return true. So OR is going to return what? True for this. So this is how and OR as a logical operator works. When all the conditions are true, then AND will return true, or else it would be false. When any one amongst the given condition is true, OR is going to return us as true. When none of the conditions satisfied, then and only then OR is going to return as false, and those set of records would be selected. Now there is a third logical operator which is known as NOT. Now NOT is also known as negation or inverse, which performs inversely. If the given condition is true, it will satisfy it or it will make it as false, or if the given condition is false, it will make it as true. So NOT is also known as negation, which inverses the operation. Just a second. So NOT is known as negation, which inverts the outcome, which inverts the outcome of operation, means of the task, which is there. Now let's see how does not works over here. So if I wanted to show the use case of not, so I'll write find those employee details. So I want to find those employee details where the department is not HR. Now here you can see I don't want the details related to HR department, but I do want details related to the rest of the departments except HR. So I have a condition that department is equals to HR should not be satisfied. So as said that in not, I can write this in two different statements or two different variations. It could be, let's say I write select star from employees, which is there, and I write where here I want department. If I want the department should not be HR, I can write not equals to HR. This can simply help me to filter out the records as per the given set of criteria or condition. But if I want to use a logical operator, how I would like and how it will be working for the same. Let's try to understand that. So if I write a logical operator over here, how it would be, let's say select star from employees. Now where department, which I have written, but before department I have to implement something called as not, which is there. So how I would write it, so let's say I'll write where and I'll write not as a thing over here, not equals to HR. Now this is what I have written. The use case or the writing or the conditional part of both the statements which I have mentioned over here is different. Both are doing the same task but in a different manner. Now here if you can say this condition is going over here wherever there is department and not equals to HR. If this condition is true, this is being showing the result set for all the departments except HR. Now when this is going here, you can see department is equals to HR. So whenever the data goes into my SQL and it checks that the department equals to HR, let's say if I go, yes, the department is equals to HR, but there is a not being written. As I have said, not means negation. The meaning of negation means inverse. So if the condition is showing you true, then it will consider and it will make it as false. So true will be made as false over here. So when this condition is met, but I have mentioned not, so it will be turned as false. Here if you can see department is equals to HR, the condition is false, but with the help of not, it has considered it as true. So the simplistic example, if I can say, so whenever you apply not on any condition, wherever the condition is true, it will convert it as false, or wherever it is false, it will try to convert it as true. So this is a very simplistic example related to a not operator which is there. I hope you have understand things practically over here with some of the examples which I shown. But let's try to see with respect to our data and let's see how we can write or solve certain questions for the same. So if I go on my data which I have given, You guys can see I have logical operators. Just let me zoom in. So here you can see we have logical operators. So and as a logical operators, when there are multiple conditions and all the conditions are true, then and only then the answer of and is going to be true and that record is being selected. Or any one of the condition which is given is true, then the answer is going to be true and that record would be selected. And not, as I've said, negation, which means true will be false and false would be true. Let's try to see with an example. Now, I have a question being written over here. Find those employees where the sales. So, find those employees whose job title is sales representative, which means I have job title as sales representative. Or employees who locate in the office with office code 1. This is the two conditions which I need to check. Now, how will I do? Let's first go and observe the employees table. As I've said earlier, whenever you want to filter out or whenever you want to implement certain query related approaches, first go and understand the base table. First go and look and observe the base table over here. So select star from what? From employees. I've done that, and when I do control enter, you can see the employee related details are being shown. This is an entire data is being shown. This is not my answer of the question which is being mentioned. What I want over here is the job title needs to be sales representative. Now how I will do it is I'll write where, because I'll write my where condition after from. So where what? Here you can see in that table there is a column named as job title. So here I'll write job title. You can see job title. It should be equals to what? Equals to sales representative. So sales representative. If I execute this, you can see sales representative related information is being shown. Now this is the answer of the first question which I have mentioned, that find the employees whose job title is sales representative. Now you can see there is one more part of the question bifurcated with or employees who locate in the office with office code 1, which means I want to either find the employees whose job title is sales representative or means either they have an office code as 1. So anyone amongst the given condition needs to be satisfied. So how I can do? I cannot write office code equals to 1. If I write in this manner and I execute the query, you can see it is showing me syntactical error. You can see the error, you have an error in the SQL syntax, which means the way you have written the query is wrong. Whenever you get syntactical error, which means the queries are being written in a wrong manner. So what is the wrong part or what is the wrong thing executed over here is when two conditions are given but there is no logic being added. What is the logic? Do you want all the conditions to be satisfied at once? That is one logic. Do you want any one of the conditions satisfied with respect to the criteria? Now I want or as a condition as per my question. So any one of the given condition needs to be true. So here if you can see, either the job title can be sales representative or the employee belongs to office code 1. If I write both of them and I execute it, you can see this is what is being filtered. So here president as a job title is also available in my result set. Why? Because the office code is 1. Either of the two condition or multiple conditions given needs to be satisfied, and this is what the answer we have gathered from the query. So this was the first query result set. I hope you understood it. Now let's understand the next query. Find customers who locate in USA and have the credit limit greater than 100K. Now understand the question. The question is, let's break down the question into parts. Every time if you want to understand what is being asked, break down the question into elements or parts. The first part is find customers who locate in USA. So definitely I have to go towards the customer table and then gather the result set. So first I'll go in customers table. I know there is a customers table. So select star from where? From customers, which is there. I do control enter and you can see customers as an information is being available. Now what do they want? from me, that is you have to filter out those customers where they locate in USA. Now USA is nothing but a country, and you can see there is a country column where there is France, there is USA, there is Australia, there is Norway, and so many countries available. What do I want? I want to first filter out on the basis of country, that is USA. So I will write a criteria over here, that is where. Where what? Where the country of those customer needs to be what? USA. So this is what I have added. So as per the question which is mentioned, find customers who locate in USA, this is the answer of the very first question. So all the customers who are located in USA as a country are being available. Now, and having, which means not only they should be located in USA, but their credit limit should be greater than 100k. That is around greater than 1 lakh. 100k is 100 and 000 ahead. So what do we want? I want first condition to be satisfied, but with respect to that, the other condition needs to be satisfied with it as well. So how I will do it is, I will write and over here, and what? Let's say let's not write and let's first write the condition. That's credit limit. Now credit limit greater than 100k. You should not write greater and then 100k. This is obviously a wrong approach to write it. K means 3 zeros, you have to add it. So 3 zeros are being added over here. When I run this query, it is definitely going to show me syntax error. Why? Because I know that the writing pattern of this query is wrong. Because if you see there is a red line, you can see credit limit is not valid at this position. It was expecting end of the statement with the USA. It didn't expect credit limit over here. Why? Because it thinks that this is a different query or this is another query which you are trying to execute over here. But it is not the case. This two condition needs to be satisfied at once. So what is the logic which I want to use in terms of this task? So I want to use a logic over here as and. So here you can see when I write and, why I am not writing or but writing and. Understand the question. Find customers who locate in USA. First you have to do that and then check their credit limit if it is greater than 100k or not. So I need both or multiple conditions given to be true at once, means both needs to be satisfied. So I have written and when I run this, when I execute it, you can see not all customers of USA are being shown, only those where the credit limit is greater than 100k is being shown and is being available over here in the result side. So this is how it looks. Let me close this result window. So this is how it looks. So this is how I have utilized an approach of and. Now many people ask these questions that how will I understand I have to use and, how I have to use or, and so on. So first of all, you should understand the question which is being asked. The question will itself help you to understand that what you have to do. Now, if I want to talk upon how you would be solving this question, and the question itself has answer. So retrieve all products with a buy price between 50 to 100. Now I don't know the buy price is greater than, less than, and so on. I know that the buy price is going to be between 50 to 100. That's there. So how will I do it? First of all, what is the question? Retrieve all products. So first let's see, is there any product related information over here? There is products. So I've opened it. Yes. What they have asked, that the buy price needs to be, when I click on this, it is sorting it. So the buy price needs to be what? Needs to be greater than 50 to and between 100. So here if you see, this is what I want to filter. So, but here as we have seen in the earlier example, the conditions were based on two different columns. Here the condition is based on one column with respect to your AND operator. How does it work? Let me show you. Now retrieve all products. So let me go and write select star from products. Which are there? Select star from products. This is being written. Now you can see the products has lots of things. I want to check that the price is between 50 to 100. We do have between as an operator, but earlier if between operator was not available, there are certain places where between as an operator is not being applicable. How I would be able to solve it, or how I would be able to resolve this kind of problem statement? That is by applying logics over here. Now what is the logic which I can apply over here? That is, the price, if it is between 50 to 100, so definitely the buy price is going to be greater than or equals to 50, and it is going to be less than or equals to 100. So if I want to use that logic, first let me write over here. So select star from products which we have written. Let me not write it again, and I'll write where. Let me go condition by condition. So where what? I have buy price. You can see buy price greater than 50. So greater than equals to 50. So what does this say? That go in the column of buy price and filter it out with this. So here you can see that the buy price greater than 50 is being filtered out. But there are certain prices where it is greater than 100 as well. I don't want greater than 100. I just want it between 50 to 100. So what I would do is, I will add an AND operator. Now AND, what I will do? Buy price less than or equals to 100. Now I'll explain you how does this code works. So I'll do control enter, and you can see whatever is being filtered over here is between 50 to 100. So how does this code works over here is, first it is going and checking this condition. So wherever the buy price is greater than 50 or equals to 50, that records are being filtered out, and then on those selected set of records it is trying to test the same condition. Is it less than or equals to 100? So on the same set of records it is trying to test another condition over here. So if both the conditions give the result set as true, then that record will be considered in the output. If any one of them fails, then the record is not going to be considered. Then I can say that the record is not between 50 to 100. So this is what we have seen, that how does an AND operator works with respect to finding out the between element or the between of one particular column. Numerically, specifically, this is used when you want to implement the between as an operator without the use of between inbuilt operator which is created. As we have seen the use case of between with the help of AND operator, let's try to see some more questions, or let's try to solve some more questions over here. So retrieve the details of those products where the product name is classic cars and the buy price, let's say, let me bring in over here. So and the buy price of the product is greater than 100. So let's see that how I would be able to solve it. Now you know that first we have to go to the base table from where we will be extracting the data. So I will be extracting my data from the products table over here. So I've selected the products table. As you can see that there is a column where classic cars as a category is available, but that column name is not product name. You can see that column name is product line. Many a people, they will write what? Where product name is classic car. They will write like this, where product name equals to classic car. They will write something like this, and they will get a result set. They will get errors, and they will say that the query is not performing well, they are not getting anything as a result set, even though they have over here. But you can see product name as a category does not have anything related to classic cars. Over here there is product line which shows that there is classic cars. So when I show this, you can see it is just having the description of that product. So what I want the classic cars as a category to be filtered. So here what do I write? I'll write where product line is equals to, it equals to what? Is equals to classic cars. That is being shown, and when I do control enter, you can see classic cars as a category is being filtered out over here. Now, and the buying price of the product is greater than 100. So what I want to do with respect to buying price, I'll write and there is something called as buy price. Buy price what? It is greater than 100, which is shown. And when I do control enter, you can see only two products. There are only two products where the product line is a classic car and you can see the buy price is greater than 100, which means the rest of the data related to classic cars model, the product line or the product buy price is less than 100k, or sorry, less than 100 over here. So this is what we have retrieved so far from my data. And let's say in this table itself, in the products table itself, I say that I do not want, or I don't want motorcycles data to be shown in the outcome. So I'll go in clauses and I say filter out those product details. So filter out those product details. So those product details where the product is not motorcycles, where the product is not motorcycle. So that I want. I can do by both the approaches as I have shown you on that whiteboard. So select star from products. First, always open the base table. Here you can see the spelling of products. Just a second. So here you can see products as a table. Now the product needs not to be motorcycle. So I can write where product line is not equals to what? Motor cycles. You can see it has LES, so the same records needs to be written. So here you can see all the product lines are available except motorcycles. Why? Because I have written what? Not equals to. Now if I want it to be used and utilized with the help of not as an operator, so how I would be doing is, let's say I'll write filter, not this, let's say I'll write select star from products, and what it will do, it will write where, and I'll write not over here, not product line equals to motor cars. I am not writing not equals to over here, it is writing motorcycles. So what is the difference? That whatever is the condition being given, it will first check that condition. So whatever is the condition being given, it will first check that condition. Okay, it is true or not. If it is true, then it will give the result set as false, which means if you go in the first table of the products, let's say I write select star from products. So here if you see that in the products line, the first product is motorcycle. So when I check only by this condition, what it is going to do is, it will go into the row and it will check the condition is true or false. So here motorcycles is being matched, so the condition is true. But I am implementing something called as not operator. So if the result of this is true, it will turn itself as false. And where is not going to filter the data where the condition or the criteria is being termed as false. So here if you see, then it goes to the next one, that is classic car. Product line equals to motorcycles, the condition is false. So not will say now make it true, because I don't want where the condition is not equals, where the condition is motorcycle. So here if you can see, not equals to motorcycles is being given, and the same set of records when I implement both the queries would be able to achieve. So this is how the use of logical operators could be taken care of over here. If you want to write 4 conditions, 5 conditions at once, you can write. After this you can implement one more and after that you can implement one more and so on. So this is how logical operators are helpful in terms of filtering out the result set and getting an appropriate data as per the query which is requested by the client. So I hope you understood about logical operators. We will be proceeding further with the next set of operators. They are nothing but filtering operators. So as we have seen, talked and discussed about the logical operators over here. So let's try and understand something related to filtering operators. Now filtering operators are the special cases over here. So there are special types of filtering operators which are used in order to filter a data in a quite different manner. So there is something called as filtering operators which we will be using. So the very first filtering operator which we would like to study over here is nothing but a like. Now as you said, like what? Which means there will be some pattern observed within the data instead of finding an exact data over here. So like operator is used to perform something called as pattern matching. Now what is pattern matching and why it needs to be studied within my data? Imagine that I have a data and someone wants to filter out those employees where the name starts with R. They don't know the exact name, they just know the pattern. That name is going to be started with R. Now if someone wants to understand that the number of the employee or the phone number of that particular individual is ending with 07. Now they don't know the exact number, they just know that it is going to end with 07. So at that particular instance, the exact data or the exact element is not being found. So what you have to do is, you have to do something or you have to implement something related to the pattern which is observed within the data. And that's what the purpose of pattern matching is. So pattern matching will help you to filter out the results on the basis of pattern which is known where the exact data is not being known. So when I talk upon pattern matching, it is used to filter data on the basis of particular pattern observed instead of exact data. So instead of exact data. Now remember this word very carefully. Why? Because I've seen many students doing mistake when they are asked to implement pattern matching related questions in the interviews or in the normal use cases as well. So what is pattern matching? As I've said, that I don't know the exact data, I just know the pattern, that the name starts with R, the phone number ends with 07 and so on. So this is a pattern which is being known instead of the exact data, and I want to filter out the records based on this pattern. So for that I'll use something called as like operator. Now with like operator, it will help to use, or it will ask to use certain wildcards. Now what are wildcards? Wildcards will help me to implement this pattern. Wildcards will help me to utilize this pattern or write down this pattern which is there. So the first wildcard which is used is percentage. Now percentage as a symbol which is being used. So percentage will allow you to take multiple characters after a pattern. So allows to consider multiple characters, consider multiple characters with pattern. So this is what my percentage as a wildcard will help me to do with like operators, and without wildcards the like operator will not perform effectively. So now then it has something called as underscore. Now this is not a hyphen, it is an underscore, and underscore is used to consider specific characters with the pattern. So consider specific number of characters with pattern. So it will try, or it will ask for this particular parts. It will sometimes, we will sometimes use percentage, we will sometimes use underscore over here. So this was just the theoretical understanding of what does a like operator is and how does it performs. Let's try to see it practically with the help of example. So if I ask a question, that is find the employee names, as I have said, find the names, find the names of employees which starts with R. So that is being mentioned that it starts with what? R. So when I write a simplistic query which was there earlier, just like select star from employees which is there, and I write where as a condition, and if I give name equals to R in this manner, nothing is going to be filtered out. Why? Because name equals to R. This equals to is going to find out an exact element. So if I go in the name column, there are names starting with R, but exactly R there is no name available over here. If I give name and any one of the wildcards, let's say this and underscore, I am using any one of the wildcards, still it is not going to resolve, or it is not going to find any match over here. Why? Because it is still finding exact over here with the help of equals to. So this approach or this query is what? Wrong. So let me remove this query. So I have seen many students doing this mistake, that instead of using like operator over here, they will use equals to. So let us write down the result set for the same. I'll write select star from employees which is there, and I'll write where your name. Now I cannot write equals to as I've discussed earlier, so I will write something called as like. So instead of equals to, I'll write something called as like. And whenever you give pattern matching, no matter this pattern belongs to a numeric data or a textual data, you have to write it in quotes. Why? Because patterns or the wildcards will be mentioning in terms of a textual information. So you have to write it down in quotes. So like what? So like R, but do I know that after R there is going to be 1 word, 2 word, 3 word, 4 word or 10 words? I just know that the name starts with R. I don't know that it is going to end with R, or it is going to have 2 characters, 3 characters and so on as such. So which operator should I use among the two? Definitely the percentage. Why? Because after a particular pattern it will allow me, or with the particular pattern it will allow me to gather n number of characters. There is no specification that you have to use 2, 3, 4 and 5. So here I will ask this. So when I write this, the query, how does it execute? It goes into the name. Here you can see it starts with R. Now there are 2 characters. Still it will be considered. Rahul, yes. Rashi, yes. Rohan, yes. So here you can see out of all the employees, only 4 employees details are being shown in the outcome which is there. So this was the answer for the first question which we understood with respect to the pattern matching. Now let us also understand one more question over here with respect to pattern matching. That is nothing but find those employee details where name starts with S and it's a 5-letter word, which means the name is a 5-letter word and the first letter needs to be S. Now you see the question has added a complexity over here. The complexity added over here is nothing but that the name should start with S, that is fine, but it should be a 5-letter word. It has mentioned the specific number of characters which are required, that are 5. So let's see how I will do it. Select star from employees and I write what, something called as where, and here the name like which is there. Let me write name like what, like it starts with S, but I cannot give percentage. Why percentage cannot be given? Because here that is mentioned that I want 5 characters or 5 words over here. So imagine that there is Sameer, S-A-M-E-E-R. So the word consists of 6 letters. This would be considered, but I don't want a name with 6-letter words. I want a 5-letter word name which is being there. So whichever name starts with S, let's say Sameer is there, but it's a 6-letter word. Samarth is there. If I write S and percentage, all the S names would be considered. But I don't want that. I want a specific set of characters. What are the set of characters? 5 characters. Now 5-letter word. So if it is starting with S, so definitely the first letter is going to be S. So remaining are the 4 letters which needs to be there. So I write 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 underscore needs to be given. So which helps me to understand that there are specific number of characters which needs to be fetched. So if I do this and semicolon, so here if you go, it goes in S. S is there as start. 1, 2, 3, 4. There is 5th character as well. It will not consider because the name becomes a 6-letter word. Samarth, if you see S, but there are no 4 characters after S, so that will not be also considered. Samiksha, you can see that it starts with S, but there are no 4 characters after that, so this will not be considered. Snehal, if you see, it starts with S, but there are no 4 characters with after that as well. Shrutika, it starts with S, but there are no 4 characters after that. So the outcome is going to be none, nothing. Why? Because the names are starting with S for sure, but none of the name is a 5-letter word, which means after S, only 4-letter word is not being available to me. So this is how pattern matching with the help of wildcards will help me to extract the data on the basis of pattern instead of implementing an exact element over there. So let's practically observe with respect to certain questions which are being shown over here. So as I have said that like operator, it is used to perform pattern matching, which means it will help me to match the patterns of the data and it will help me to gather the result set. So filter out the records where the job title of the employee is related to sales, which means that employee's job title should have something related to sales. It should be at the start, it should be at the mid, or it should be at the end. So let's see how it looks. So first select star from employees, which I gave. So this is the first name, last name and so on of the employees. Now what it does in the job title. So here job title, I want something related to sales. So if I write where job title equals to sales. So I'm writing nothing, something related to sale, it's just where the job title is equals to sales. Now nothing will be filtered. Why? Because none of the employees having job title as sales. The employees are having sales and something written ahead or before. So if I just open the employees table, you can see there is VP sales, which means sales is being mentioned but later on, which means afterwards. There is sales representative, you can see sales being mentioned but before, that is in the start. Now you can see sales manager, here also sales is being mentioned but at the start. So here you can see there are criteria being met where the value is not exactly sales but something related or nearby to sales. So if I do sales and percentage, this is going to be incorrect, and this is what the mistakes which are done by many of these students, that they try to do with this approach. So I cannot do it, so I'll write what? Something called as like over here. Like what? If I write sales and percent over here, what does it do? That it is starting with sales and after that it could have n number of characters, means anything after that. So if you see the sales managers, the sales manager and the sales representative are being shown, but read out the question what it is, that find out the records where the job title of the employee is related to sales, which means it should have something related to sales either at the start or in the mid or at the end. So in order to do it, I will write a percentage ahead as well. So this pattern, what does it helps me to understand? That the sales could be mentioned ahead, that is in the beginning or in the mid or in the end of that particular row, but it could be anywhere. If the sales as a name is possibly available anywhere within that row, then that row would be considered as an outcome to filter out the result set. So this is how we do. Now imagine that I write one more question, filter those employee names, or let's say not filter, find those employee names where the name starts with, let's say the name starts with P and ends with S. So I have the name starting with P and ending with S as such over here. So here the pattern is quite different, that it should start with P and end with S. So I can write select star from employees where, let's say I write the first name of the employee like, I can write it starts with P, so it should start with P, and I can write and it should end with S. So I can write first name like and it should end with S, which is there. When I do like this, there is no such pattern being observed. So I can write like this in this manner, or I can write in another manner. Let me copy it. Just a second. Let me close this. Let me copy it. If I copy it over here and I paste it, and I'll remove this, and I can write like this as well, that it should start with P, end with S, and there could be n number of characters in between. So here you can see still there is no such name which is starting with P and ending with S, which is there. So now let's say ending with R. You can see the first name is Peter, it starts with P, ends with R. So that is being available over here. So I can also filter those employee name where I can use percentage and wildcard underscore together. let's say if I say select those employee name where the second character is A, which means the name should have A at the second position. First it could have anything, and after A it could also have anything. So if I do select star from employees, it is being there. Now at the second position, if you see, there is first employee name which has second position by A. In the first one it could have anything, and after A it could have anything as well. So here if you see, Mary is there. So what I can do in order to satisfy this condition is where first name like, the first name is like means related to what, where first character could be anything. So I have written one underscore, I'll write A, and after A it could have n number of characters, so that is percentage. And when I execute it, you can see this number of employees are there, or these are the employee names. Let's say I wanted just the name, so I will write what, first name over here, and it will show me those employee names where the second position is having A, first could be anything, and after A it could have anything as well. So this is how we have seen the utilization of like as an operator. So like as an operator is used to do pattern matching. Now let's understand another operator over here, that is nothing but between. Now as you know that between as an operator will help me to find out elements between first category and second category. So it's very easy to implement. So the next operator which we have is nothing but between as a filtering operator. So it filters the data between two numbers. So it filters the data between a specific range. Specific range. So that is the purpose of between. Now let's say I want those employee names where the age is between 20 to, let's say where the age is between 23 to 25. So I want the age to be considered 23 to 25, which means 24 will also come into picture. So if I want to write that result of the query, I can write select star from where, from employees, and it will have where. So in that where, how does a between is written? Now all the filtering operators are written in different manners. So I will write between over here, and in that between, what is a between character? Wait a second, where just a second, where age is what I need to mention. So where age is between, so instead of writing equals to, greater than and less than, the operator which we have seen in the AND one, so I'll write between what, 23 and 25. So if the value is greater than or equals to 23 and less than or equals to 25, both those elements would be considered. So if you go and filter out over here, so it will try to filter out the records based on this condition. So if you see 28 will not be considered, 26, 23 would be considered because 23 and between 25. So the starting and the end element should also be in the result set in your between element or the between part. So 23, if you can say 24 as an age, 24 as an age, 25 as an age, 24, 23, 23 and 25. So these are the set of records which will be filtered with the help of between. So we also have another filtering operator which is nothing but in. Now in as an operator helps me to filter multiple conditions at once from a given column. So helps to filter multiple conditions at once from a given column. So from a given column, it helps me to filter out multiple conditions which are there. So how does it happens is, let's say I want to filter HR, admin and IT department. So if I want to filter out the records related to HR, admin and IT, I will write select star from, let's say, department. As I know, the filtering criteria is available in the same column. So I need to do department is equals to HR, or the department is equals to, let's say, the department is equals to IT, or let's say what I could do is I could simplify this approach by the use of in operator. So how it looks, that is, it will look like select star from employees. Now here the query, you have to write employees, and where was missed out, so you have to mention it over here. So from where employees, where department, in. Now instead of writing HR, IT and admin as a condition separately, you can write in, and you have to give it in tuple. So you write HR or IT, or let's say admin as a criteria needs to be mentioned over here. So it will try to filter out those records where the department is either HR, IT or admin from the given set of records which are there. So instead of writing this entire big query, I can simplify it in this manner with the help of in. So in as an operator is used to filter out the records or filter out multiple conditions at once from a given column. Now I can only do in the department. Let's say someone is saying department as HR and IT, or the gender is male, then I cannot write department in HR, IT and male. That will not be a feasible condition over here. So when you have multiple checks to be done in one column, you will write something called as in instead of writing it multiple times with the help of or. And the last operator with respect to filtering part which we have is nothing but null or is null. Means it will filter out those records where the element is null. So is null as an operator, what is the purpose of is null? Now is null helps to check that the row is empty, or missing for a particular column. Means is the row not available or is the row missing for that particular column. If it is, then that record will be filtered out and shown in the outcome. Now I have my data, I have my table, nothing is being missing. So let's see with practical example that how we can utilize in between and our is null operator as well. So this was just the theoretical bits of my between, in and is null. Let's see it practically over here. So if you can see the question which is mentioned, find the customers who have not filled the information about the state, which means that customer has not written anything about its information, which means it's blank. Let's see if the data which I have, select star from customers, which is there. So when I see the customers table, you can see that customer records are being shown, and over here at this particular position you can see the state seems to be null. Whenever there is something written as null, which means it's missing, it's empty, it's not available at that particular position. So we need to filter out those customer names who have not filled in the state related information, which means the state element is null. So how will I filter it? I will write something called as where. Here, as per the criteria, I write state. I will not give equals to null. This is a wrong set of criteria. Or if I give null, you can see this is also a wrong condition. So in order to filter out the null records on the basis of a particular column, I need to write is. Now is will do a check. Is it null or not? If it is true, it will show in the records. If it is not, it will keep it. So it's null, and you can see wherever the state element was not being given, for those customers the information is being given. Now if I write is not null, now what is this meaning? Now wherever there is not a null value, which means the state information is filled, those records will be filtered out over here. So if I write not null, so you can see state, it's a complete filled information which is there. So when I want to filter out the records where there is null value, I can filter out on the basis of is null. Now we have seen is null, how does it works and how do we implement the same. Filter out the orders. Now let's see the next question. Filter out the orders where the order status is either cancelled or on hold. So if this is a condition, what I will write? I'll write select star from orders. As we have to go in orders table, let's go in orders table, and you can see order status. There is no order status as a column, status as a column is being given. So how will I write? I can write where status equals to, I can write cancelled, or I can write status equals to on hold, which is there. And when I execute the query, you can see only the cancelled and on hold records are being shown. Now both are being fetched from that one column itself, that is from the status column. So instead of writing in this manner, I can write it as select star from orders where I know that I have status as a column, and instead of writing cancel differently or status or on hold status differently, I'll write in tuple pair. That is nothing but cancelled, comma, what I will write on hold. Now it's not case sensitive, so you can write it in anyhow. So this is being written, so it's either cancelled or it's either on hold. So that too, the result which we got from the first query, the same set of result is being gathered over here. So if I write not besides it or not, so wherever the cancelled and on hold as a condition is being met, that records will not be shown. The records where this condition is not met, those records will be shown. So here you can see that in the status you will see shipped and other kind of status over here, that is in process disputed, but you are not able to see cancelled and on hold because you have written not in, means reverse. Where this condition is met, those records will not be shown when you implement not as a negation operator. Now if you see that one more condition is there, find the names of the employee where the name has third character as T, which means the third letter of the name is T. First and second position could be anything. So I will write select star from where? From the employees. So if I show that select star from employees, it has employee number, last name, first name and so on. I want to see where the name of the employee has third letter as T, which means at the third position. You can see as an example T8T. So the third position should have T. So here if I write where and in the name, now it's not the name as a column, it's a first name. Now instead of using equals to, I'll write like. In that like, you can see like what? First character could be anything, second character could be anything, the third character needs to be T. So here if you see, I am giving one underscore, another underscore, and then there is T. And after the third character being T, it could have n number of characters. So that's the percentage being added. So when I do this and when I execute the query, you can see those employee names where the third character is T, and you can see after T it could have n number of characters, but before T it should have 2 characters. So AN and PE, that is being given in the outcome. So that is being filtered for us. So find the names of the employee where the name has third character as T. So this is the result set which is shown to us. Now you can see there is one more question which will help you to understand the like of in operator over here. That is, find the employees where the job title can either be VP Sales, VP Marketing, and the President. So first let's go to the employees table, select star from employees. And here you can see job titles has President, VP Sales, and VP Marketing. So here I want where the job title in. Now in what? It should be in President, or it should be as VP Sales, or it should be as VP Marketing. That's what we want. Now the case is not going to be an issue over here. So this 3 conditions or this 3 values needs to be fetched from that one column. So this 3 condition check needs to be done over here. So when I filter it out, you can see the records where President, VP Sales, and VP Marketing as a condition is being followed. That is being filtered over here. So let's try to solve in a last example for between in order to understand the filtering operators which was there, that is filter out the records between a given range. So imagine that I have credit limits of the customer. So select star from customers which are there. Now there are several credit limits of the customers being available to me. Let me just go over here, credit limit as a customer. Now I want to understand which the customers where the credit limit is between 30,000 to 50,000. So I have that criteria needs to be met. So filter out those details of customers where the credit limit is between 30,000 to 50,000. Let's say you'll do select star from customers, and here in my where condition where, and I will write credit limit as a column which is being considered. Now I don't need to give greater than equals to 30,000 and less than equals to 50,000. If you want to, you can, but I will specifically use the simplified approach for the same, that is nothing but between. So between what? Between 30,000 and 50,000. I put up a semicolon, and here you can see those customer details where, just a second. So those customer details where they have credit limit between 30,000 to 50,000. So this is how we can fetch or filter the data into MySQL in terms of understanding that how the data is being retrieved. You just not do only select star from table name. Sometimes or the other, the query or the response needs to be having certain criteria or the condition being met, and that's the reason why you use something called as where clause over here. So I hope we are able to understand what is where clause and what are the different criteria or what are the different operators which you can utilize with the where clause. We have not seen arithmetic operators over here with respect to the select statement, but when we proceed further with the rest of the statements, we will be seeing the use case of the arithmetic operators for the same. So that's all with respect to where clause. So as we have discussed related to a where clause, first of all, clauses are used to extract the data in a more specification in more specific manner as such. And we have studied like how does a select work, how does a from implemented, and how does a where clause is used in order to filter out the rows with respect to specific conditions and criteria. But whatever was happening related to a row-wise operations which were there. But what if someday a data is given to you and a client asks you, can you just summarize quickly this data on the basis of what are the total sales with respect to all the regions, or how many hours are being completed by each employee, or let's say they ask you what is the maximum salary of the employees with respect to each department. So if this kind of questions comes to mind, obviously I cannot do with the help of where clause. Why I can't do with the help of where clause? Because where clause will help me to filter out the rows on the basis of a specific criteria or a condition. Let's say I have data related to the employees, as we have seen in the last class. We have data related to what? The employees. And in this, if I have a question, find how many employees are working in each department. So I have that question. That is, how many employees are working in each department? So that's the question which is being asked. Now if I try to solve it with a where clause over here, what a where clause will do? Let's say select star from table of employees. It will go to department as HR, admin, IT. So it will show me those rows. And it will show one row individually where the criteria is being matched. It is not going to give me how many. Now when I talk upon how many, that is nothing but the count of employees in each department. So how many as an approach would not be possibly available for me to be showcasing with respect to a where clause. So what should I do in order to solve this kind of problems? When I want something related to a summarized way. Now if you see the question which I have written, obviously it is asking me to summarize the data of multiple rows into some quick operations so that I can understand how many employees are there in each department instead of going to each row individually. So here they require a summarized outcome. Now in order to get the summarized outcome, I need to create groups of data. So the next clause which we are going to study over here is nothing but a group by clause. As the name suggests, what does it do? It creates groups of data. It creates group of records, and then it will help you to summarize the group of records with the help of one or more columns. Now, the definition seems to be tricky, but if you understand the approach of it, it's very simple. So, if I want to talk upon the next clause which we are going to study is nothing but group by clause. Now, as the name suggests, group, you are going to create groups of data. Now, groups of what? Groups of records. And these groups will be summarized, or it will show something to you on the basis of one or more columns. So, group by, it helps to create groups of data or groups of, I can say, records to obtain summarized outcomes based on one or more columns, which means it will summarize the outcomes based on one or more columns. Now in simple terms, let's understand what does it means and how do we solve this question and understand what does it do. So as the name suggests, it will create what? Groups of data. That is, it will create groups of records which are required over here. Now, when the question was asked, as it is said, how many employees are working in each department? So, if I do with where clause, HR, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So, 6 records will be shown in the outcome. Admin, 1, 2, 3, 4. So, 4 records will be shown in the outcome. Similarly for IT and sales, if I do individually for a where clause, but I don't want to do an individual, I want to showcase a summarized view. Very similar to your pivot tables which we have seen in our Excel. So if I want to get that kind of summarized outcome, definitely I need to first create groups. Now see how I will create groups and what groups needs to be created. So here I want to find how many employees, which means the number of employees. What I want to find over here is nothing but count. So whenever the question is there, how many, obviously it is asking me for the count approaches over here. So count employees are working in each department, which means I need to create groups of what? Groups of department. So based on the data which we have, let's see how many unique values are there into department table. Let's say unique values in the department tables are nothing but HR, IT, admin and sales. So when a group by works, the column which you are using in order to group the data. So group by what? Group by the department, which means create groups of your department. So here the groups of how many department names would be created. If you see in the department column, there are 4 unique names, which means 4 unique groups of data would be created. First is HR, then there is IT, then there is admin, and then there is sales. Imagine that groups are being created over here. That is one first group. Similar to this, we have second group. Just a second. Similar to this, we have second group. Similar to this, we have third group. And similar to this, we have fourth group. Now, how you will get to know that how many groups would be created from your data? Observe from which column groups you want to create. As I wanted to show the department-wise summarization, so when I go into the department, how many unique values are there? 4. So that's why the 4 groups elements are being created. Now, if I go over here, let me change the colors so that we can give name to each department uniquely. Now, the first department name which we have, let's say I created the first department group which is known as HR. The second department group is known as admin. The third department group is known as what? IT. And the fourth department group is known as sales over here. So, on the basis of the unique department names, here 4 groups are being created. Now, all the rows which are belonging to HR will be formulated in this. All the rows which are belonging to IT will be formulated over here. Admin will be formulated over here, and similarly for the sales. So, what it is, it helps to create groups of records. As you can see, groups of records are being created. One group of HR, one group of admin, one group of IT, and one group of sales, to obtain summarized outcome. Now, what outcome do I require for this group? As you saw, what do I require in the outcome? Count. That is how many. So, let's observe it in our data. Let's observe in our data that how many records are there belonging to each group. Now, let's say HR. HR is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. So 6 records of HR is being there. So how many employees are belonging to HR over here? As 6. Now from the data, when a group of admin is created, how many are admin? 1, 2, 3 and 4. So the count of employees in admin is what? 4. Now IT, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So how many employees are belonging to IT as a data? 6. And sales. Here you can see 1, 2, 3 and 4. So 4 records for the sales as a data is also being available for me. So here if you can see, on the basis of unique element on that particular column, we have created groups, and on the basis of groups, I'm trying to create some summarized outcome. Here the summarized outcome was just in case of count, but there are many more summarized outcomes such as min, max, sum, average and so on. So this is all I can gather from my group by. So at the end of the day, once this question is being solved, I would get that there are 6 employees in the HR department, 4 employees in the admin, 6 employees in IT and 4 belongs to sale. A summarized view of data would be created. A summarized view of data would be generated. This is how group by works. But this is not how we are going to solve it. We will be writing it in a very syntactical manner in order to understand how does the syntax works, in order to understand how does it implements, and in order to understand how does a query executes. So let me showcase you over here. As per the question, what it is asking me, that you have to create groups of data. So here let's first understand syntax. Syntax means the basic pattern of writing it out. So how does the syntax proceed? Every query in terms of extraction starts with select. Now here the column names which comes in select with respect to my group by are very specific, are very particular. You cannot write star over here. Why? Because it is not going to show all the records. It is only going to show the grouped records or the grouped outcome, I can say. So you have to be very careful when you are writing something in the select, specifically when there is a group by clause used. So select, I'm not writing anything. I'll show you what is the pattern of writing the query in a very simplistic manner. So here I write from where? From table. Table name. Now if there is a where condition, means imagine you want to filter the rows and then you want to create the groups of the data. So you can write where condition over here, but it's an optional condition. So I have written in square bracket, which means it's not mandatory. If you want to write, you can write. If you don't want to write, it's fine. You can skip that element. But whenever there is where ka filtering happening, obviously it will come before the group by is being implemented. So the rows will be filtered before the group by is being used and utilized. So where search condition, and then I write something called as group by. Now group the data by what? By what element you want to group by. So which column you want to use in order to group by. So column 1, you can use another column as well. So multiple columns could be used in order to create what? Group by. Now this query still looks what? Incomplete. Why the query looks incomplete? Because nothing is written in select. So if you run this query in this manner, it is going to show me error. So in order to overcome this error, we need to decide what comes in select. As I said, you cannot write star, which you have done earlier in case of select, from, where and so on. So you cannot write star over here. So instead of star, what should I write? How it will decide in terms of group by. Now this is specifically in terms of group by. The columns which are used in group by, remember this, that the columns which are used in group by, the same columns would be written in my select. Column 1, column 2, column n. So let's say I'll want column 1, column 2, this is this, and column n. So the columns which are mentioned in group by, the same set of columns will come into my select. There is no such discrepancy which should occur because it will show you error instead of that. So the columns which are used in group by, the same column should be possibly available into my select because the group data would be shown in the outcome. And here You can write something as aggregated functions, which means it will help me to create what? Summarized outcome for the same. So here you can use aggregated function and you can use any column over here. But this is how the syntax of group by implements. But let's simplify this with the help of question which we have in our mind, and let's try to see how does SQL will help me to gather the result which we have seen over here. So what happens is I will write something called as select, because the query is starting with select. As I have said, don't write anything into column names. First select the table, then write the group by, and then proceed further. As per the question, how many employees are available in each department? Here select from where? From employees. Now it doesn't want all the records to be shown in the outcome. It doesn't want individual records to be shown in the outcome. It requires that how many are belonging to a particular department, which means department wise grouply analysis is what I wanted to do. So select star from employees, and there is no use of where condition. No one has asked, only filter for genders, let's say male, female and so on. But if there would have been a condition asked, I will first write where instead of group by. So I will write what? Group by. Group by what? I want to group by. So groups of what would be created? The groups of department would be created. So group by what? Department. Now this query which you have written is incomplete. Why it is incomplete? Because here you can see nothing is being written in select. So how should I decide whenever there is group by what is written into select? The column which is used in group by, the same column comes in what? Select. So here you can see department. Now if you write this query, the answer which it is going to generate over here is this. So when you write this query, the answer which it is going to generate over here is, let's say, the first department which encounter is what? HR. It is going to show me IT. It is going to show me sales. It is going to show me admin. Now, when this query is run, this is how the outcome is gathered. Now it is just showing me the unique department names. But was this required to me in the outcome? Yes, the unique department name were required. But with that, I also wanted the count, which is there. So I have written this query, and when I execute it, there is not going to be any error. The outcome is going to be shown like this. That is, 4 groups are created. One is HR, one is IT, one is sales, and one is admin. But with those groups, what do I want to find? I want to find the outcome in terms of their summarization. So what I will do over here is, in the select, you will write what summarization or what more with respect to those group you want to view as an outcome. You will never write it in group by. You will write it in what? In your select. So I will write something called as count of employee ID. Now count, I can use anything, right? So count employee ID when it is there. So what it does, first it goes to the employees table, create groups of data, that is department, HR, IT, sales and admin. And then based on that group, it is going to show me what? It is going to create column known as count employee ID. Now HR as a data. Now HR as a group, how many records does it has? Let's say we know there were 6. IT as a group was having 6. Sales as a group were having 4. Admin as a group were having 4. And this is the outcome of my group by. This is the outcome of my group by with respect to the question which I have asked. So it is not a row-wise analysis which you can see. A summarized outcome it is being showing instead of a row-wise change or the row-wise outcome. So this is known as grouping the data, and some or the other time we do require grouped analysis onto my data so that I can gather a better representation instead of looking one by one the record. I can just quickly summarize the data in easy manner so that it helps me to build up certain conclusions quicker, faster and in an effective manner. So this is what a group by clause was. With respect to theoretical implementation, let's see it practically that how this will be working with different set of examples, and I'll show you that how does a group by query is going to show you a result set. But with respect to this, something which is used very commonly is known as aggregated function. With the group by clause, aggregated function is something which is used the most. Now, what is the meaning of aggregated? Now, imagine I have 10 records and someone wants a 1 value in the outcome. So, what it does, it takes all the 10 records and do a quick calculation to generate one outcome. That is one result set. That is known as aggregation, means combining the data and giving one value as an outcome to just aggregate and quickly summarize whatever records were being collected. Imagine that I have gathered scores for 10 exams. In the first exam, I got a score as, let's say 10, second one I got 20, then I got 15, then I got 20, then I got 30, then I got 15. So here you can see there were 6 exams which were conducted and I got a score. Now someone is asking me to find out what is the total score. Someone is asking me that find out the total score which you have gathered till now into exams. Now for the total score, is it going to show me 10 values in the outcome? No. It is going to take all the records which are there and going to summarize in one value. That is nothing but total. So 10 plus 20 is nothing but 30. 30 plus 15 is nothing but 45. 45 plus 20 is nothing but 65. 65 plus 30 is nothing but 95. And then 15. It is going to show me 110. So the total score which has been gathered over here is nothing but 110. So here if you can see, I passed in multiple rows, and with respect to those multiple rows, it is going to give one result set. That is the meaning of aggregated functions. So the common examples of aggregated function is nothing but sum, min, max, average, etc. So these are how aggregated functions are used. Why aggregated functions are used particularly with group by? Because we create groups of data and you don't want every row to be shown in the outcome, you want a summarized outcome. In order to get the summary, it will take all the rows and it will generate one particular result set. That's why aggregated functions are used very primarily with the help of group by clause. So I hope you have understood the theoretical part, but let's go into the practical implementation to observe how does it looks. So as we have seen the things with respect to some theoretical knowledge, let's try to observe the things with respect to some practical examples in order to understand how does a group by works and what kind of result sets are being given in the outcome. So if I go over here, you can see on my screen group by clause. Now group by clause is used to group the data, that is combining the data on the basis of certain values, certain criteria and certain set of conditions. Obviously, I'll create groups of similar data which is there, and aggregated functions are associated with it in order to generate a very particular outcome. Now, if you know that the syntax of group by, which I have shown you on the board, you can see select column 1, column 2, column 3. So you have to be very careful in terms of writing what columns you will write in the select statement in order to be shown in the outcome. Now from where condition is not a mandatory condition, so it has been written in square bracket. Why? Because it's okay if you don't have that condition satisfied within your data. So the same question which I showed you on board, the same set of question I have brought in over here just to help you understand this is how the clause will work. This is how the outcome would be generated, and what we have seen in the board, similar kind of outcome will be shown over here into my SQL. So let's get started. So the very first question, if you can see, how many employees are in each office code? As per the question, how many? Let's break down this question into multiple parts and let's understand how we can resolve and gather results for the same. How many employees are in each office code? First of all, how many employees, that is count of employees, are in each office code? So if I do select, do I have employees table? Yes. Let's see if those columns are available into my table or not. As I've said you earlier, that whenever a query proceeds, first go and understand the table from where the query will be executed or from where the data will be extracted by the query. So select star from where? From the employees. I put up a semicolon to end my query, control enter, and you can see yes, this is my employees data. Now, how many employees are in each office code? If I want to find how many employees are there into the table, I can simply do something called as count over here. So if I am going to use something as count over here, this is just going to show me what are the total number of employees in that entire table, which means total number of records or rows. So here you can see how many total employees are there with me, 23. So this is just all the row and entire table ka count. It is not showing me office code wise count or the department wise count or the office code related analysis. It is just showing me the overall count of the employees. Now many people will have this question. What is the meaning of count star? Why I am writing count star? Now count is such an aggregated function which is counting the number of records, counting the number of rows which you have given. It is not doing any calculation such as summing them, creating an average, finding the minimum, finding the maximum. No, nothing like that. You pass an n number of data and it is going to show you just the count with respect to number of rows, number of records which are being observed within the data. Null values will not be counted. That is, empty cells would not be counted into my data. So when I am doing count star, the star over here depicts all the records. So it is counting all the records from the table. So when it is counting all the records from the table, I got that there are total 23 records which I can observe. So this is just the total count of the number of employees. I didn't get the answer to the question which I am expected to get. That is, how many employees are there in each office code. So as per the question, if I want to find out how many data are there in each office code, that is, I'm going to summarize my 23 rows into some quick analysis, quick understanding, so that it becomes very easy and efficient for me to generate an records or generate a result set, which could be helpful for the analysis purpose. So here if you can see, select count star from employees, it is for entire rows. I want to find out for each office code, which means I want to create records or I want to generate groups of office code in order to find out the how many, that is nothing but the count. So for this, what are we going to do is, we will start with what? Select. Now as I have said, make sure that you are not using anything in the select outcome as such before you mention anything in the group by, because it will help you to lower down the confusion that what should be written in select. So let me first open this table. So this is what the table is about. And what are we going to do? Find how many employees are there in each office code. So I want to create groups of what? Office code. So I do select from where I am selecting this data. I am selecting this data from employees table. Now you can see there is going to be an error at this position. Yes. Why? Because nothing is being there available into the select. Now do you think so I need to use where clause over here? No specific filtering is being asked. No filtering element is being asked. So no need to write where clause. Now directly I'll jump up with the conclusion of what? Group the data. Now I'm asking to group the data. But group the data by what? Means on what basis you want to create the groups. I want to create the groups on the basis of office code. as shown in the question, as observed or as mentioned in the question, that I want to create what? Groups of office code. Now, if I do this, many people I have seen this mistakes happening. They do this and they execute the query. You can see an error. Expression 1, select list is not in group by clause. What does it mean? The columns in the select and the columns in your group by are not being matched. And that's the reason why the result is showing an error. Why? Because it is not the actual row, it is a grouped data. So all the records would not be shown, only specific records could be shown, or specific rows criteria could be shown as per your condition. So I cannot use star over here and I'll use something called as office code. So here you can see in the outcome it is going to only show office codes. If I run this, it is going to show us unique office codes. You can see the unique office code is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. So these are the unique office codes. But as per the question, they are still asking me how many. Means I want to calculate this group data or this grouped value. So many people also do this mistake that they will write something as count over here. You can see there is still an syntax error which is observed. Just a second. So there is still a syntax error, invalid use of group function. Now group function is nothing but this aggregated function such as count. Why? Because it is taking multiple data and giving one result set. This is not how it will be used in order to solve my question. So whatever you want in the outcome, this is creating groups. Whatever you want in the outcome to be shown as a result set will be written with select. And in select, let's say I write count and I can write star where it counts all the rows in that table. And I do control enter. Let me close this. You can see in office code number 1, how many count of employees are there? 6. Office code number 2, 2, 3, 2. Office code number 4, 5, 5 by 2, 6 office code has 4 and 7 office code has 2. That is, these are the number of employees available in each office code. I can do star or I can do, let's say, office code. Any column is fine over here with respect to count. But it is only applicable for the count as an operation. If you are doing sum, min, max, average and so on, you have to implement a specific nature of data in order to find out the count, min, max and so on. So this was a simplistic question which we had tried to solve over here with respect to the group by part. Now let's observe the next question which we have. How much was the total amount generated by each order number? Which means how much was the total amount being spent by each order number. Now, as per the question, how much was the total amount? Which means how much spend has been paid or has been made, or how much spend is being calculated over here. So, how much was the total amount generated by each order number? Which means I want to see this analysis on the basis of each order number. Let's see where I can get this data. So I have select star from payments. I know in the payments as a data, I would be having customer number, check number, payment date, amount. Now amount is there, but there is no order number observed over here. So this is wrong. Now if I do select star from, obviously we had something called as orders as a table. Here you can see order number hai, fine. I want to create groups of order number, fine. Order date, required date, ship date, status, comments and customer number. There is nothing related to amount over here. You think so there is something related to amount? No. So here this also is not an important table. What I can do is I'll do select star from what? From order details. Let's see if this table helps me to permit something. There is order number. Yes, I can generate groups on the basis of order number, and I can see 10100. He has a buyed or bought some purchases multiple number of times. If you can see 10101. So there have been accessing or there have been records for one particular order number multiple number of times. Now he might have ordered 10 products in a day. So each product is having the same order number, but the product code, the product description, as well as the quantities and price is what different. So order details way we have order number, we have quantity, we have price each. We can create a total amount table. As we know, if I am going to buy a book for an example and the book is costing me 30 rupees, I am going to buy 5 books. So what is going to be the cost? Now each book is costing me 30 rupees. 5 books would be bought, that is 5 into 30, which is there. So it is going to show me some results, that is nothing but 150. So how much price I am going to spend to the shopkeeper is nothing but 150 rupees. So similarly, I have quantity ordered that for one particular product code, 30 quantities were ordered and each were of price 136 rupees, which means I want to find out the total amount over here. Can I calculate it? Can I create a new column? Yes, I can. So how I would do it? I'll write select. Let's do step by step. So select from order details. Now no need to write where and anything. So here, instead of group by, let's see first can I create that column. So select, and what I will say, quantity order into price each. So this is a calculation which I wanted to do into quantity ordered into price each. So here when I execute it, you can see 4080. If you have 136 and you multiply it by 30, you are going to get that value. That is quantity ordered into price each. Now I want to find out group of data where it shows me total amount generated by each order number, which means I want to create groups of what? Groups of order number. So I write group by what? Group by order number. So here you can see it is going to show me error. Why there is an error? Select has list is not in group by clause and contains certain non-aggregated column, which means the select statement and the group by statements are not matching. The columns which I used in select statement and group by statement is not matching. So what I have to do is I have to write something called as order number, which is there. When I still do, it is going to show me what? Error. Why? Why there is an error? Unknown column order number. Let's say here you can see control enter. You can see select list is not in group by clause, which means whatever I have written in group by, is it a part of my select? No. So I'll write just a second. Order number. So select list is not in group by clause. It is asking that this should also be there into my group by clause. But this is what will be used for my calculation. So instead of writing in group by clause, I'll write something called as sum. That is, it is going to give me total sales. Just a second. No need to write this, quantity ordered and price each. So here you can see on the basis of each order number, the total amount of quantity ordered and price each is being summed up. So this is how a group by is being written, where we don't had a column initially, we have created it and used for my summarization. But now if you can see, the name of this column looks very big, sum, quantity ordered into price each. So let me give a temporary name and also talk upon one of the concept known as alias or alias. Now what is this? When you have a data name and you want to use it n number of times, and your data name is big or complex, or let's say it's complicated to pronounce or use it n number of times. So what I can do is I can give an alias name or alias name. Alias name is nothing but a temporary name, or also I can call it as nickname in terms of human languages, or pet names in terms of human languages. That is, instead of calling this bigger value or the bigger element, use as. Means as what? You are trying to keep this column as total amount. Now I'll write total amount, and when I execute it, so here you can see instead of finding some quantity ordered into price each, it is going to show me total amount over here. So as per the second question, we were able to solve how much was the total amount. Here you can see how much was the total amount by each order number. Means on the basis of order number, the groups are being created and the result set is being shown. So this was the second question and the implementation of my group by clause. Now let's see and observe how do we resolve the third question over here. Find out minimum quantities in stock for each product line. So the aggregated function which I want to use over here is nothing but minimum. Means it will take list of elements and it will find out one minimum value. As I've said, aggregated function is nothing but it takes n number of values and give one result set. This is primarily required for our grouped outcome. Now find out the minimum quantities in each stock for each product line. So I have to first observe that which table I should use. Select star from where? From product lines. I utilize this, and you can see in the product lines, it is not having anything related to quantities in stock. So this table is something which I would not be using. Now I'll write select star from, let's say, products. There is some related table very similar to product line, is nothing but products. Now you can see, find out minimum quantity in stock. Do I have quantity in stock as a column? Yes, as you can see over here. Yes, we do have quantity in stock as a column for each product line, which means I want to find out the minimum quantity for each product line. If you can see motorcycles, classic cars, trucks and buses and so on. So for all of them, I want to find out minimum quantity in stock for each category which we have. So in order to do it, as I've said, you will start with select but not write anything as such. You will mention like from. The data is being gathered from which table? From the products table. Now, is there any where condition? Are they asking me to filter out the rows before proceeding further in terms of creating groups? No. So select from products where not required, and let's say I write something called as group by. Now, whose groups we want to create? Which groups you want to create, or which as a summarized outcome? As per the question, it wants to understand minimum quantity in stock on the basis of each product line. So here the group should be created on the basis of, which means by product line. So I will write something called as product line over here. Now, as I have said, how do we decide what comes in select? The column which is written in group by, the same column should be a part of my select. Product line, which is there. When I execute, you can see it is showing me unique product line. So these are the groups which are being created. Now with that group, what I want to summarize as an outcome? I want to summarize the outcome as minimum. I want to summarize the outcome as minimum. Minimum of what? Minimum of quantity in stock. So when you're using minimum, you have to be careful that you have to use a specific column. Count can accept any column which is there, but min, max, average needs a specific column to gather a particular result set. So when I execute it, you can see classic cars, the minimum quantity in stock is 68. Motorcycle is 15. Planes is 551. Ships, trains and many more if you can see. So this is how it is there. Now if you want to change this name and add a temporary name to it, as discussed, we have something called as alias or aliasing, which will just give a temporary name or a token name, I can say. So instead of calling the big name of the data, big column name, or calling the column name again and again, I could use something called as token name to simplify your process. So let's say I write as minimum quantity. Now if you can see, the minimum quantity which I want to store over here is not in the format which is supposed to be there. Many people say that minimum underscore quantity. If you write, then it is going to be what? Fruitful. But I want a space into that column name. How should I adjust the space? So here you have to go over here and you can use normal quotes, but it's not suggested. You have to use something called as back quotes, which are just beside your escape statement or escape key, which is there. So I'll press this and you can see the back quote is being added and adjusted. I'll press this again. So here if you can see, this is how the value or the element is adjusted over there. When I do control enter, you can see instead of showing quantity ordered and so on, it is going to show me minimum quantity into my data or into my records with respect to the products. So this is what we have observed with respect to product line table, and this is the question which we had tried to solve. Now, as we are observing each question one by one, let's try to solve the next question. What was the average payment done by each customer? As I guess now as we have solved 2 or 3 questions, many of you have got a hint or have got a clue that how this approach should be taken care of. So first of all, as I've said, what we do, we first see which table is eligible for this analysis. So let's start from customer. Here you can see there is no customer table. So let's say something as customers. So here you can see customers as a table is available. Customer number, name, contact, last name, first name, address and all is being possibly available. What do you find? Average payment. Do you think so? Is there anything related to payment? No. Credit limit is also there, but it's not related to payment as such. So what was the average payment done by each customer? This place, or let's say this table, is being ruled out. So I have something called as select star from, let's say, which table do you think so? It will have something related to that. Let's talk upon payments as a table. Because average payment, why I got a hint that let's observe the payment table? Because average payment is something which is written into my data or my question. So what is required? That I want to find out average payment of each customer ID or each customer number. So what I will do is I'll write select from where? From payments, which is there, and I will create what? Group by. So groups would be created. Groups of what? Groups of customer number. So as I've said you, the column which you mentioned in group by, the same column should be part of my select statement. So here if you can see, when I write this, the error is gone. At least one column to be mentioned. If not column, star to be mentioned. So select customer number from payments, group by customer number. So when it does, it is just formulating groups of all the customers which are there. Now, it is required to add some element over here. Here the element over here is nothing but average payment. So I'll write average. Average what? Payments, but instead of payment, I guess there is a column name as amount. So 103 on an average is spending this much. 112, 1114, 119, 121, 124 and so on. So customer numbers, different customer numbers are trying to fetch the group wise data for the same in my aggregated functions, with the help of my aggregated functions in my group by clause. So I hope you understood the third question which we tried to solve over here. I guess this is not the third question. This is the fourth question. So I think you all have got a hint. Now, how many orders belong to each order status? Which means when you have order status into your data, how many do you think so will be belonging to each order status? Let's find out that. So first of all, what we will do? First of all, we will go to the table from where it would be extracted. Select star from where? From, let's say, orders table, quantity ordered, order date, required date, ship date. And can you see the status of payment? That is nothing but shipped, unshipped, shipped, unshipped and so on. So what I am going to do is, how many orders belong to each order status? Select star from orders. Now you can write it in one line, multiple line as well. Now I'll write what? Group by. Group by what? Group by status. Now the column which is mentioned in group by, the same column should be part of my select. That's what it is said. And what do I want to find? How many orders, which means definitely I require something called as count. So here you can see most of the orders were belonging to the category of shipped, then resolved, then cancelled, then on hold, then disputed, and then there is in process. So these are the 5 categories. On the basis of that, the outcome would be generated. So how many orders belong to each order status? This is what we have seen. Now imagine that when I open this data, of orders, and someone is asking me, okay, find out or consider only those records where the comments are not null. So I have that. So consider only those records for my group by where it doesn't have any null. So if I want to implement a where condition, I'll write over here. That's nothing but where. Where what? Where comments. The comments is not null. When the comments is not null, that area would be considered in order to find out the value. So here, if you see shipped data from 303 records, it has shifted to 62. Resolved were 4, cancelled became 6, on hold 4, disputed 3, and in process became what? 6. So here, if you can see, select status code count from orders where comments is not null. So here the records are being filtered first on the basis of where clause, and then the group by approach has been created or has been converted over here. I can give a licensing name over here as well with respect to what name should be given to my column name, which is created by an aggregated function. So there are 2 more questions left with us in order to understand how does a group by works. But I hope you are getting it. What is the purpose of group by and how the outcome would be generated. Whatever outcome we have seen, it's not specifically related to any table which you see in the daily life. So what was the maximum quantity ordered by each order number? Which means you want to find out max quantity. So how you will do it? First, let me go select star from orders. When I do this, it is not having anything related to quantity in stock. So let me go and check it in order details. Yes, you can see quantity ordered is being shown, and this is what the number of order number is repeated n number of times. I want to aggregate it and show it at once. So what I want, I'll write select, nothing to write in from in the column name. Later on we'll write from where you want to showcase. Let's say this data is belonging to order details, and I want to create what? Groups. Group by what? Order number. So on the basis of order number, the groups would be created. Now the query still looks incomplete. Why? Because the column which you have written in group by, the same column comes into why? Select. So I'll write order number, which is there, comma, order number. Now with respect to this order number, what are we going to do is maximum quantity. Sorry, maximum of maximum of quantity order. Let me see the table. Just a second. Quantity ordered. I want to find out the maximum for the same. The quantity ordered as, let's say, I want to give it as max quantity. Okay, the spelling over here is wrong. Order details. And here you can see what is the maximum quantity ordered by each order number is being showcased over here. Now I hope you understood till now whatever queries which we have written. Now here comes the last query, and let's try to group the data on the basis of multiple grouping criteria or multiple groups as well. So find out how many orders were placed in each order in each year, which means the question is how many orders were being placed in each year. I will have select star from orders as a table because I know as per the question there is relevancy. Now find out how many, that is count, orders table were picked were placed in each year, which means year wise analysis is something which I want to find. But is there any year column? It doesn't seems to be there, but date column is there. Can I try to extract year from the date so that it will be very easy for my analysis? So how do we extract date? Now the format of date in MySQL needs to be Y, that is 4Y, MM and DD. So the format over here needs to be YY, MM and DD. This is a format for date in Excel. So date in SQL is in this format. So when there is date available to me, the order date, how will I be able to extract year? Now let's see, I'll be showing the use of another types of function known as scalar function. Now there are two types of function. There is aggregated function which will run the logic on all the records and it will give me one outcome. Scalar function, that is, it runs the logic on each record and each record wise the outcome is being thrown. That means for each row the outcome would be gathered. So select what? Select star from orders which we have seen here. Now I'll write select, and if I do order date, now let's go as per the plan here. From where? From orders, group by what? I want to find out the group of order date. Let's say the same element would come over here. When I execute this, each date is a unique date and each date group is being created over here. Now the order date could not be helpful. Can I try to extract year from the order date and then use it for my analysis? So if I want to find out year from a particular date, now needs to check that the column which you are using is a date related column. So here, select tab, and in this here, let's say I write something called as order date. So here you can see there was an order date and year order date. It is extracting or it is giving outcome as the only year which is being available in the order date. So only years are being given. So can I create group by on the same, that is year order date? Yes, I could. Why? Because multiple 2003 elements are there. Let's create and combine all of them in one group. So order date is something which is not required, and I can give alias as years, something over here. So instead of writing order date over here, I can use the alias name. Now alias names could be used very effectively into your group by clause. So here you can see the years. There were 3 years data, 2003, 2004 and 2005. So 3 years ka group data is what it is being shown. Now what I wanted to do is year wise the count. Now if someone wants months to be extracted with years as well, you have something called as month. Now month will give me 1, 2, 3, 4 and month name will give me the name of the month. Let's say I consider month name and I do order date as let's say months, which is there. Now the column which is written in select should also be a part of what? Group by. So months, you can see when I execute it, it is extracting the year, it is extracting what? The months. But year and month total sale is something which are required. So what I will do is, in this, I'll find out what? Sorry, it requires what? Count. So I'll do count. I can write star or I can write a particular column name. Remember that count is the only function where it supports star. So this is being given, and when you execute the code, you can see 2003 January, May, there were 5 counts, means 5 orders were placed. 2003 May, February, May, how many orders were placed? 3. 2003 May, March, May, 6 orders were placed. So this is how the trend of the data looks like for us. So here we are able to gather what? Year and month, and both of them are being used in terms of creating groups. So it's not always that you will create group on the basis of one column. You can also create groups on the basis of multiple criteria, multiple conditions. As we have in our example, which was there. So as we have this data, you can see if I want to find out what is an average age with respect to department and the gender. So if that is the condition, I need to extract the data over here. I need to create groups. So first, let's say if I write gender, I write select from which table it is, from the employees table. And I write what? Group by. Group by what? First I want to group by on the basis of gender and then group by on the basis of department. So the same element will go in my select, that is nothing but gender and nothing but department. And what do I want of it? Let's say average salary, average age. So average of what? Let's say age is what is going to be considered over here. So first it will create what? Male group and female group. First it is going to create what? Male group and female group. So first it is going to create male and female group. Now in this male group, here you can see first the column is what? Gender. Now there is something called as department. So in the male, whatever were the unique elements, that will be what? Group, and that would be updated. So first it goes in male and it goes in department. Let's say HR. Male with HR is 1. Male with HR, let's say male with HR is 2. Then it's not only male with HR, but male with IT, male with this, male with that, and so on. First we are seeing male with HR 3. And there are females in HR. So 3 records hai. So whatever your salaries are, what it will do is it will summarize it. So whatever your salaries are, it will try to summarize it. So whatever your ages are, not the salary, it is going to summarize it. So whatever your ages are, this. So male with HR, male with IT, male with admin, males with sales. Then how the group would be created? Let's say male, and then there will be female. So let me show the outcome. How does it looks like? So if I show you how does the outcome looks like. So first it is going to create what? Gender as a column. Now gender as a column has 2 elements. The first element is nothing but male and the second element over here is nothing but female. So the first group which is created over here is on the basis of gender, male and female. The second group which we have is nothing but what? The department name. So in that male as a group, what is the category of HR, IT, sales, and then we talk upon what? Admin. So similarly in female, what is HR, IT, sales, and then comes what? Admin. So then comes what? Admin. Now these groups will be created in this manner. And here you can see, not sales, the age, the average age would be considered. So male with HR, whatever the records are, the age would be there. Male with IT, male with sales, and male with admin. So here what did I do? I created groups of data, and on the basis of groups, I tried to find out some summarized outcome with respect to one or more columns which are there into my result set. So this is how we can do it. It's here you can see this is how 2003 and month-wise analysis are being observed. So as count is being mentioned, you can also write min, max as multiple calculations for the result sets which are there. One thing to remember, that is whatever records we do use to filter out with the help of where clause is known as a row wise filtration, where each row would be filtered and each record will be shown in the outcome. Whatever result set we generate with the group by, it is known as nothing but a grouped data or a grouped outcome. It's not your actual table. When you use where clause, you'll get your actual table records. This is an aggregated table which is created, or also called as a group table which is created. So this is not your actual set of information. It is just created by the query purpose which is there. But when you use where, it's an actual set of table information on where it will be executing and showing us some result sets which are there. So this is what we have understood with respect to group by as a clause, and this is how we can solve certain questions with respect to group by in order to summarize the data, in order to get certain approaches, and in order to create report generation as well. So a quick summary approach of my data could be easily created or easily generated with the help of group by clause. So I hope it is understandable.
So, as we have discussed about the rest of the clauses, which was a where clause, a having clause, and a group by clause, which was helping us to generate a result set as per the requirement, as per the data need. Now, there is one more clause which is used in order to arrange the data. Now, what is the meaning of arrangement? Now, the arrangement meaning is sorting. Now, the data could be in shuffled order, and I want to sort it in an appropriate manner. It could be alphabetical, it could be ascending, it could be descending, and so on. So, with respect to sorting, let's see that how we would be able to sort our data or arrange our data which is required in terms of our better analysis. So, the next clause which we are going to study over here is nothing but order by. Now, as the name suggests, as the name has, order, that is nothing but arrange. By what element or by what column you want to order the data or arrange the data or sort the data accordingly. So when I talk upon order by as a clause, order by clause is used to sort. The meaning of sorting is nothing but arranging. Sorts the data either into ascending order. So either it sorts the data in ascending order or into a descending order, which is there. So order by as a clause is used to sort the data either in ascending or in descending manner. But what if I don't write any condition that I want to do ascending or I want to do descending? For that, order by sorts the data by default in ascending order, which means that the by default order of sorting the data is nothing but ascending order. So by default, it sorts in ascending order. Now, this is the use case of order by, that is, it is used to sort out the data, arrange the data either ascending way or in the descending way. Now, in order to do ascending, we have keywords which are used known as ASC. In order to do descending, we have keywords such as DESC. So, if you want to sort it in ascending manner, you can write ASC, and if you want to sort it in descending manner, you can write DESC. So, if we see with an example, what will be the syntax for the same? So, if I want to discuss about the syntax of an order by. Now, in the syntactical manner, it is always going to start with select as such. Now, from would be coming apart, and then it would have a table name. That's there. But if you have a where clause, which means filtering the rows on the basis of criteria, a where clause would be used. But I am writing it in a square bracket, which means it's not mandatory to write a where clause before use case of an order by clause. So it's not mandatory as such. You can also have group by, but same, that it is also not mandatory. In order to group the results, you should always have a group by mention. In order to sort the results, you should always have group by mention. So group by, the columns which will be used is not mandatory as such. Same goes with having, that even without having an group condition which you want to filter it out, even if that is not there, it's fine that you can use a order by clause. And when do we write an order by statement? After all of them. So you will write order by over here after this. Now order by on the basis of what? Column 1. Now with this column 1 you mention, do you want to sort it in ascending order or do you want to sort it in descending order? So it's not only one column base you can do ordering, you can also sort the data on the basis of another column, that is column 2, ascending or descending. You can mention as such, and you can sort the data on the basis of multiple columns again. Now this is how order by works, and this is how order by is written. If anyone asks you to sort, if anyone is asking you that you should sort the data on the basis of their name, and the name should be alphabetically arranged, which means if you can see the names which are being given of those employees, the names are arranged on the basis of employee ID being arranged in an ascending order. But as per the questions, they want name to be there in ascending order, that is in alphabetical order, A to Z. Descending is reverse alphabetical order, that is nothing but Z to A. So as per the question, name needs to be sorted in ascending order, that is in alphabetical order. So in order to get that, what I am going to do is select star. Now here I can write column names or I can write stars. So here column names or column list. So select star from where are we selecting this table name? As employee. Now no one has said that I have to filter out the rows, no one has said that I have to group the data, no one has mentioned that I have to use having clause over here. Then what I am going to do is I am going to use order by. Now order by what? I want to sort the data on the basis of name. That is ordering the data on the basis of name. And if I don't write anything, any ordering condition, it by default orders the data on the basis of ascending order. But if I write an ordering condition, it will be a specification that I am sorting the data on the basis of ascending order. So as I wanted to sort the names in alphabetical order, I have written A to Z, that is in ascending order. So when this query proceeds, all the names would be sorted in alphabetical order with respect to their other records or the other set of information. It's not like only the name would be sorted in alphabetical order, but the rest of the values for that particular cell will also shift its position. So that is an order by clause. Now very similar to order by clause, we can sort the data. But what if I want to sort the data and just limit the result set? Now what is the meaning of limiting the result set? As the name suggests, limit means be specific, or you want a limited set of information to be shown. So there is one more approach or one more clause which is used known as limit. One more clause, one more approach which is used is known as what? A limit. Now when I discuss and talk upon something called as limit, now limit as a clause is used to get limited rows in output from the result set. Which means whatever results I have gathered, if I want to get only the limited rows or the limited set of records, I will use something called as limit. Now limit is always executed at the end of whatever is the queries which you write. Let's say you want to use where, having, group by, order by, all is being used. So limit will always come at the end. And you need to mention how many limited set of records do you want.
So limit n. N means how many records do you want? Do you want 4, you want 5, you want 10, you want 15, you want 100? How many records do you want? So you can limit your result set to limited set of records with the help of limit. Now imagine I want only the 5 employees as per the alphabetical order. So here I can use something called as limit. Here I can use something called as limit and I can write a value as 5. So what it will do, it will show all the 5 rows, only the 5 rows, not all the rows. It will show only the 5 rows arranged alphabetically with respect to their names, that is A to Z. So this is how the order by and limit could be taken care of, and this is how it will be helpful for us in terms of analysis. Let's try to practically observe that how does those will help us to generate the result set. So if I go over here, if I want to talk upon order by, now as the name suggests order by, it is used to sort the columns. Now obviously columns would be sorted, so it is used to sort the columns or set of columns to showcase, to show an ordered arrangement or an ordered outcome, and that ordered outcome can be either ascending or it could be a descending order. It is by default sorting the data on the basis of ascending order. If you want to mention it that you have to do a descending order, you have to mention a keyword known as DESC. So this is what a simplistic meaning of order by clause is. Now similar or after order by clause, if I want to use some other clause to get a similar or a limited set of record sets, for that I will use something called as limit. Now what is the meaning of limit? Limit will help me to limit or restrict the number of rows which I want in the result set or which I want in the outcome. Let's say I want only 5 records, I want only 2 records, if I want 10 records as such. So limit will help me to be limited to that particular set of records. So if I go and observe the syntax for the same, you can see select the column list from the table list and where is mentioned in square bracket, which means it's not mandatory here. Group by, having, here you can see, and order by and limit. This I have not mentioned in my square brackets because I want to use it and showcase to you. Now even without an order by available, limit can execute. Let's try to observe over here that how we will generate the result set. So if you can see, I have few questions. Now the very first question is sort the names of the customers alphabetically. Now someone is telling you that go to the customers table and sort the names alphabetically, as we saw the question which was shown in the sheet which I shared with you on the whiteboard. So what it is asking, first it is asking me to go to customers table. So let me go to customers table first, and whenever you want to know how the query proceeds, do step by step. So first observe which table would be used. So select star from customers. If I select this, you can see it is showing me the customers table. What is the query? Sort the names of the customer. Do I have a customer name? Yes. So I want to sort the names in which order? Alphabetical order. Now alphabetical order is nothing but A to Z. It is also known as ascending order in my textual data. So how will I do it? I'll write from. I cannot write from over here. So no need of from. I'll write something called as order by. As the name suggests, order by means arrange by. Arrange by what column? I want to arrange the data on the basis of customer name. So customer name is there. Have I mentioned anything over here? I didn't mention that I want to do ascending. I didn't mention I want to do descending. So if I just execute the query, you can see the names of the customer. In the result set, they have been sorted. In which order? In an alphabetical order, which was required. So an alphabetical order of the data has been arranged. But if you want to mention and showcase that this is happening ascending way, so you have to write a keyword known as ASC. That is nothing but ascending order. So this is how we can see a group by can help. And there is no such requirement that where having Now we have seen how does an order by works. Now there is no such requirement that you should have where, having, group by available, so that order by will execute accordingly. Now as per the next question, let's try to see how does we solve this question and how do we get the results. Find out the total quantity in stock for each product line, which means how many quantities I have in each product line, and sort the data on the basis of total quantities in descending order. Now, if you see this question seems to be confusing, but no need to worry. Let's try to break down this question and understand that how we can be able to solve this out. First, let's see the first section. Find out the total quantity in stock, which means I want to find total quantity in stock. That is an outcome which I want for each product line, which means for each product line, I want that. Let's solve this first question before and then let's try to solve the next question after that. So if I write select star from product lines, because I don't know which table would be used. According to the question I see, or it seems that product lines as a table could be helpful. So select star from product line if you see. Now I don't want this product line as a table because product line is not having quantity in stock. So which one would have products? So here you can see there is a product name, there is a product line, there is product scale, vendor, description, and then there is quantity in stock. What I want to do, I want to find total quantity in stock, which means I want to sum up all the quantities available for that particular product line. First of all, I need to create what? I need to create groups of each product, which means if you see for an example, motorcycles. So all the motorcycles related data, I want it to be grouped together and used in order to find out the total quantities. So I would be requiring that I would be creating groups. Creating groups of what? Creating groups of product line. Now, as you know that if I execute this query, it is going to give me an error. And what would be the error? Select list is not in group by, which means you have written all the columns in group by, you have mentioned only once. So the column which group you create, the same column would be used into your select. That is nothing but product line. So here you can see I do product line, and when I execute, so all the product line details is there. So the groups of product line is created. So each product line sorted is done. I want to find out total quantity in stock. So I will write it in what? Of this group, what do I want in the result set? That is total quantity in stock. Total quantity is nothing but sum. Quantity in stock, and I can write as what? Total quantity. This is what I'll write, and when I execute it, you can see it is showing you total quantities in stock which is available for us. Now the first part of the question is solved, that find out the total quantity in stock for each product line. So you can see for each product line the quantities are being summed up. What I want to do later is and sort the data, which means the sorting needs to be done. Now no one has mentioned that when you sort the data, it should always be on the basis of a column of a table. You can also sort the grouped data, that is a group by result set. So if I want to sort the data based on total quantities and that too in descending order, what I would write? I would be mentioning order by what? Order by the total quantity. I can write the column name, but as I've used alias or aliasing, I can write something like this. Now, if I mention this and I execute the query, as I've said, order by and the column name, some or the other operation it is going to do. So when I execute it, you can see it is sorting the data, but not on the basis of descending order. It is sorting the data on the basis of ascending order. I want to sort it in descending order. I would mention as D, E, S and C. You can see all the quantities are being sorted in the descending ordered manner. And for each product line, this is being observed. So here you can see that the quantities are being sorted in descending order, and this is how we can resolve the question, and this is how we can generate the results. You can see that this is the question which we tried to solve. Now let's try to solve the next one, and then let's try to implement the limit as a part over here. Now if you see in the question, sort the order date from newest to oldest. Now what is the meaning of that, and what kind of sorting is required over here? Now if you talk upon text, let's say names, addresses, emails and so on, this is the textual information which we have. And when I say that sort it alphabetically, they say that A to Z and Z. And when I say reverse alphabetic, that is descending order, it will be Z to A. When I talk upon numbers, now numbers means smallest to largest is my ascending order and largest to smallest is my descending order. But when I talk upon dates, now dates being one of the format of data, and that could also be sorted. Now when I talk upon newest to oldest, which means I am going from a current date to a previous date. Now current date is obviously going to be greater and previous date is going to be lesser, which means greater to smaller. That is a descending order. So with respect to dates, you have to always remember two factors when it is oldest to newest, which means older date or the previous date to the today's date or the recent one. So older to newer is an ascending order, that is smallest to largest. Now when you do newest to oldest, that is recent to oldest, it is a descending order. So as per the question, sort the order date from newest to oldest, that is the recent to the old one, that is in descending order which is being asked. For the shipment status of products which are shipped, now it needs not to sort the data for all of them, only for a specific one. So let's try to see how it will be helping. So sort the order date from newest to oldest for the shipment status. So first let me see that which table would be used. So select star from, as per the question, let's try to observe the orders table. So if I go in orders table, you can see orders table details is there, and then there is an order date which I can use to sort. There is a status and they want only the shipment status data to be sorted. The shipped status data to be sorted. So first what I can do is, after this I can write something called as where. Now where I will mention status. Status is equals to what? Is equals to shipped. So it is not going to take, or it is not going to sort for all of them. It is going to sort for only those where the status is what? Shipped. And then it is going to do what? Order by. Order by what? Order by the order date. And when it is called as newest to oldest, which is mean current to past one or the older one, you are going to do which one? A descending order over here. And when I execute it, you can see that the date which is being given is what? A recent one to the oldest one, that is the newest to oldest date which is being mentioned. So this is how you can sort the data with respect to date as a factor, and using a where clause in between before the order by clause is being used. Now if I want to discuss that sort the titles. Now it's not always that I will sort the data only on the basis of one column. I can sort the data on the basis of two columns as well. Let's see how those sorting will be helpful for us. So sort the job titles for employees in ascending order, which means I want to go in employees table and I want to sort their titles in ascending order, and their names in descending order, which means respective to that title I want to sort their names. So how will I do it is sort, select star from, as it is talking about going to the employees table, So employees, and you can see this is an employees table which I have. Now what is the ask of the question is you want to sort the titles on the basis of ascending order or alphabetical order. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to do order by what? Order by the job title. Now if I write job title and I don't mention anything, anyhow it is going to be sorted in ascending order. So when I execute this, you can see this is a result set which I have gathered. Now first sort by the job title and then by the names or by their names, and those names should also be in ascending or in descending order. So I can mention ASC for a safer side in order to be known that this is what I have used, comma. Now you can see that I want to sort the name. So I will write what? First name. And how do I want to sort it? To sort the job titles for employees in ascending order and their names in descending order. So how will I want to do this? Descending order. And when I execute it, you can see that the data has been sorted first on the basis of the job titles and then on the basis of what? Their first name. So here if you can see, president as a title was only one available, so the name is what it is. Sales manager as a title is one available, so the name is there it is. Sales manager with different category and sales manager with different. You can see it's one it is. Sales representative. This part has repeated n number of times. So what it is doing, it is trying to find out those data belonging to the first sales representative when it is being sorted, and those data would be sorted in which order? In descending order. If there is one value, like president is 1, then there is no need of sorting the next part in descending. But when the job titles are repeatedly there, then you can see that the first names are being sorted. So here you can see it's starting from Y, T, S and so on. So the first name has been sorted in what? In a descending order. So this is how it's not always said that you will sort the data only on the basis of one column. You can also sort the data on the basis of multiple columns. So this was all about sorting. What if I want to limit the result set to only 2 rows? So if someone is asking me to result this limit or to skip or be a limited approach where the number of records shown in the output is 2. So you can write what? 2. Let's say the number of record needs to be there in the output is 10. So you can write limit what? 10. So only those 10 rows which are being gathered from the above query are being shown. So limit will not give us all the rows which are there. If you can see, there are n number of rows, but limit is only going to give me specific set of rows. So limit, let's say 15, so it is only going to give me 15 set of rows over here. So this is how limit could be helpful. Now imagine. So this is the data. Now someone wants to be extracting the fourth column or the fourth row, not the column. Someone wants to extract the fourth record or the fourth row as per the matching condition. How it would be helpful? That is, you will write limit. Now if I write limit 4, it is going to show me the fourth row, which is 1143, Bo, Anthony, and these are the details of that particular employee. Now I don't want all the first 3 rows, I just want only the fourth row. So in order to do it, we have something called as offset, which is used. Now I will write limit 1, which means I want the limited outcome as 1, that is the fourth row. By offsetting, now what is the meaning of offset? Offset is skip. By skipping the first 3. So when you do limit 4, the result what you are trying to get, the same result, what it is going to do, it is going to show you only this, that is limit 1 after offsetting what? 3, that is the first 3 rows. So when I do this, you can see the name which we have gathered is being extracted. So if someone wants to use offset with your limit, what it is going to do, offset is about to skip certain elements which you want. So here ultimately it is limit 4 only, but it is going to limited one outcome by offsetting, that is skipping the first 3 elements. So this is also how you can use and utilize something called as limit into your query in order to generate the results. So this was all about order by and limit as a clause in terms of writing the queries and in terms of generating the outcome or the result set for the same. So I hope you have understood what we have covered today with respect to order by and limit. Now we have discussed related to where clause and group by clause, and both of them were helping me to generate some good result sets. Now let's see one step ahead, that how does another part of accessing will be helpful for me in terms of accessing the data more appropriately, more precisely according to the requirements. So the next clause which we are going to study is nothing but a having clause. Now many people think that where clause and having clause does the same thing. Why? Because both of them help us to do the filtration approach. But there is a slight difference between both of them. Let's try to understand what is that slight difference, and let's try to first understand why does a having clause is required, and then later on let's see the theoretical explanation of having clause and use it practically with us. So if you can see on my screen that I have a data. Now this is the data which we were using in terms of understanding how does clauses will help us to gather the result set. Now if I see this data, in this data if I say that find which department has more than 3 employees in them. Now as per my question, if I say the question is find which department has more than 3 employees working. So my question is find which department or which of the department has more than 3 employees working in it. Now as per my table, how will I generate this result? First of all, let's understand what is the question and what is the ask of the question. We have to go to the employees table which we have, and later on we want to see how many employees are there in each department. Let's say there are departments such as HR, admin, IT, sales. So these are the 4 departments. I want to count how many employees are there in each department and gather only those department names which has count of employees greater than 3. So if I want to do over here, if I want to filter out the data in such a way, so how will I proceed further, and what are the do's and what are the don'ts? Let's try to understand. First, let's try to find out how many employees are there with respect to each department before filtering it out. So if I go and understand how many employees are there in each department, obviously I'm going to write something called as select, because my query always starts and proceeds with select. Now I am not going to write. Now if I write star from employees as my table name, so if I write this employees which is there, it is going to give me the entire table which is there. Now if someone asks me to write a where clause, it would be where. But do I have any filtering condition over here? I do have a filtering condition. That is, the count of employees must be greater than 3. So let me try that count of employee ID, which was there, is greater than 3. If I write something like this, it is going to throw me an error. Why there is going to be an error? The error lies because one of the criteria which you all must be knowing, that is aggregated function. Aggregated functions are not used in where clause as a filtering condition. So never to use aggregated functions over here with respect to my where clause so that I can filter out the results. So here count employee ID greater than 3. If I write query like this, it is not going to generate a proper result set for me. So this approach is wrong. So aggregated functions could not be used in where clause. It will give me error, that is invalid use of group function. Now this is one thing which I said. Let me then remove this and let me try it out at what I can do. Then instead of where, I proceed with what? Group by. Because group by will give me groups and the group based summarized outcome. So my group would be of a department and I want to find out the count. So let me say that I want to create groups on the basis of what? Department. So here I have created group on the basis of department. Now as I have said in the last part that if you are creating groups of department, the part you write in group by, the same part is going to be in your select. So I am going to write department over here as well. And what I want as a summarized outcome of that department, that is nothing but count. So let me write count and employee ID. So this is what I have written. So if I generate this result, what I am going to get? My query is going to go into my data and it is going to create groups on the basis of department. So department is one column which will be generated and count of employee ID is something which will be generated later. What I want that on the basis of each department, I want a summarized count. Now which one is the department? Let's say admin. Then I go with IT. I go with HR and then we have something called as sales. So admin as a group 1, 2, 3 and 4. So the count of admin is nothing but 4. Now IT as a group 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there are 6 employees belonging to what? IT as a department. Now HR 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. So there are 6 employees again belonging to which department? In HR department. And then comes the sales. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 employees are belonging to which department for me? Sales department. So the result which I have gathered over here with respect to my group by is known as grouped results or a grouped data. This is a result which I have got is known as grouped data or a grouped result or also known as grouped table. And this is your normal table. This is a table. And this is nothing but a grouped data or a group table. Now, as someone said, as per the question, find which department has more than 3 employees working in it. So I got the answer that all the departments have gathered more than 3 employees working in it without implementing this condition of greater than 3 and so on. But what if instead of 3, someone said that which of the department has employees greater than 5? So how I am going to filter? This grouped results need to be filtered. That is, that will not show admin, it will not show sales, it will only show IT and HR because that is a criteria which is being satisfied. So if I want to filter out this kind of result, will I use a where clause? Let's see. So if I use a where clause over here, where I write where count, because this is what I'm going to filter, the count of employee ID greater than 3, greater than 5. If I write something like that, it is obviously going to show me what? An error. Why? Because where clause should always be implemented before the use case of group by, not after the use case of group by. So this will show a positional error or a syntax error because where could not be written after group by. And one thing to remember with where clauses, where will never filter aggregated data. So this as a condition will never be used. So where clause will never be sufficient for us in terms of working this. So what we can use in terms of getting the result set as per the query, as per the question is nothing called as having. So if I want to talk upon having clause, so what does having do? Having also filters the result set, but this result set will be filtered on the basis of grouped data, not the normal table. It is going to filter the result set for the group data or for the group table. So having, let's say I write count employee ID greater than 5. So you can see it will go to the group result created by group by and it will check admin greater than 5, no. IT greater than 5, yes. HR greater than 5, yes. Sales greater than 5, no. So it will go to the grouped data created by the group by clause and it is trying to filter it out, which your where clause would not be do. So it will try to filter out the data on the basis of aggregation functions which were not suitable in your where clause. So if I want to simply explain something called as having clause. So having clause is used. So if I want to discuss that what is in having clause. So having clause is used to filter. So it is also used to filter, very similar to where clause, but the data filtering part differs. So having clause is used to filter group data. Now I showed you what is a group data. The result which you get from a group by clause is a group data. Group data or aggregated function, or it will filter the data on the basis of aggregated functions. That is known as having clause. So it is also used to filter out, but it has criteria that the data which is used is group and it can also filter out on the basis of aggregated function in the search condition. So that is what a having clause is there. It is always supported. It is always used after your group by clause. So whenever you group the data and then you want to filter out the group results, having is something which you are going to primarily use over there. So this was a having clause theoretically, but let's try to practically implement this with the help of code and let's see how it is differing. And in that, we'll understand the syntactical way of writing a having clause even with the presence of where clause as well. That my data can have where and having both of them. And then let's understand a quick difference between both of them. If I want to go my sheet. So what is this having clause? If you can see on my screen, having clause is used to filter out the grouped or aggregated columns or aggregated outcomes which have been provided by group by clause. So whatever result I do get from the group by clause is being filtered with the help of having clause. Having clause can consider aggregated function to filter. Now as I've said that in where clause you cannot use aggregated functions such as count, min, max, sum, average. But in your having clause, you can consider aggregated functions to filter out the result sets. Now, having is always written after group by. So, whenever there is a group by and when you want to utilize a having clause, it will always be mentioned after the group by clause which is there. And if I want to showcase you with a syntactical manner, the syntax is as follows. Let's select the column name remains the same, aggregated functions because a group by result would be filter. From table name and you can see that where the search condition which is there is in square bracket and which means that it's not mandatory that you should always have a search condition in your having clause ka use case. And when I talk upon after that, if where is not there, it will implement group by and it will implement something called as having condition. So having will always come after group by. So this was a theoretical explanation and the syntactical way that how it will be represented. Let's practically solve it out with the help of some questions. So the very first question which you can see on screen is find out which product line is having minimum quantities greater than 250. Which means I want to find out which of the product lines are having minimum quantities greater than 250. So first what I have to do, I have to go and find out minimum quantities as per each product line. And then I have to filter it out on the basis of the criteria, on the basis of the condition which I have gathered. So if I want to understand that which table is having this information, I have two tables. First is products and what is product lines. Let's understand both of them. So I have product lines. And you can see this shows me product lines table, but it doesn't show how many quantities are being there over here. So we will go in another table which is very similarly could be having those result sets. So that is nothing but products. Always on the basis of question, you can find out okay which table would be used for my analysis. You can see it has product code, product name, product line, product scale, and then vendor, description, quantity in stock, buy price, and so on. So minimum quantities in stock available should be more than 250, which means those products where the minimum quantity in stock is greater than 250 quantities. So how will I do it? Let's say I'll write select star from table. And my table is nothing but what? Products. So I select this. When I execute it, it will show me the products table. Now what is the criteria? If you write, as I've said, that if you write where clause and then you write minimum, you write where clause and then you write minimum. The minimum quantities in stock is greater than 250. If I write something like this, it is going to throw me what? An error. If you can see, invalid use of group function. Now what is the meaning of invalid use of group function? Means aggregated function is used in a wrong manner. If you remember that where clause will never search data on the basis of aggregated function. So minimum quantity in stock is not going to be a filtering condition over here. So I cannot write where clause. And let me group by the data then, because as per each product line, I want to find out the minimum. That is nothing but group by. Group by what? Group by product line. So it will group the data on the basis of product line. But when I run this, it is still going to show me an error. As I said earlier, the column which you mentioned in group by, the same column should be part of your select. And you can see an error. Select list is not in group by, which means whatever I have selected is not a part of my group by. So what should I write? Product line. And it is just giving me the product lines. What I want with product lines as an outcome? The minimum quantity in stock. So I will write min quantity in stock as minimum. So if I execute this, you can see minimum quantity in stock is being available in each one of them. In classic cars, in motorcycles, in phones, in chips, in trains, and so on. So each product line minimum quantities are being gathered. So what I can do is, if you want to filter out this result, now this is not an actual table. Why it is not an actual table? Because it's not stored physically in this manner. It is something which we have generated from the query. If I want to filter out this result sets on the basis of the criteria which is mentioned, this is a grouped table. And for that, I will use something called as having. So, having clause, and in this having, instead of using the entire name such as minimum quantity in stock, I can also use minimum as an alias. So minimum as an alias, and I say minimum quantity in stock is 250. So this is what is required, and you can see not all product line information is being shared, only those product line information where the particular criteria, that is the minimum quantity in stock, should be greater than 250. So this is what we have gathered the data as per the question. I want to find those product lines which has minimum quantities ordered or in stock less than greater than 250. So this is what we have generated as a result set in the first question. Now the next question is, which order number has contributed more than 50k in terms of total amount? Which means I want to find out which order number has contributed more than 50k in terms of total amount. Let's see which one. So I'll go and select star from orders. So when I see this, there is nothing called as amount being stored over here. Now I can see for order details, and this is showing me the product code and the product ordered, the product code, quantity ordered, and price of each one of them. So as we have seen in the order details table, that the details related to quantity ordered and the price each of each order number is being given. So I want to find out how much each order number has contributed, and which order number has contributed more than 50k, that is nothing but 50,000 in terms of total amount. So first of all, I'm going to use an order details table, but I don't have a total amount as a column being created. So one thing which I need to do over here is to generate a total amount as a column and then do the task accordingly. So how will I proceed further with this way? So in order to do it, what I'm going to do is select star from order details. And as I said, that you cannot use where clause over here. So I cannot write where total amount, and total amount as a column is still not available for me. So what I am going to do over here is nothing but create So what I am going to do over here is nothing but create a total amount as a column. But before proceeding further, let me generate groups. So I will be generating groups. Groups of what? Groups of order number. So order number is what I will use in order to create group. And as you know, the column which you write in group by, the same column comes into your select. So here I will be writing order number because it will generate a group. So if I run this query, it is creating groups of each order number. If you see the data, if you see the order details table which is there, you can see 10100 is something which is repeated n number of times. A group by clause is grouping it out and giving the group. The group which is created is 10100, and it will have the rest of the records belonging to that particular number. So we have generated a group by. Now of this group, what do I want to create? At 10100 IDs, I want to find out the total amount. Now I don't know how do I find out the total amount, but I do know for total amount I have quantity ordered and price each. Let's say one quantity was costing me 100 rupees. So if two quantities will be ordered, then how much it will be costing? 2 into 100, that is 200. If I order 10 quantities, so 10 into 100 is nothing but 1000. So the same thing which is proceeding over here is I want to find out how much is the total amount. For that I have price each, which means price of each item, and how many quantities were ordered, that is nothing but quantity ordered and price each. Now this will be generated. Now still it will show us an error. Why? Because I cannot find out for individual row. As it is a group by, I want to generate a grouped outcome. That is nothing but with the help of aggregation. So I will use sum over here and sum over here. So you can see that it is generating total amount, that is quantity ordered into price each. Sum is known as total amount. As, let me write an alias name so that I don't get this bigger name over here, and let me write it out as total amount. So I've written a total amount over here. Now what do I want to do is, I have gathered total amount spent by each order number or spent on each order number. I want to find out which one or which order number is having greater than 50k. So this result which I generated with the help of group by needs to be filtered out. In order to filtering it out, I will use a total amount, that is an aggregated column created just now to filter. And I will not use where clause, as you know that where clause would not filter a group data. So I will be using something called as having clause. So having what? Total amount. I can write the aggregated column name or the alias name for the same. So total amount greater than. Now it's 50k. So it's not like you have to write 50k. It's wrong. You should write 50. K means 1000. So 3 zeros. And when I run this, you can see those order numbers or those order amounts are being shown which are having a value greater than 50k. So if you see, having that element is important over here, and this is being filtered out over here. So we saw that how do we filter out the data on the basis of a having clause. The operators which you use in having clause are the same which we use in where. So if let's say someone asks you, can I use where clause and having clause all together at once in a query? And how do you think so a question would be framed for the same? So let's see how a question would be framed, and can I use where and having both together in my query in order to filter out the results, normal results as well as a group results. So find those order status for the year 2003. Now I want to find out those order status for the year 2003 where the order count is greater than 20. Which means for that particular status, I want the order count to be greater than 20. Let's first see which table should I use. So as per the question, it seems that I can use orders table. So select star from orders. Let me see if I have order status here and all. So here you can see I have order number, I have order date, I have required date, I have ship date, I have status. I have comments and all. Now I want to find in the year 2003, how many or which status has more than 20 orders in it position or in its part. So for that, let me first get the year. As you know that I want to filter out data and I want to use only that data which is of the year 2003. If you can see in my table, there is no column which is give me the year that is 2003, but there is a date, there is 2003, and I would be extracting the year from the date which we have seen last time in the group by part. So let's proceed further. How will I do it is select star from orders and I will write what where. Now as everyone has said that you cannot use aggregated function. Now what are aggregated function? Which goes to all the data's multiple records and give one outcome. So it is going to give us one aggregated outcome. But there is one more function known as scalar function. Now what's a scalar function? Scalar function will work and execute and give a result set for each row. And if I use scalar function in order to extract the data, it will help me. So like here, order date is going to be equals to 2003. So if I extract the data in such way, is it going to help me? And you can see yes. So you can use scalar function which does not give an aggregated result, very similar to sum, min, max, average and so on. But in where clause you can use scalar functions which are there. You cannot use aggregated functions. So here if you can see that the entire data which is being extracted is for the year 2003. Now for those order status where the year is 2003, first I want to only grab that 2003 ka data, and then I will generate a particular result set on that grab data, which means on the data of the year 2003. So here if you can see I've got the data of 2003. What I would be doing now, I would be creating groups. Group by what? Group by what? Status. Now as you know, the error which comes over here, that is select list not in group by. In select, what do I have written as star? I want to write the column which is available in my group by, that is nothing but status. So this is just giving me the 3 status which are there available in the year 2003. Shipped, resolved and cancelled. It is not giving me the count of orders in each status. So in order to generate count, I will write something like this. Count what? Count, let's say status. I can write star as well. So if I write star, it's fine, but only for count, not for sum, min, max and so on. So count, if I do, you can see it is showing shipped, resolved, cancelled, count. And let me change the name. As you can see, count star is not a suitable name which I have. So I can write order count in each status, and you get the order count in each status. In shipped we have 108, in resolved we have 1, and in cancelled we had 2. So in the year 2003, this is the data, but I have to find out order count greater than 20, which means which status has order count greater than 20. So what I will do is, after group by, after grouping up the data, I will be implementing something called as having. Now having what? If you can see, I have filtered out on the basis of year. Here I will be filtering out on the basis of that count star. Is greater than what? 20. If you see, this is showing me that order status which has order count greater than 20 in the year 2003. Now, this is how the query will proceed if you have where clause as well as a having clause. So, where clause, if it is there, it will be written before group by, and if there is an having clause, it will be written after group by. Where clause will never filter your data on the basis of aggregated function. Having clause, on the other hand, will filter out your data on the basis of aggregated function. Now, many people say, can I use both of them together? The answer would be yes. If you can see, we have practically seen how both of them could be used together. So this was about a having clause. Let's see that what is the simplistic difference between a where clause and having clause, and when do we preferably choose a where clause and when do we preferably choose a having clause. So if I want to talk upon the difference between a where clause and a having clause, so let me write the difference over here. So if I want to talk upon a where clause and if I want to talk upon a having clause, first of all, Where clause is used to filter out the rows or the records. So where clause is used to filter rows or records of the table, which means a normal table which we have. Now when it comes to having clause, now having clause is used to filter grouped records or grouped rows. Now having clause is used to filter grouped data. Grouped data or grouped rows. Which are there. Grouped rows in order from a table. Now, where clause cannot use aggregated function. In order to filter out the result set. Having clause can use aggregated function, which is sum and max and so on. Third one, your where clause is always written before group by. So where clause is executed before group by, and if I'm talking about a having clause, now having clause is executed after group by. When I talk upon where does a where clause is used? Now where clause is used with select, insert, update, delete statements. So where clause is used with select, the select queries which we saw here, update and delete statements. Having clause is only used during the select. So having clause is used with select statements. So with the select statements itself, this is going to be helpful. It's not going to be used with your update, delete and so on. So this was a simplistic difference which I wanted to talk and discuss related to where clause and having clause. As both of them are used to filter out the records. One is used to filter out rows and records on an individual row, whereas having clause is used to filter out the records on a group data, the group rows. Now, what if someone says that I don't have where clause mentioned, I don't have group by mention, and I write it having and then I give a normal group by a normal filtering data. Will it perform? Yes, it will perform. It will perform very similar to your where clause. But the use case of having is it is most of the time used when a group data is generated and that needs to be filtered out further. So this was all about a having clause, how it is used and how it is implemented further. So I hope you have understood what is an having clause, how does it use, and how are the use cases of having clause with respect to its practical implementation.
So now, as we have studied a lot about the different clauses available in SQL, such as where clause, which was filtering the data on the basis of specific criteria or conditions. Then group by, it was grouping the data on the basis of certain groups or certain common columns or regions or categories as such. Then we were utilizing having, which was able to filter our data, filter our group data on the basis of certain criterias. And then we also saw how we can sort the data as well as how we can limit the data or limit the records into the outcome. So there is one more clause pending at our end, which is nothing but a distinct clause. Now, what is the purpose of distinct clause and why do we preferably use it? Imagine that I have set of records or set of rows into a table. But what if I want to find out what are the unique rows into my table? If I want to find out what are the unique names into my table, or if I want to find out which are the unique categories which are being sold into the market. So here one clause which is important for us is nothing but the distinct. As the name suggests, distinct. Distinct means unique. Unique means which is different from one another. Now, let's try to see how distinct clause will be helpful for us in terms of SQL and how does distinct clause will give us certain result sets for us. So, if I want to talk about distinct, if you can see on my screen, distinct clause. Now, distinct clause is one of the clause which is used to filter out unique records. As I said, distinct means unique, which is different. So, each value over here is going to be different from the another. So, distinct records or set of records, which means it's not only based on one column, but I can find out distinct element on the basis of multiple columns as well. So, what are the various properties why distinct clause would be a primary importance over here? The very first, it helps to find out the unique records. Imagine I have a table and in that there are hundreds of rows. And in those rows, there is 4 regions which are repeated n number of times, such as east, west, north, south. Now, if I want to find out which are the distinct region, now if I just do select region from customers or from whatever is the table name, it will show me the values n number of times. If I want to find out distinct, I will implement distinct as a clause which gives me unique or the distinct records in those tables. Then it helps to handle duplicate records. Now, what is a duplicate record? Imagine that the data is being filled and in that data, one value or one record or one set of information has been repeated n number of times. When I go further with the calculation of those set of records, it will be very problematic for me to show it as an outcome. Why? Because I was expecting 100 rows, but because of the duplicacy, it is showing me 200 rows. So that's when uniqueness needs to be analyzed with respect to all the rows or all the values. Now, can used group function, which means I can also use aggregated functions such as count, min, max, and so on. Now, distinct clause is mentioned with select statement. Now, this is very important. That distinct clause is not written like after where, after group by, after having. It is there as a part of the outcome. So, we write it in the select statement. So, distinct clause is always being a part of the select statement. So, as I said, if you can see the syntax, select distinct, column 1, column 2, column 3 and so on from table 1, which means I can find distinct not only basis of one column, but I can find distinct on the basis of multiple columns which are there into the table. So let's see how we can solve the distinct related queries in my table. So if you see the very first question which I have, find the distinct customer names. First of all, I am working on the classic models database which we have worked upon, which we have implemented and imported since last all the queries. If you don't have it, you definitely can load it and then work upon it. Now, it's not key, it will only be implemented on the classic models. You can implement this query on any of the table, just understand the logic behind it. So, if I go into classic models and if I do select star from table, I hope everyone knows what is a select star statement. Now, select star means it will select all the columns from the customers table. So, if I execute this query, you can see all the customer related details is being found, such as customer number, customer name, contact last name, contact first name, phone, address line 2, city, state and so on. So, you can see that all the customer related details is found. If I want to find out what are the unique customer names, obviously, let's say if I do select customer name, now when I write a specific column instead of star, only that specific column would be fetched. from that particular table into the select. From what? From customers. So if I do this and if I execute the query, you can see all the customer names are being given. All the customer names are being given. So what do you think so? How many customer names are being given into the outcome? I'll do count, and here I can show how many total customer names are there, 122. Now, as per the question, what is required? Find the distinct customer names. Now, how will I find the distinct customer name is select customer name, the query remains the same, customer name from where? From what? From customers, and I execute the query. You can see this is the query executed. Now I don't know these names are distinct or not. If I just do this statement, this can also consist of repeated elements or repeated values. What I want to find it? I want to find distinct. So a distinct clause is always written with the select statement because it gives distinct or the unique outcome for us. So if I write distinct, you can see it is giving us the distinct customer name. Now, what is the count for the same? I can write count, as I can use a group function over here. You can write count and the customer name. You can see 122. So all the customer names over here were unique. The normal count customers is 122 and the distinct count customer is also 122, which means all the customers' names were unique. If you want to still cross verify were they unique or not, you can also implement or check it with the help of group by. So how do you do it? Select. Now group by, we have seen a way to write group by. If I do select star from customers, if I do this, I want to group it on the basis of customer name. So I write group by customer name. So the column which I used in group by, the same column comes into my select. So customer name comes over here, it will give the name. Now I'll write count. Count the customer name. So for each group or each unique customer, it will count how many times it has occurred. So you can see here the count states to be as 1, which means all the customer names are unique. If anywhere or the other this count was coming as 2, which means it's not unique, this value is repeated one more time. But as per the query, we got to know that these are the unique customer names. So if I want to find the unique customer names, I will write the query as select distinct customer name from where? From the customers table. So here we found out that yes, these are the unique customer names or the distinct customer names which are available into my table. So we are able to solve the first question and we saw how do we cross verify where this name is unique or different. Now find out the unique records from the employees table. Now what is the next question? That I have an employees table, select star from where? From employees. Now what do they want to check is, are all the rows unique? I want to find unique combination of rows into the table or from the table. So are all the rows unique? If I want to find out combination of unique rows, which means all the values should be unique with respect to each row, how I would do it? With the help of distinct. Now first let us cross verify with the help of group by, is all customer name unique or not. So I do select star from employees and I'll do from employees, and I know that I want to create group of what? Employee number. Here I'll create group by The column which is there in group by should be a part of your select. So employee number, and I'll do count. Count, I can do star or I can do on the basis of employee number. So here you can see on the basis of each employee number, it is showing me what? 1. Which means each employee number has occurred once into my table. If anywhere or the other, or if any instances, it would have shown 2, which means that there was a duplicate entry for that particular number. Now, this states that all the records are unique because each employee number has occurred once on the basis of employee number. Now, what is the question? Find out the unique records from the employee table, which means what are the combination of unique records with respect to all the columns. So, I can write select star from table, which is fine. Select star from employees, which is fine. As I know that all the employee numbers are uniquely present, which means they are unique in nature. Now, what if I want to write with the query, what if they were not unique? Some or the other number were repeated. So, I'll show you 2 approaches. You have to write distinct. So, earlier when you have to find distinct on the basis of set of records or set of rows, so you have to mention all the column names. That was a mandatory criteria. Nowadays, this criteria has changed. So let me show you how. So select distinct and we will write employee number, comma, last name, comma, first name, comma, let's say extension, comma, email, comma, office code, comma, reports to, comma, job title. Now, when I run this, reports to, just a second. Reports to. So when I run this, it is finding distinct element on the basis of this column combination, which means employee number, last name, first name, extension, email, office code, reports to, and job title. On the basis of all the column combination, is the row unique or not? This is what it is finding. So earlier, whenever we used to write distinct can never expect star or never accept star over there. Why? Because it was throwing us error. In distinct, you have to mention the column names, that is the distinct column names which you want. But in the recent server version of SQL, it is now expecting star, where you can write select distinct star from employees. So earlier in the earlier versions, if you would have written star into the distinct, it would have thrown you an error. But here you can see distinct star means all the column is being used. All the columns from the tables are being used in order to find the distinct records or in order to find the distinct rows from my table. So this is how we can find distinct on the basis of multiple columns or on the basis of all columns from the table. Now, as per the third question which we have, find the distinct first name and last name of the customer. Now, here it doesn't want combination of all the rows from the customer table, just distinct or the unique customer first name and last name. For an example, if a name as Alex and then George is coming, so that is a first name. If that combination is repeated again, which means if any other customer name is Alex George again, that would be a duplicate entry. So I want to find what are the distinct first name and last name combinations which we do have into our table. So how we can do it? Let's see first, select star from customers. So I go into the customers table and see the data which is there. I don't have first name specifically or last name specifically. I have contact first name and contact last name of the customers. Now if you see 122 total customers were there, which we have seen in the earlier query. Let's take one column at a time. So what is there? Contact first name. Let me take the first name over here and let me execute it. So you can see these are the names which are there. So contact first name, how many rows are being showing to you? 122. If I take contact last name over here and see what are the unique last names we do have. So it's 122, which means no name seems to be repeated over here with respect to first name and with respect to last name. Now if I want to find out their combination, how will I write it? Distinct contact first name, comma, I'll do distinct. So no need to write distinct again and again. You have to just mention distinct only once. And you have to give the columns for which you want to find the distinct elements. And you can see these are the distinct or the unique combinations of first name and last name. If any of the name with respect to first name and last name would have been repeated, just for an example, if I said Alex George, then that would have not been considered twice. It would have considered only once. So this is what we saw in terms of distinct. Now let's say we solve the next question. How many unique countries are there in the customers table? Which means it is asking me what are the unique country names we have, or how many of the unique countries are there. So if I do select star from, let's say it is asking me into the customers table. So what are the unique countries from where the customers have enrolled into the website? So here you can see there is a country details which is being showing, and you can see country France, USA. USA seems to be repeated, France seems to be repeated. So you can see the repetition is there. So if I just do country over here, so here you can see these are the countries and it will show the repeated elements as well. So if I want to see actually the country is repeated or not, I can check it with the group by. So group by what? Country. And here I can find the count of country. So how many times each country has occurred into the data. So here you can see some countries have occurred once, but some countries have occurred n number of times. So if I find select count of country from customers, so it is definitely going to show me 122. Because for 122 customers, this country column is available for me. Here you can see it is showing me 122. What if I want to find, as per the query, how many unique countries are there in the customer table? So how will I find it? Select count what unique, or we don't write unique, sorry, distinct what country from customers. So it is showing me how much? 28. So from all the 122 records, only 28 customer country seems to be unique. So 28 unique country names are being available. There are no 122 unique country names available. So country as a value has been repeated n number of times into the table so that it is being satisfied for all the rows which are there into my table. So if I want to see which are the countries which are unique, I can write select distinct country from customers. So these are the unique country names from the customer table. And you can see it is returning how many rows in the outcome? 28. And we got a count that 28 unique customers are there. Unique countries are there, customer countries are there. So this is how we can solve and tackle with respect to distinct as a clause. So as I mentioned the properties, it helps to find unique records. I found out unique records on the basis of multiple factors and questions. Handle the duplicate records. So if there is any duplicate records or combination of rows, it can handle it off. It can give it only once. Can use group function. Now what is a group function? I can use aggregated function over here. You can see we have used count. Distinct clause is mentioned with select statement. So we saw that distinct is not a part of from, it's not a part of where, it's not a part of group by directly. It is only being implemented a lot with the help of select, because it is helping you to find out distinct values in the outcome. So that's how distinct as a clause was helpful. Now it is one of the most important clause in order to find out the unique entries or unique records or set of records from the table, because there are certain instances where uniqueness is ideally important into the table, and that's how distinct as a clause can be helpful for us. So this was all about distinct clause. This is how we can implement distinct. This is how we can use distinct and get a required result set in terms of uniqueness. So I hope it is understandable. So far we have understood SQL in terms of retrieving the data. Now what is the meaning of retrieving the data? That is collecting the data, fetching the data and giving some or the other result set in the outcome. But where does this retrieval happen? From a pre-created database which was there in RN. So what if I want to make my own database? What if I want to do some other operations such as updating the database or updating the database objects or tables and so on? So what could be taken into consideration and how SQL is going to be helpful over there for us? So we will be understanding the commanding part of SQL today. So what is commands in SQL? What are the various types of commands and how each command would be helpful for us in terms of doing different operations. So we will begin with understanding first what is commands. So when I talk upon SQL, SQL is a hybrid language. Now what do you mean by something called as hybrid language? Hybrid languages are those languages which is a combination of multiple languages taken into consideration. Now how come SQL is a hybriding language? Now, the language which we understood earlier was nothing but data query language, which means interacting the data or querying the data in order to generate some results. Are there any other languages which makes SQL one of the most powerful language to talk with this relational databases? Let's try to understand those. Now, when I talk upon commands, commands means instructions. Now, what are instructions? Instructions means I want to give some or the other commanding part to MySQL or to my SQL server to tell that, okay, this is what you have to perform. These are the instructions which you have to take into consideration. So when I talk upon SQL commands are nothing but instructions. Now what are instructions? Giving some or the other task for my MySQL server or any of the SQL server to perform or relate to some operations. Now it is used to communicate with the database. It is also used to perform certain tasks, functions and queries of the data. So it's not only does some instruction, but it also gives some of the outcomes or some of the queries will be resulted and some functionalities would be taken care of over here in terms of commands. Now SQL can perform various tasks like creating a table, creating a database, adding a data to a table, dropping a database or modifying the tables. Then also we can do is set permissions for the particular user in order to see what kind of data is being permitted to what kind of user and when do we give the access of the data and when the access of the data is taken back ahead. So when I talk upon commands in SQL, before understanding command, I told you that SQL is nothing but a hybrid language. Now, meaning of hybrid language means that SQL is a combination of multiple languages which are there. So in SQL, as you can see on my screen, that there are 5 commanding languages. The very first stands as DDL, the second stands as DML, the third is DCL, the fourth is TCL, and the fifth is DQL. Now when I talk upon the very first language, DDL. Now DDL stands for Data Definition Language. Now what is the meaning of that? Let's say if I give a command of defining a data. Now what is the meaning of defining a data? Defining a data means defining its structure, defining its layout. So that is a meaning and purpose of something called as definition. So DDL or Data Definition Language or Data Definition Commanding Language is used to define the data. Now whenever the word comes define, it deals with something called as structure or the layout of the particular database object or any of the thing into the database. Now in those DDL we have 5 major commands. The very first is create, second is alter, the third is drop, the fourth is truncate, and the fifth is rename. Now at many other instances you'll always see create, alter, drop, truncate. Rename is something which is added as an extra part. We will see rename, that what is the purpose of it and why do we use rename as a command. So when I talk upon DDL as a commanding language, it is used to define a data with 5 major commands. The very first is create, alter, drop, truncate, and rename. So that was about DDL. We will be studying each of the commands in detail in the further sessions. So let's see and talk upon DML in short. Now when I talk upon DML, D stands for data, L stands for language, and M over here stands for manipulation. Now what is the meaning of manipulation? Now manipulation is nothing but changes. Now what kind of changes do you require? The changes could be in terms of adding new rows, eliminating certain rows, or modifying certain existing data. So when I want to do manipulations is nothing but changes or modification. For that, I will use a commanding language known as DML. Now DML doesn't deal anything with respect to structure. It deals everything related to the values which are stored within the structure. That is nothing but the table data or the table rows which are being inserted. So when I talk upon DML, the manipulation part would consist of 3 major commands. The very first is insert, then there is drop, and then there is something. The very first is insert, then we have update, and then we have something called as delete. So the 3 major commands which comes in DML is insert, update, and delete. So now proceeding further with the next commanding language which we have is nothing but DCL. Now what is the meaning of DCL? D stands for data, C stands for control, and L stands for language. Now when I talk upon data and language, and the C over there means control. Now what is the meaning of control? Control means setting the permissions, setting the privileges, that who can see the data, to whom the data needs to be given, and how much the data needs to be given, and when we can take the data which is given. For an example, everyone must be having some online OTT platforms, use cases, or applications installed at your end. Obviously, those kind of applications are giving you access to their data. Imagine I have Netflix subscription, and tomorrow I go and put in my user ID and password and I open the Netflix. You can see the data has been granted to me. Now what kind of data they have granted to me? They have granted data related to the series, movies, shows, and many other things which are there, but they have not given me access of their entire data. They have given access of the limited data to me. Now this access also consists of some restriction. What kind of restriction do you think so? That whenever I open Netflix, I can see the series, I can watch the series, but I cannot make the changes. I cannot delete the series which is there, which means the access which is granted to me is with respect to certain privileges. There is a control being maintained that how much data should be going, to whom the data should be going, and what amount of data should go in order to maintain the integrity or in order to maintain a proper use case of data. So definitely when a Netflix shares a data to me with a particular user ID and password, they are giving me data to just view. They are not giving me data to update, and they are not giving the entire data as well to me. They might be having data related to how many customers have enrolled to their platform related to that, or they might have data how many customers have left the platform, or they might have data related to the revenues which are there. So they are not going to share that data with me, but they are going to grant me the access of the data only with certain limited amount and limited set of restrictions. So that is the meaning of control, which the people do take into consideration into the real world. So when I talk upon data control language, the controlling command, that is the privileges and permission command of the language, is related to how much data should be going, what kind of data should be going, who should be able to access the data, and when should we take back the data which is given. So the data control language has two commanding parts. The very first is grant and the another is revoke. So grant is used to grant the permissions of the data and revoke is used to take back all the given permissions which are there. So that was DCL, known as Data Control Commanding Language. Now when I talk upon TCL, the next commanding language, now I know the T stands for control, C stands for control, L stands for language, but the T over here stands for nothing but transactions. Now what do you mean by something called as transactions? Now in the real world, if I ask you what is transaction according to you, you'll definitely say that money is debited from one account and credited to another. That is the meaning of one transaction which has happened into the normal finance world. But when I talk upon transactions with related to the database, the transactions would be insert, update and delete. So whenever the transactions are happening, that is whenever the DML commands are being permitted or DML commands are taken into consideration, now those commands are not auto-committed in nature. Now what does it mean? Not auto-committed means they are not permanently saving all the changes. The DDL which we studied were auto-committed in nature. Auto-committed means whatever task we do, that is permanently stored into the database or into the server. You cannot undo the task, but when it comes to DML, it's not auto-committed, which means the tasks are not permanent. You have to undo the task. You can implement lots of undo operations over there. So in terms of maintaining the control of those transactions, which means control of insert, update and delete, or particularly I can call it control of the DML commands, we use something called as transaction control language. Now as I've said earlier, transaction in the database is nothing but the insert, update and delete operations which happen. So when I'm controlling those commands, when I'm controlling those parts, for that we have major commanding languages such as, or major commands used such as rollback, commit, save point. So we have rollback which will undo the task, save point which will create multiple temporary checkpoints, and commit which will make all the changes permanent into the system. So that is when we will use something called as TCL. So then coming to the last one, that is nothing but DQL. When I talk upon DQL, DQL stands for Data Query Language. The meaning of data query language is, now you know data means a set of information. Language is a mode of communication. Now what is a query over here? Query is nothing but a request for data from the database. So when I want to ask for some data which is pre-createdly stored into the database server, I'll definitely use something called as DQL, known as data query language. Now in the data query language, we have the major command over there known as select. So select is used to select certain operations, select certain values and then give something or retrieve something or access something in the output, so that the output result would be shown as per the requirements, as per the criteria. So far we have studied DQL with lots of clauses such as select, from, where, having, group by, order by, limit, distinct and so on. So we will be understanding all the rest of the commands in detail in the upcoming sessions. But when I talk upon SQL commands, commands are helpful in order to maintain or give instructions to SQL that what to do, what amount of outcome do you do, or what amount of instructions you want to give to the MySQL server to perform one or the other task. So that was all about the SQL commands. Now we will be understanding more commands in details in the further session. So far we have studied how we can access the data, how we can retrieve the data and how we can fetch the information which is stored into the pre-created databases. But what if someone wants to create a database from scratch? Now you have to create your own database, you have to store a database, store a data into the database, and then use it for further analysis. So what could be done at that particular scenario? So let's try to understand that. Imagine that I am a data engineer for a company, and a client came to me asking that they need me to create a database for them, a database structure for them, which will help them to store their data very effectively, very efficiently, so that whenever they want the data to be accessed properly or data to be used for the report generation, they can easily fetch from the database. So for that, imagine the client is Imarticus Learning, and the Imarticus Learning client wants me to store their students' database efficiently. For that, me being a data engineer, I define the structure of the data. Now, as they want me to store the student base or the student information, so I have created a very rough structure, as you can see on the screen. I've created a very rough structure which shows that I will be storing the data in 4 tables. Now, why do you think so? I'm storing the data in 4 tables, not in 1 table. Because I don't want all the information to be placed in one table. There is another concept behind it, that is normalization. Because when we store all the records or all the columns or all the set of information in one table, there might be a problem of data redundancy. Now, what is data redundancy? Data redundancy is nothing but the chance of errors, the chance of duplicacy, which might occur into the data. So as we are a part of relational databases, what I am thinking that I'll create the data in 4 different chunks, which I have done, as you can see on my screen, and I will relate each chunk with another, making the relational databases work. So that will be the task which we will be understanding in the further part over here. So as I said, I am a data engineer, and I have decided that I will store the students' information in the 4 base tables which are there. The very first is student, the another is course, then there is course information, and then there is course. We will be creating this database from scratch. We will be creating relationships among them, and let's see how those relationships are actually required within the databases when the data is being stored. We'll see with a practical implementation with each of the concepts which we will be studying further. So, in order to create that database, as you know, SQL has a hybrid language structure. It has different commanding languages. So, what we are going to use, how we are going to use, and what all concepts are going to come into the consideration when we are going to make implementation of this structure into our actual MySQL server. So let's understand that. So for that, we will be studying DDL. Now, as everyone knows, what is DDL? DDL stands for Data Definition Language. Now, D means data, L means language. The word definition means what? Means defining the structure of the data. Now, let's see how do we define the structure of the data and how it will be proceeded further. So, the agenda for today's session is nothing but understanding DDL commands in depth. What are the various ways or what are the commanding parts into the DDL commands. Then we will be understanding how a database could be created and how a table could be created into a MySQL server with some theoretical knowledge as well as a practical implementation. Then we will be understanding constraints in SQL. Now, what are constraints? Why do we use constraints? And what is the purpose behind using constraints? Now, then we will be understanding the major important concept into the field of relational databases. That is nothing but primary key and foreign key. We'll understand both of them in detail, and then we will be studying if a structure has been created, how we can alter it out and how we can make changes into the pre-created structure within the databases. And then we will see if I want to delete or drop out certain operations, how we will be able to do with respect to the structure. So that are all things which we are going to look in the further part. So as you all have studied commands, and in the commands we have studied that SQL has 5 commanding languages such as DDL, DML, DCL, TCL and DQL. As we will be focusing today on DDL. DDL stands for Data Definition Language. Now in the data definition language, as definition means structural organization of the data. And as I said, I being a data engineer, I'll be creating a structure of the database and what are the objects which needs to be created within it. That is, I will be creating a schematic representation for all of this. So when I am creating schematic representation, which of the commanding parts I should take into consideration? As we are focusing on DDL, the 5 commanding parts needs to be focused most. The very first is create, which will help me to create something into the database or create the database from scratch. Second is alter. Now alter will help me to do alterations. That is, when a structure is being created, if I want to make changes by adding a column, eliminating a column, or modifying the pre-existing column, that I'll be saying. The third one is drop. If I don't like the table, I would like to drop it out. I would like to remove it completely from to my system. So how I will use drop? That is what we are going to see. Truncate. Now truncate is something which will help me to maintain the structure but eliminate all the rows from the table. So how truncate is working and what is the major difference between drop and truncate, that is also we are going to understand. And the fifth commanding part of DDL, nothing but rename. Now as the name suggests, rename means name the data or rename the existing table. So we will see how does a rename as a command works. So that is all what we are going to study in detail. So let's see the DDL language. Now when I talk upon DDL, data definition language, as said, it is a language which works on the structural part of the data. Now whenever it is called that a structural part of the data needs to be considered, which means it might look on creating a database objects such as tables, views, stored procedures, triggers, or modifying them or deleting them or altering or making changes into them. So that kind of things could be taken into consideration. But one word which you all need to focus is the structure part, because DDL, it defines the structure, the layout or the organization or the template for your data to be stored. If the template is not ready, your data could not go. So that template organization or the layout formation happens into the DDL. It focuses more on the structure rather than on the actual values. So in this, all the commands of DDL, that is create, alter, drop, truncate, rename, all of them are auto committed. Now this is one of the most important word which needs to be kept into the mind when it comes to DDL, that is auto committed. Now auto committed, and it consists of 2 words. Auto means automatically, commit means permanent, which means whatever changes you do, all are permanently stored. Nothing is going to be undo or no rollback actions are going to be taken further over here. So auto committed, that means it permanently save all the changes in the databases. For that, we have something called as create, drop, alter, truncate and rename. I have written a very simplistic definition for each one of them, which I'll be proceeding further in detail. And I have written a very basic syntax for explaining the commands which we will be using. So now let's go to the first command known as create. As the name suggests, create. And it's very relatable to the simple English. Create means creation, making. Now making of what? Making of anything into the database server. It could be making of a database, it could be making of a table, it could be making of a view, a stored procedure and many more things. So here I have written a very generic syntax of create table. So create table and table name. As you want to write a command of create, which will denote, okay, I am going to make. Now you have to write a keyword. What are you going to make? Are you going to make a database? So you write create database. Are you going to make a table? You write create table. And then further on, the syntax proceeds further with respect to column names or the further definitions which are required in each of the database object. So this was create. Second is drop. Now what is the meaning of drop? Imagine that I have a table with 4 columns and 300 rows. Now let's say this table is not of any use. I don't want this table to be there into my database. So I can simply drop. Now when I drop means eliminate or remove. Now this removal is going to happen completely and permanently. Why permanently? Because it's auto committed in nature. So when it is removing, it's not only removing the 4 columns or the 300 rows which are stored, but it is also removing the name, which means everything from the database is gone related to that particular table or that particular database object. So it drops or deletes both the structure as well as the records into the table. Now drop table. Here is a very basic syntax of a table. So create drop table and the table name. Now if you see, the third command which we have is nothing but alter. Now alter is used to alter the structure of the database. Now what is the altering structure of a database? Which means if I have a table or a database created, and let's say I want to make the changes in order to add a column, in order to remove a column, in order to modify a pre-existing one. For that, I'll be using something called as alter. Now alter will be either modifying the characteristics of an existing attribute. Now attribute is nothing but a column over here. So it can modify the existing one or probably add a new one over here. So the syntax here is a very simplistic syntax in order to add a column. Now there are many more syntaxes into the alter table which we will be seeing further. So alter table, table name. What are we going to do? Add column name and the column definition which comes. Now then comes truncate. Now many people think that drop and truncate is somewhat related to each other, but no, they are not related to each other. So when I talk upon truncate, what does it do? As an example which we took on drop, there were 4 columns and 300 rows. So when I want to drop off, what it is doing, when I do truncate, it will eliminate all the 300 rows, but the 4 columns will be kept as it is. The name of the table will be kept as it is. But when I talk upon drop, drop will eliminate the structure as well as the information as well as the name. So drop is eliminating everything, but truncate is only eliminating the rows, making the table empty, but structure is still maintained. So the structural part is maintained and the records are gone over here. So it is used to delete all the rows from the table and create the space containing the table. So syntax for truncate table is truncate table and the table name which comes over here. Now the fifth one and the very simplistic one, which could be also done with alter, but we will be seeing both of them. So rename. Now rename table offers very much flexibility in order to rename the tables in one particular statements. So you can rename multiple tables also at one go. So rename table what? You want to rename a table where you give an old name to a new name of the table. So this way the simplistic definition of each of the command. Let's understand all of them in detail further. So let's talk upon the very first and the important command which takes into consideration known as create table. Now, what is the meaning of create? Create means making of something. As I said, a client came to me and they want a database to be created for them. That is, they want the student base to be stored very effectively, very efficiently. So, first thing which I want to do is create a database. For them, I will be writing a statement known as create and then something called as database. Now, let's see with a syntactical way how the database would be created. So I'll be opening my SQL workbench, and in that I have written that we have 5 commanding languages and DDL, DML. So DDL is an SQL command used to create database schema, that is database layout, and it is used to create or modify the structure of the database object. Now one thing which you need to know that none of the commands over here are going to be useful or helping the use of where, which means where clause is something which will not be in much use case over here, especially not in drop and truncate. Then you cannot roll back as all of them are auto committed in nature, which means all the changes are permanently stored. So here what I am going to do is I am going to create a database as there are 5 commands: create, alter, drop, truncate and rename, and I'll be seeing the very first command, that is create. So I'm writing that I'm creating a database. So creating database named as a client came to me and the client name was Imarticus. Let me name the database with that name itself. So I'll be naming the database as Imarticus. So how I will be creating a database? So let's try to see various ways in order to see how a database is created into a MySQL server. For that, as you know, as you know, SQL is not case sensitive. So I'll be writing create. Create what? Create database. So I can write in any case, it's fine. Create database. And if I just end the query over here, it's going to give me an error. Why there is going to be an error? Because create database. I gave that statement, but I didn't mention that what is the name of the database. So the identity of the database or the name of the database seems to be missing. So here you can see statement is incomplete. Why it is incomplete? Expecting an identifier. Now what is an identifier? A name with which the database would be known. So what is a name with which the database would be known? Imarticus. So I will write Imarticus. Let me off the caps lock. So Imarticus is what I am creating over here, and I do control enter. When I do control enter, it would definitely be created. How you know that it is going to be created? My output is not there. So here, from here I can get the output. So action output you can see. This is a command which I ran just now, and create database Imarticus is successfully executed over here. Now, but here in the schemas option, it's not available. Now, many people say, ma'am, the command is executed properly, but I cannot scheme the schema. You just have to refresh. When you refresh, you can see the database is created over here. Now, one another way which people do take into consideration, but it's not required to write the syntax in that manner. Now, let's say I write creating a database PG, known as PGA. Now let's say there is another database which I am creating known as PGA. So how I would be creating it? So another way of writing a syntax, but it's not a mandate part. So create database, as I will be creating a database. So create database, and what I want, if means if not exist. What does it mean? If the database name doesn't exist, then create it. So when you write if not exist, it is expecting a new schema name. Schema name is a database name. So what I am going to give a schema name as PGA. When I write like this and I execute it by control enter, you can see it's executed, and let's say I have created that database. It's not seen. I just need to refresh, and you can see PJ is being created over here. And once again, if I click by mistakenly, you can see what it is showing me. It is showing me a yellow symbol, a yellow icon, which means a warning. Now, when you write if not exist, what does happen over there? That it will create a database if it is not existing, but if it is existing, it will throw out a warning instead of an error that you have created this kind of database. You can see a warning message. Can't create database PGA, database already exists. It does exist when you write, but it's not mandatory to write if not exists. So imagine if I remove this and I execute this code. Can you see the difference between that? When I write if not exist, if it is not existing, it will create. If it is existing, it will give me warning. But when you just write create database and the database name, if it is existing, it is going to give you an error as a symbolic representation. So here you can see it is showing you error, and you can see which syntax is being used over here. So this is how you can create a database. Now there is one more way to create a database without writing any code over here or any of the query. That is from this option. If you can see, create a new schema in the connected server, which means whichever server you are being connected, it will help you to create a new schematic representation. So I click on this, and here you can see name. New schema is a by default name, but I want to give it as data science, data science. When I give this name, you can see this name is being used. You just have to do apply. Once you apply, there will be okay, that yes, okay, you want to apply. And here you can see create schema data science. It is writing the syntax on itself. Create schema data science. And I do apply. After applying and finishing, you can see a database data science schema is being available into the databases which we had created. Now, in order to show all the databases which are there, you all must be knowing the syntax which we did in the very first part. This is show databases, where it is going to show me all the database names which are available into my server. As you can see, all the database names are there. Now, I would be creating tables into the Imarticus database, which I would like to use. So, what I am going to write the syntax of use. Use what? Use Imarticus. Now, it's not case sensitive, as I said. Anyhow, you can write it. So, I've written use Imarticus, and once I execute this code, now in order to execute, I'm using a shortcut key known as Control Enter. If you want to use this operations, you just have to select it and run it from here or here. This will execute one code. This is going to execute all the selected codes. So here you can see I have used this command over here and this is being selected. If you want to select data science as a schema, you can directly go over here and double click. It will be selected automatically. If you want to use Imarticus again, double click and it will be used automatically. So here you can see a database is created by multiple ways, and this is how a database is created. Now, after this, let's proceed further in terms of adding the tables which we want to create. We have created a layout. Let's try to add the tables over here. So as we have understood, how does create table works, which means how does create database work, which means we will be able to create a database over here. Now the database could not be empty. Definitely we have to create tables over here. Now what will be the syntactical way of creating a table and how we will be proceeding further in terms of creating table? What are the key requisites of a table? So here if you can see on my screen, there is a syntax for creating a new table, which is create table and the table name. It consists of something called as column 1, but it also consists of something called as data type as a mandate part. So column name is fine, but if you don't give the data type over here, it is going to be giving you an error. The table would not be created. The syntax is incomplete over here. So the column parameters, that is column 1, column 2, column 3, specifies the name of the columns in a table, which means it will mention. Imagine the students table needs to be created. So column 1, that is student ID, column 2 is nothing but student name, and so on. So they are column parameters. Now the data type, the next mandatory parameter over here is specifying the type of data the column can hold. In SQL, as it is a relational database management system, it is stored into RDBMS, and relational databases have fixed schema. Now, what is the meaning of fixed schema? They know which type of data would be stored in which column. And that's why it becomes mandatory when you're creating a table to add a column name over there or with respect to the data type. So the data type parameter specifies the type of data the column can hold. It could be varchar, it could be integer, it could be date, it could be anyhow. So we will be seeing how it is going to be creating. Now, as I go over here and I follow the syntax, as you can see, create command in DDL is used to create database objects such as DB, tables and views, and I will be creating a table. In that, there is a syntax known as create table, table name, column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4, definition. There is something called as constraints if we require, and then there is something called as engines. As me being a data engineer, I have created a layout. as you can see, the first table which I would like to create is nothing but students. And in that we have column known as student ID, student name, age, city, phone number and gender. So let me write a syntax over here only with respect to column names, and let me show you an error which comes when the data types are not being given. So create table. As you are creating a table, you will write the syntax like this. And what is the table name? Let's say my table name is what? Students. Whenever I write the syntax and close it after this, it's not going to be a complete syntax. Why? Because if you can see, there is no error, but if I execute by control enter, you can see a table must have at least one visible column. Now I'm talking about a table. Don't you think so? A table will have minimum to minimum one column, because a table have information stored in the form of rows and columns. There is no column being created. So a minimum visible one column is required. If you write the syntax like this, it's going to be an error. Just like the create database, the syntax of create table is not the same. It is different. So I did create table, and here in the syntax, if you can see, in order to add a column name, you have to give this parenthesis, also called as a tuple bracket. What is the name I want to give as student ID? The next name which I want to give is student name. Student name. The next element which I want to give over here is nothing but, let's say, age. Then it is asking for what? City. Then it is asking for what? Phone number. And then it is asking for what? It's asking for gender. So this is a column which is being required. If I write the syntax in this particular manner and proceed further, if I am executing the code, it's going to show me an error. Why? Because as we saw the syntax, it requires the column name, that is for sure. But the data type which is expected with respect to each column is also required. Why? Because, as I said, that in a relational databases, it's a fixed schematic where it mentions that what kind of data you are going to insert in each of the column. So if I am inserting IDs, I will definitely expect IDs to be in numeric format. If I am expecting names, then definitely I want names to be in textual representation. If I want age of the individual, definitely I would be requiring it into the numeric representation. So all those requirements I know, but as per me, I cannot give the database data types. As per the servers or as per the MySQL, what kind of data types are supported into that and what it could be useful. Let's try to understand that over here. So we will be studying the different data types available in MySQL. So in order to maintain the type of data which is stored, as you know, that SQL requires a column name and a specific type of data which needs to be stored. And if you don't give that, the syntax is not complete and it will give an error. The table won't be created. So what type of data types are required over here? So when we talk upon the different types of data, which are supported into SQL are numeric, then there are floating values, then there are strings, and then there are date and time related data types which are being used. Now when I talk upon numeric, it is also known as exact numeric. Now what is the meaning of exact? It is not going to consider any decimal element over here. Now what is the meaning of any decimal element? Which means it is not going to consist of 4.5, 2.3, those kind of numbers. It is going to consist of an exact value over here. Now next one is floating. Now as the name suggests, floating. Floating means approx. It's not an exact value. So it can consist of something called as decimals over here. Then there are something called as strings. Now why there are strings as a data type? As we know, not all information could be stored in the form of numbers. Not all information is going to be in the form of integers and floats. sometimes the information could be into the form of letters, alphabets, or in case certain times and special characters. So when I want to store them, I would be using or requiring a data type known as strings. And then I have something called as date and time. Now, date and time is a data type which is very sensitive in terms of SQL. If you don't give the format in a correct manner, if you don't write the data in the correct format which it requires, the data might show issue, the data might not be stored, or the data nature would definitely change. So that's the reason why knowing the type of data before inserting it into the column definition becomes one of the most important factor in SQL. So when I talk upon integer, or also known as exact numeric data, where it consists of integers, tiny int, small int, medium int, big int, and bit size. Now, as you can see in numeric data, one of the common one which is used is integers. Now, tiny int, small int, medium int, as well as the big ints. Now, what is the size? Size is the number of elements or the number of values or the maximum size a data can hold. Now, in certain of the data types, sizes is one of the most important factor which it comes. So, the type of data and size, the maximum value the data can hold into that column is being given by the size parameter. Now, the bit, the maximum size it can hold is 1. Tiny int, the maximum size of the data it can hold is 255. Small int, you can see the size can range from minus to of this number to plus of this number. There is something called as medium int, where the size ranges are being fluctuating over here. Integer, one of the most widely used data structure, where the sizes are in this particular range. And then there is big int, when you want to store a very big number, then you can give something called as big int. Now, integers or numeric data types, also known as exact numeric data types, they would be helping us to store exact values, not the approximate values. Now, which means this will not consist of any decimal element over here. The next data type which we have is nothing but floating. Now, floating means a decimal, or I can call it as an approx value. Why it is called as floating? Because it's not an exact. It's somewhere floating between two exact values. That is, it's somewhere into the decimal or in a fraction or in a range between two values which are finite in nature. So for that, we have two of the data types. One is decimal and one is float. We will be studying the use case of each one of them over here. Then the major one of the most important one, when the data could not be stored only in the form of numbers or only in the form of strings, only in the form of numbers or only in the form of floats. It will be stored somewhere when the data is apart from something which is numeric. So for that, we will be using something called as string data type. Now in the string data type, two major parts which are there, or two major types of data types which is there. One is known as your char and another is known as varchar. Now what is the meaning of char and varchar? Let me simplify it over here to you. Imagine that in the string data type, I have something called as char and I have something called as varchar. Now char means character and varchar means variable character which is there. Now imagine that I give char with a size. Now you all must be knowing what is size. Size is nothing but the maximum size of data a column can hold. Now some of them the sizes are fit by default, but for some of them you have to mention it mandatory. So as for char and varchar, we will be mentioning the size. Imagine I give char as 6. Just a second. Imagine if I give char as 6 and varchar also 6. Now it looks similar, then what's the major difference? When I do char as 6, it will create a memory box where each data will be stored in how many characters? 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Where char will also take the maximum length which is there, and it will create 6 boxes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Now imagine that I have a name which is known as Rashi. So when I am storing in the form of char and when I am storing in the form of varchar, let's see, RASHI. It will be stored in this particular manner. RASHI. The storage part is same. But what makes a major difference is the way it is stored. Now, characters is 6. But still it will expect what? Fixed length character. Fixed length character means if there are 6 characters mentioned, or if the char is asking about 6 memory spaces, so even though the value has less than that particular memory spaces, but it is going to occupy all the 6 positions. So this will be also made to look as filled, even though there is nothing into that. So char is this way useful. Now varchar, when I know my name is going to flexibly change, so at that time we have varchar. The var over here means variable. That means variable length. It varies the length. It's not going to be fixed length. Imagine you have said 6, but the name suggests 2 characters, 3 characters, 4 characters. It's fine. It will only capture that varying space, and the rest of the space will be kept empty, or it will be free up so that it becomes memory efficient. So when I use char, when I know my data will have fixed length of characters, I'll preferably use something called as char. When I know my data will have variable length of character, which means changing length, such as your names, your addresses, your email ID, it's not going to be a fixed length. So at that time, you will use something called as varchar. And char and varchar is something which is used by almost all of the RDBMS into the SQLs. So this was about the char and varchar. So when I talk upon char, a fixed length with maximum length of 8,000 characters. As it is said, as the name suggests, is fixed. So fixed length is being there, 8,000. Now varchar, it is not fixed. You have to write variable length. So variable length with maximum length of 8,000 characters. So it consists of what? A variable length or a varying length. It's not a fixed length. So there is some mistake which has happened in the earlier part. So just understand that it is a variable length, not a fixed length. Now binary. Now binary, as you know, that binary as a data has a maximum length of 8,000 bits, but it has datas into ones and zeros and so on. So where binary, so it has variable length storage with 8,000 bits, block for binary large objects, and text variable length storage up to size of 1 GB of data. So these are the various data types in your strings as a data, but not all of them are supported by the servers, but char and varchar is something which are supported by many of these servers into your RDBMS. Now the next type of data which we have is nothing but date and time. Now what is the meaning of date and time over here? Imagine that I want to store when the entry was being made, whenever the task was being done. At that particular time, I want to store that data. So what I could do is I could add something called as date and time. So your date stores the data in a format. Now remember this format very carefully. In Excel, we used to customize the format. We used to change the format of the dates very often, however we wanted. But in SQL, we cannot change the format because the format of the date is fixed. That is YYY, MM and DD. So whenever a date is being entered, it is expecting a format in this way. But when it is having a format anything apart from this, then it is called as a text. It doesn't consist it as a date, as a data type. Then we have time. Obviously, a time would also be able to be stored into my server. And in that, the format of time is going to be hours, minutes, and seconds. Now, date, time. Now, sometimes I want to store the date as well as time when this operation happened. And for that, we use an operation or we use a data type known as date and time. So, it stores date as well as time related information in the format of DD, and then comes hours, minutes, and seconds. Now, if you see timestamp. Now, timestamp, it stores the data in the second since the Unix epoch. So, it will store the data on the basis of timestamp, that is very similar to the date and time. It will give the date as well as the time on which the data was being stored. And year. Imagine that you just have to create a year related column, and in that you have to store it, the year related information. So it stores a 2-digit or a 4-digit format, but specifically we use a 4-digit format, that is YYYY. It ranges from 1901 to 2155 in a 4-digit range, which we can give. So this was a date and time related data types. If you know that what type of data needs to be created for what type of column, it becomes very easy for a data to be created, for a data to be stored, and for a data to be efficiently handled into your server. So as you can see that we understood the types of data which are there, and I know that I want to create a column, create a table name as students, and the columns are being created, but I didn't give any data type, and that's the reason why it was showing me a syntax error. Now let's see how we can overcome those part and how each data type or each column will specify a specific type of data which will help to gather good information over there. So if I go over here, student ID. Now the IDs which I want of the students are integer. Integer means fixed numbers, an exact numeric value. So I will give something called as integer. So ID which I am going to mention or I am going to keep for all the students is going to be 101, 102, 103 proceeding further, and ID is something which is being added. Now student name. As you can see, space could not be added into the column name. So in order to add space to a column name, you cannot use this quotes. This is slightly out of the rule of the data. This quotes which we have seen when you give a value, a text value, this is a quotation which we give, but this is an error. If you can see, it's not valid and this position, it is thinking of it as a value, but it's not a value over here. It's a column structure. For structure, now what is the meaning of for structure? Which means for table name, for variable names, for your column names, anything, or database names as well. For structure, we will use a backquote over there. Now, where do you find it? You all must be having an escape button into your laptops, and below escape button, there is a small S symbol known as a tilde symbol. And with that, you can have a slight dash which is in backward position. So, backquotes would be used. If I click on that and then I click on that, you can see this is how a space into a column name or space anything related to the data structure is being, or a data structural part is being stored. So student name is something. Now name of the student. What type of data do you think so I should use? Now obviously a textual data over here. Now in textual data we saw that there is tiny text, medium text, text, blob, binary, varchar, char, binary char, var binary, many things are there. But I will choose and go with a very basic approach which most of the people do choose, is something called as varchar. Now why I am choosing varchar? Because I don't know that my student names are going to be fixed of 10 characters, 20 characters or 30 characters. They might be varying. So the lengths might be varying and the storage will be efficiently handled if the varying character database would be stored. So I will give something called as varchar. Now when I give varchar, it is expecting one thing with me, that is size. Now size over here is mandatory, that is how many variable length of characters you are expecting. The maximum length which you will expect over here, let's say I give 25. So the maximum length which is expected is 25. But if any name falls below this particular range, it will manage the storage. But if we would have used char with a character of 25, so for each name it will expect 25 characters, and if those are not being mentioned, the memory is still not going to be helpful for other datas, but it's still going to be kept for that particular 25 characters data element. So it will be of fixed length, but I know my student length is going to be varying length. So I've given varchar age. Now obviously the age of the individual is going to be what? An integer. So I've given an integer over here. Now city. Now I know city is going to be what? A textual data. Now cities such as Mumbai, Chennai, Pune, when I enter, it's not a number. And it's not in the form of any exact or decimals. It's in the form of strings. It's in the form of characters. And if I want to do that, I will choose to give char or varchar. But I know that my data consists of a variable length of data or variable length of data points. So I'll give 30 as a varchar. That is a varying length. Then here you can see phone. So phone number, definitely I will think of it as an integer. But my phone number will have 10 digits, 11 digits and so on. Mostly so 10 digits which could be kept over here. And I will write something called as big int. Big int means a bigger range of integer would be considered over here. And then I have gender as a column. Let me give a char over here. And gender as male and female. So male will have 4 characters and female will have 6. Let me give a variable character of 6. Now you can see the table creation will not show any error and it will be executed very smoothly. But one thing to note, imagine, I have not executed the code so far, so imagine the table is being created. Imagine the table is being created and I started entering the data. Now it's just imagine. I started entering the data and I inserted 101. Student name is Raj. Age is 23. City is Mumbai. Let's say phone number is something over here. Gender over here is, let's say, male. Now 101. And in that, there is something called as Sam. Age is missing and city is Pune. Then phone number is something over here. And this is also what? A male. Now there is 104 and the name is Rashi. Age is 25. Let's say the city is Mumbai. And the phone number and gender is missing. So, let's say if I enter one more record and I didn't pass any name and I passed in an age of -4. I didn't pass any city, I passed a phone number which is repeated over here. And here you can see male and I didn't mention anything. So when I'm entering this data according to the data types, in student ID I asked integer, in student name I asked varchar, in age, I asked integer. In city, also varchar. Phone number, big integer, bigger number of integer. And gender, if you can see, males and females are being considered. But there is one more problem. That is, the data is not effectively stored. If you can see at some position, the IDs of the student is duplicated. Can the IDs of the student be duplicated? Each student will have a unique ID. But in this information which is being stored, you can see a duplicated entry being possible, which means there is some error in only with the data type. The data type is correct, but when we just mention data type, we are not applying any rule or any limitation that it should only consist of unique elements, it should not consist of repetitive elements and so on. So here you can see there is some issue. Now when I go with student name, you can see student name Raj, Sam, Rashi is there, but the another student name is what? Missing. Do you think so student name missing for any of the individual will be fruitful for my data? No. So age is missing of one of the individual, but there is one age where the age is filled, but it's not with appropriate value, that is -4. So age of any of the individual is not going to be -4, it will be some or the other value. City missing. Phone number, you can see it shows a duplicate entries which are there, and then gender seems to be missing. So there were problems faced when I was creating a table and then storing it directly as it is with just mentioning the data types. It will still bring the chance of error into the data if you just write a create table with only the data types which are there. So in order to overcome these errors and in order to mention SQL to take a very specific data to set up a rule or limitations to the data being entered, we will use something called as constraints. Now, what are constraints? Constraints are nothing but the rules that we can apply on the type of data in a table, which means, as you saw with an example, student ID was repeatedly there, student name was missing, the age was in wrong value. So all those errors I want to minimize, and in order to do that we will implement the rules known as constraints. Now that is, we can specify the limit on the type of data can be stored in a particular column in a particular table using constraints. Now in SQL there are many constraints which are available. The very first you can see there is unique, then there is check, then there is not null, then there is default, then there is primary key, then there is foreign key. So these are certain constraints which are available into the market. Let's understand each of the constraints. Now the very first constraint which I talk upon is not null. Now first of all understand the meaning of null. Null means empty, null means vacant, or null means missing. So whenever any of the column has empty values, empty rows or empty data points or vacant data points, which means null is being considered, that is emptiness being considered. But there are certain instances where I want this emptiness to be eliminated. I want to keep that column information to be mandatory. And for that, I'll be using something called as not null. Null means empty, that is the value is not available. Whenever a table column is declared as null, whenever you create a table and one of the column you declare it as not null, then the value of that column cannot be empty for any of the table records, which means for any of the row, that column should not be empty. That column should not be having any emptiness or the missing elements which are there. There must exist a value in column to which the not null constraint is applied, which means it will definitely ask you to implement some or add some or the other value before proceeding further, or else it is going to give me an error. Now one thing to note, many people think that if I write 0 instead of data, which means that is also null. No, 0 is a value which is being considered. Null means it's completely empty. That position is completely empty. It's non-zero. It's missing. So null does not mean 0. Null means empty column or non-zero. So let's see with an example on the column which is created, and which column do you think so we can add it as not null. So if you go over here, let me erase the data which we have stored. So this is what we have stored, and let's talk upon the constraint known as not null. So which column do you think so in the created table would be consisting of not a null value? Let's say IDs. IDs of each student needs to be what? Filled completely. So I will say that yes, an ID could be not null. Student name. Yes, the student name of each of the student is mandatory. It's not fair that the student ID is there, all the details are there, but the name is missing. Name is something which is need to be available for each of the student, which I want according to my assumption. So I can mention the student name as not null, that is fine. Now age. Now many people, the old age peoples, they don't know their ages. They just randomly put in some values. But age of an individual, if you need to keep it as mandatory column, then you can add not null. But as of now, student ID and student name do require not null as a constraint. Now one point to remember, not all the columns required to have constraint. Only certain of them can have constraint and certain can have only data types. It's fine. So age as a column, I'm not thinking to add any constraints as of now. Then I have city. Now city as Mumbai, Pune, Thane, Nashik, so on. So there are cities. Do you think so that each student city name needs to be there into my table? If it requires to be there into the table, then definitely I will add a not null constraints. So make that column entry to be mandatory. Then phone number. Now some of the students have not implemented or not having phone numbers with them, and that time I might not keep it as not null. Why? Because some of them doesn't consist of it, so it doesn't make any sense by adding not null over there. Then comes gender. Now gender being a mandatory part, that are you a male or a female, so that will be helpful for us in terms of filling. So not null, as we saw, student ID and student name not null constraint. Student ID and student name as a column requires not null constraint a lot as compared to the rest of the columns which are there. So we understood that when or where we can think of using not null and what is the meaning of not null as a constraint. So as we saw over here, that how a not null constraint could be added to certain of the columns and how a not null constraint could not be added to certain of the columns. For me, student ID and student name, where I want those fields to be mandatory available, and that's when I'm thinking to add not null as a constraint. But for others, it's not mandated that all the columns should have constraint. So we understood things about the not null constraint. Now let's see what are the furthermore constraints which we have. Now after not null, the another constraint which we have is nothing but unique. Now what is the meaning of unique? Unique means each value should be unique from the another one. That is the simplest English definition which we know. Now the same definition would be followed over here. When I have duplicate values, it would not be allowed for certain of the columns. Let's say I have IDs and that could not be duplicated in nature. Let's say I have phone number and I want all the phone numbers of all the individuals to be there as unique. So duplicate values are not allowed in the columns in which unique constraint is applied, which means wherever you apply a constraint, a rule named as unique, which means a duplicate entry or a duplicate column or a repeated data would not be allowed. So the column with the unique constraint will always consist of a unique value. So with a unique constraint, all the columns are, all the values of that particular columns are going to be unique. Then this constraint can be applied to one or more columns, which means it's not mandated that you will implement unique to only one column. You can implement unique to multiple columns in a table. So you can create multiple columns on a single table as unique constraint. Now unique does not mean null, would not be considered. Now what does it say? That when I say unique as a constraint, I have never mentioned that not null would be a part of it, which means if the null value is there, it will be stored. There is not going to be caused any error if you have a missing element into a column where unique constraint is applied. It will consist of null. So unique does not mean null would not be considered. Unique can store missing values, which means if you implement a constraint known as unique, it can store missing values over there. So let's see from the table which we have, which of them could be considered as unique. So the next constraint which we would like to talk upon is something called as unique. Now in the unique as a constraint, the first column, that is student ID. Now when each student enroll into the organization or enroll into the platform or the learning environment, I want the student ID of each or one of them to be stored in a unique manner. Which means if I being a student to the organization, my ID would be 101. If another student is there, then his or her ID would not be matching with mine. It will be either something apart from 101, it could be 102, 103, or so on. But none of the students' ID is going to be repeated. Then yes, I will consist student ID implementing something called as unique as a constraint. Now, student name. Now, I cannot mention or I cannot use unique as a constraint to student name. Why? Because many of the students can have same name. Now, in my class, if there are 4 students named as Raj, that doesn't mean that is not a true value. That is a true value because many students can have repetitive elements. And if I implement student name as unique as a constraint, the data would not be effectively stored. So that is one thing which we need to keep in focus, that unique constraint could not be considered in names. Ages, obviously age would not also be a unique constraint. Why? Because many students' age are going to be a matching age. But unique, as it consists of each row of unique values, I cannot mention ages as unique because it will expect each student to have a unique age. And that's not true in the real world scenario. Then I talk upon city. Now, city means what? City, certain cities from which the students are coming. Now, some of the students can come from same cities, some of them can come from different cities. So, same city values are also being possibility available over here. So, I cannot implement unique as a constraint over here. So, unique is also not being a part with the city as a column. Now, phone number. Yes, I would think of phone number of the individual to be unique from the other one. So phone number could be acted as a unique as a constraint. Now gender, definitely I'm going to use 2 genders over here, that is male and female. And unique as a constraint could never be used into the gender as a column. So as we saw that student ID and phone number might be kept as unique with respect to the values or the data discrepancies which we want to avoid. So student ID and phone numbers can be a part of a unique constraint. So this is how unique would be there. But one thing to note, that unique doesn't mean not null. Unique can also store null value. And not null doesn't mean unique, which means it just wants the value to be filled. It can consist of duplicate or repetitive data. If you are mentioning only not null, it can consist of duplicated data. When you are mentioning only unique, it can consist of null values as well. So this was about not null and unique as a constraint. Now let's talk upon another constraint which we have into consideration is nothing but primary key. Now what is the meaning of primary? Now primary means important. One or one of the major important column of a table or one of the major important factor of a table. So when I talk upon primary key constraint is nothing but a combination of not null and unique. So it will have properties of not being null as well as a property of being unique. Now not null constraint and unique constraint together forms what? A primary key. Now, the column to which we have applied the primary key will always contain a unique value and will not allow any null entries into it. Now, in a table, you should note there can be multiple unique columns, there can be multiple unique constraints added, but there is only one primary key column. As I said, primary means main, important, and it is only going to be one. So one primary key is more than enough for the table to add uniqueness. One of the definition for primary key is it adds uniqueness to each row in a table, which means each row unique from the another one. So that's how primary keys are there, which is a combination of not null and unique. Let's see with our data which column could be taken care of as a primary key. Now in my table, the next constraint which I would like to give is nothing but a primary key. So I'm writing a shortcut over here known as PK, that's primary key. Now which column do you think so can act as a primary key? Now primary key, whenever it's said, it is said that it will consist of not null plus unique. That it is consisting of non-null values, but all the values over here are going to be unique. So let's go to student ID. Yes, if you see in the not null and unique as an example, we saw that student ID we can implement not null constraint, in student ID we can implement unique constraint as well. But if I just implement not null, which means imagine that I write not null over here and it is trying to insert a data. It is just expecting me to not implement null values over here, but it can allow repeated data when I just use not null as a constraint, which means it can allow repeated data to me. As you can see, 101 and 101 as an ID is being repeated. So only use of not null is not being useful for us. Now if I say that apply unique over here, so if I say student ID, as we discussed, that student ID can be, just a second. Let me minimize it. As we said that student ID can be a unique value. So if you only implement unique as a constraint, what it is going to see? So unique doesn't means null. So here if I implement 101, 102, but if I don't put any ID, it will accept it if I just use unique as a constraint. So in ID, even though I can use not null, even though I can use unique, but I will think of using a primary key over here. But I'm not using primary key directly. I can think of using a primary key. So primary key could be created over here. That is one of the column where a primary key could be added. Why? Because I want the IDs of the student not being null, also at the same time being unique. So that's one column where I can think of adding a primary key. Now student name. No, I cannot add student name as a primary key. Why? Because a student name I can implement not null, but I cannot keep it as unique combined with not null. So I cannot use student name as a primary key. Age, same reason that I can write age to be mandatory, but I cannot say that age is always going to be unique. City, same, I want cities to be there as mandatory, but city names are going to be repeated for certain of the students. Phone number, yeah, I can think of it as a primary key. Why? Because if I say that phone numbers are mandatory, then it's a mandatory column. And if I say that phone numbers should be unique, then all the phone numbers must be unique. So I can think of phone number being a primary key. So this column can also be thought of as a primary key. And gender, definitely it cannot be unique. Not null could be added, but it cannot be unique. So two columns where there is a requirement or where it can act as a primary key is my student ID and phone number. But as said, you can have multiple columns as unique, but you will always have one column as a primary key. Now, which column do you think so among student ID and phone number is going to be a primary key? Student ID over here has high chances of being primary key. Why? Because one thing to remember that each student is going to have a unique ID, and that is not at all going to be repeated, and it is mandatorily be created. But some or the other instances, if the student's phone number is not available, the student might not enter the phone number and it might have a possibility of being blank. But amongst the student ID and phone number, one of the column where I can think of adding a primary key is going to be student ID. So I'm going to choose student ID as a primary key to my table. Why? Because it will have a possibility of being not null. At the same time, it will also be unique. So here, as said, in a table, you can have multiple unique constraints, but you are only going to have one primary key. And that one primary key is more than enough to make sure that each record is different from another. So even though 101 and it has a name as John, 102 it has name as Eric, and there is one more student who is named as John, and the entries are being given. But this is making sure both the Johns are different from each other. Why? Because both the Johns IDs are different from each other. So this is how a primary key can mention that each record in a table is unique from the another one. So that's what a primary key is, and it is always going to be one. So we will create one primary key in our table. So as we have discussed about primary key, let's talk upon another key which is there, known as foreign key. Now what is the meaning of foreign? Foreign means something which is coming from outside. So definitely, as we have tables which are being stored, or as we have information which is being stored in different tables, and we sometimes need a column coming from a different table in order to help us to store the data effectively. And that's when foreign key as a concept comes into consideration. Now, whenever I'm talking about relational databases, the word relational, that relation part would be denoted or would be helpful or would be created with the help of foreign key, because another table or an outside table will help you to relate with the main table which you have with the help of foreign key. Now, foreign key is used to maintain referential integrity. Now, what is the meaning of referential? Referential means relation, and integrity. Integrity means same throughout the value or same throughout the data. We will be discussing in-depth analysis of referential integrity, and I'll also be showing you with a practical implementation as well as a theoretical implementation of what is referential integrity and how it needs to be maintained in the table. So, when I talk upon foreign key, it is coming from outside to one table from another table so that it can create a relation amongst them and the data could be effectively stored. There is no data discrepancies which is being allowed over here. So, a foreign key is used to maintain referential. Referential means relational. Integrity means same throughout the data. So, the data in multiple tables should follow a same nature. What is that same nature? We will be discussing it further. When we have two tables and one table takes reference from another table, which means when we have two tables taken into consideration, one table is taking relation or reference from the another table, the same column is present in both the tables, which means the column is used to maintain a referential integrity. So they require a same set of column, not with respect to name, but with respect to the values or the data type which is stored within them. So the same column is present in both the tables and the column acts as a primary key in one table. Particular column will act as a foreign key for another table or from a different table. You can create multiple foreign keys. Now this is one of the important questions which comes into interviews, that how many primary keys do you think so could be created and how many foreign keys do you think so could be created? You can create one primary key, but you can create multiple foreign keys. Now let's see with an example how we can create a foreign key. As you can see, I have table named as students and I have table named as courses. Now definitely the students who have enrolled into the organization would be a part of the course. Now the students and course tables have relation with respect to each other based on the student IDs. Now here I have student ID, but here I have only ID. If I want to say that this student ID is being referred for this student ID. So the relation needs to be created. Now, from where should we add a foreign key? Now, as I said, if the student has enrolled, which means the main information which is required is a student's table. So in the students table, if the student has enrolled, then and only then a course could be allocated to that particular person or that particular student, which means students table is a main table and course table will be created after the students are being filled. So the relation or the ID over here needs to maintain a reference from the students table, which means it will first look into the students table. If the ID is available, then and only then that student is going to get the course. So this is how a reference needs to be created. So I will say the reference would be created on the basis of what? On the basis of IDs which are there. Now you can see the column names are different, but the data type which stored between both of them must be what? Same. Then and only then a reference could be created very effectively, very efficiently. So I will mention this part as what? A foreign key. So this is a foreign key and there is a primary key into the table. Now remember, when a relation is created, one foreign key will relate to one primary key. So that is a mandate part which is required, that a foreign key from one table will relate to the primary key of another table. So here you can see a relation is being created where this table is referring to the student's table. That's why foreign key is being created into the course table, because this IDs will only be present only when the student have enrolled. So foreign key is referencing. The referential integrity means references, relates to the student's table in order to allocate the course. This is a foreign key. This is being created. Now, as you can see, I have course as well as course info table, and in that what could be the foreign key and a primary key relation. Now, course info means the information related to the course. Imagine Imarticus is selling 5 courses. Course 1, course 2, course 3, course 4 and course 5. Now, if the course details are been made, then and only then the student could be allocated to that particular course. So here the course details as a primary key, which is it's a main table from where the courses will be allocated to the course of the students. So a table can have multiple foreign keys, but the relation between the tables will be made from one primary key and one foreign key. This is how a relation is being created from the foreign keys in order to maintain referential integrity. We will be understanding what is referential integrity in the further part with the practical demo, so that you will understand those concepts very clearly. So this was a foreign key. Now let's talk upon the next constraints which are there, which could be helpful for us. Now the next constraint which we have is nothing but check. As the name suggests, check. Check means validate. Now validate what? Validate the answer or the value being entered into the table. So whenever a check constraint is applied to a table's column, the user wants to insert the value in it. Then the value will be first checked. Check means validated. If it satisfies the given condition, then it will be inserted. If it doesn't, it will throw out an error. So then the value will be checked first for certain condition before inserting the value into that column. For example, if we have an age column in a table, as we know that we also have a age column in a table, then the user will insert any value of his or her choice, as we see earlier or as we saw earlier when the data was being inserted. -4 as an age was inserted, 0 sometimes could be inserted because we just give a data type as integer. Now integer could be minus of any number to plus of any number. So we have to be very careful when the age is being inserted. So the value of his or her choice. The user will also enter a negative value or any other invalid value. But if the user has applied check constraint, which means if me being a user and if I apply a check constraint of on the age as a column, then the condition must be greater than 18. If I say that the student's age must be greater than 18, then I have some validity to be applied over there. Then in such cases, even if the user try to insert any invalid value such as 0, any other value less than 18 or even a negative value, then the column will not going to accept the value and it will not allow user to enter, but instead it will throw out an error. So this is how check as a constraint could be applied, which will help you to validate or which will help you to keep the validations over there when the data is being inserted. That is a check constraint which we have. And let's study about the default constraint and let's see how we can implement that as well, both together. Now default, as you know, by default. Now what is the meaning of by default? Which means if something is not possibly there or something is not possibly found, then by default use something else. That is what we know. So imagine if the student has forgot to enter his cities or forgot to enter his address and so on. Now I know that is something which I want it to be there when the value goes further or when the data proceeds further for further analysis. But if the student has not entered anything, then it is expecting or it is being null. But I don't want null to be stored. So do I want to replace that null with any of the other value or any of the by default value? That's when default as a constraint could be helpful. When a default constraint is applied to a tables column, then the user has not satisfied the value to be inserted in the table, then by default it will take that value which is specified by the user when the value was not found. That is what a default constraint is going to take help over here. So imagine that I have a table and in that we have storing some information which is there. And I would like to see that which column could have check constraint and which column could have default as a constraint. So when I want to implement check, now definitely I'm not going to take help of student ID in order to implement check because I don't want to check anything or I don't want to validate anything over here. Student name, I can say that the student name is consisting of R, starts with S, but I'm not going to think of over here because student names can start with any of the characters and with any of the characters which are there. Age. Definitely when the student age is being entered, I want the age to be between 15 to 30 or let's say 20 to 25, 30 to 35. So I will have a limit that this many age of students could enroll into the organization. If the student is not falling into that particular range, then he or she might not be able to enroll. So that age as a criteria where I want the validity to be there. City, I don't want any validity over here because city name should not be there or city name should have some condition, which is fine. Phone number, yes, I can implement where the length of the phone number is 10 digit and so on. So that kind of things could also be implemented over here. Gender, I can say I can implement a validity where the gender is either male or female. So I can have only those values to be added into the gender part. So that is how check constraint will be helpful for us in order to keep the validity to each of the column. Now when I talk upon default as a constraint, now what does it mean? Default, which means when you don't enter any value, what should be a by default value considered? Now student ID, yes, definitely student ID is going to be entered because it's a primary key, not null and unique. Student name, yes, I want student name to be not null, which means it's a mandatory part to be there. Age, let's say age of the student, it's available, and if student miss out to enter the age, I'll give a minimum age, that is also fine, which I can implement. City, yes, if the student has not mentioned the city but I don't want a blank to be stored, then I'll keep a by default city as Mumbai, Chennai or anything as such. Phone number, I want phone number to be there. If it's not there, I can write 0 or not available. And then gender. Gender, I want the gender to be there. I don't think so default gender could be set over here. So I'm not going to set any default gender. But yes, for age, for city, for phone number, I can implement a default value, which means if the user forgets to mention some data, so when my data is going into the database, it's not going empty. It will have some or the other by default value instead of null. So this is how constraints could be helpful for us in terms of adding some valuable information to the column so that the data is stored without any discrepancies. It has a proper usability and the data is stored effectively and efficiently in order for further analysis. So we will see how they will be written into our codes. As we saw the constraints, how we can practically implement it over here, let's see how we can implement into our code which we have created. And let's create a table which we have to do over here. So as you can see that I have given student ID as an integer. So I'll give a space and then I say that the student ID, because we have decided that ID is going to be our primary key. So I'll add key over here. So student ID, in that primary key is going to be that. And one more extra part which we can add in primary key is an auto increment, which means whenever each record is being added, I don't have to mention the IDs of each one of the student. It can automatically increment when the data is being inserted. So that is one of the advantage which will allow us to get unique entries as well as not-null entries as well. So I will implement something called as auto increment. So I've added something called as auto increment. Now one thing to remember, when you have primary keys, auto increment is one of the useful part which you can add. Why? Because it will make sure that each entry which is being inserted will get one particular value which is unique from the another one. It will increment accordingly. It will increment automatically where you don't have to put any manual entries of your IDs over there. So I have written auto increment. Now student name. Now which of the constraint do you think so? Should I add to a student name? I think so that student name cannot be unique. It cannot be a primary key because primary key is supposed to be 1 and that's done. So it cannot be unique. It cannot be a primary key. Second is I don't want to implement any check constraint over here. Definitely it is not acting as a foreign key for any other table. And then if I want to look out default, I don't have any default names kept. Like if the student name is not available, keep his default name as Jay or Rahul, anything like that. No, I don't have anything such over here. So I'll simply keep it as not null, which means I want each student name to be at least there. So not null. And then age. Now let's say age is going to be integer, but one thing which I want to use in terms of age is nothing but check as a constraint, which means when the age is being inserted, the age of the individual should be greater than 18. The age of the individual must be greater than 18, which means it's an edtech organization. And he has mentioned that the students who enroll into the organization should have some age limit that is greater than 18, but less than 40. So it is between 18 and 40. So how to implement that? So we will write check. So when we write check, we have to give a condition. Now many people do mistakes in terms of giving check as a constraint. So how do you do over here is we write age. You have to mention that which column you're implementing check, even though you're writing it besides. So check age. Age should be what? Between. Now the constraint which we used or the condition which we used in my where clause, the same kind of condition I'm going to use over there. That is between. Between what? I want the age of the student to be between 18 and 40, which means if the student enrolled is between 18 to 40 as an age group, he or she can enroll. If the student is something apart from those ranges, it is not going to be an acceptable value and it is going to throw us an error. So here you can see a table is being added. with age as a constraint, check as a constraint that it needs 18 to 40. Now, what I want over here is city. Now, in city, what should I keep as a constraint? Should I keep not null? Should I keep unique? No, I cannot keep unique. Should I keep a default? Yes, I can think of choosing a default. Can I make this primary key? No, there is no another table which I can build up a relation. So as of now, no, this is not acting as a foreign key. Then can I keep it as a check constraint? Yes, I can see check a city is this or that, but I'll not choose. I'll choose something called as default over here. So I've kept it as default. Now, when you write default as a constraint, many people write this and end up the query. But what is your default value? Did you mention it something like that? No. So if you can see an error, it's not valid and default position. It is expecting something. Are you expecting a date over here, a time, a value, or anything? It is expecting, but it is not expecting only default. Because default value, what? If the city is not mentioned, I'll say the default city over here is going to be Mumbai. So, a Mumbai is being mentioned if the city is not found. Now, phone number. As I said, it's not mandatory that for each of the column I implement constraint. I will implement constraints only and only when I need a requirement of constraint in that particular column. So, as of now, I'm not adding any constraint into it. But when we use alter, we can definitely modify the existing data tables or database object which we have created. So we can definitely modify it further if we require. Now gender. Now gender, as I said, that I want gender to be there as a mandate part. So can I implement two constraints together? Yes. I can write check. I can write check. Check what? Gender. And I can write in. Means the gender is in either male, means it consists of either male or it consists of something as female. So male or female. So here you can see these are the two brackets which are there. This bracket is for the in condition, the in criteria, which means it can be either male or female. And here you can see this bracket is for check constraint. Now there is an error over here. Why? Because this bracket is not closed. So I'll close this bracket and the error is gone. Why? Because see, you have to be very careful with brackets. This bracket is the list of values you want to check in the gender. This is the gender bracket closing, and this bracket is for your closing of the table creation. You can see when you click on it, there is a yellow symbol. When you click on this, there is a symbol which means it starts from here, closes till here. When you click on this, you can see this one when you start from here and it's closing here. So brackets are something which is very important. Now if you see, constraints can be added directly at the end also, but we have added just with the column names and that's fine. Can you see something over here known as engine name? An engine. Now why do you need an engine? I have not executed this code still. So I'll show you engines. So show engines. So there is a syntax to show engines. Now what are engines? Engines are storage engines which are possibly available into our server. So when I execute this code, you can see that there are multiple storage engines which are possibly available. And you can see the by default engine over here is INODB. And this is the one which we prefer the most. Why? Because it is going to support all the transaction related operations, all the save point related tasks for us. So if you do wrap cell content, you can see support transaction, row level locking and foreign keys. So this is a storage engine which is going to be supportive for many of the tasks which are required to maintain the relational databases and the integrity between them. And that's how I'm going to use it. So here, even if I don't write any engine, by default it is going to go into INODB. But if I write engine, then you have to mention INODB over here, and if you don't even mention it, still fine. Default, it is going over there itself. So the code is being executed, and if you see over here, create table students, it has effectively been created. It's not available over here. I just need a refresh, and you can see a table is being created named as students and the column names which I give. The columns, you can see student ID, student name, age, city, phone number, gender is being possibly available. Now imagine you wrote this syntax and your file got deleted, but your table is being stored into the server. You want to see what was the code which MySQL actually executed or which I used in order to create a table. So there is one more syntax which you can use, that is show create table. So what does it do? It does show you the syntax which was used to create the table. So if I write show create table known as students, you can see it is showing the syntax. You just have to click on it and wrap cell content. So if I show this code ahead, just a second. If I show you the syntax, you can see student ID int, not null, auto increment. How backend has understood your code and stored it into the server. Student name, varchar, not null, this, that. Can you see primary key has been added below? Constraint student ID, which is a check constraint. Then constraint this, which is another check constraint which you have implemented over here. What was the engine being stored, character set, everything. So how SQL has stored your table, what was the syntax being used. If you want to use this part ahead, you can definitely use it. You can copy it and use it for your further task. So this is how the table which you created has been stored. Your query has been stored, and whenever you want to check the create table query, you just have to run and execute this code, and it will definitely show you the create table query over here. So and this is how the table was being created, and this is how we can view the syntax for create table. What if I want to see what kind of description is there into the table? So we have a syntax known as describe what? Describe students. Now I know I will be describing the tables into the particular database. So describe students. So when I do describe, it will give me descriptive statistics. Now what is descriptive statistic? Just a basic description at the layout. Now student ID as a field means column. Type, what type of data does it hold? Integer. Null, does it hold null? No. Does it hold any key? Yes, it holds a primary key. Default value, is there any default value set? No. Is there any extra element set? Yes, you have set an extra as auto increment. Student name, does it hold varchar? Yes, as a data type. Does it hold no null? No. Key? No. Default value? No. Age, if you see integer, I have not implemented any not null constraint in age, which means does it consist of null value? Yes, by default it does consist of null values. Is there any default? No. City, varchar, null values? Yes, but if there is null, what will be the default value set as there? Mumbai. Phone number, begin, null? Yes. Default value? No. Gender type is char. Null values? Yes, it does consist of that. So here you can see we found the describe of the table, the layout which we created, just to understand the generic part, that what is going to be accepted and what is not going to be accepted over here. Now after this, let's see that how a table from outside could be added into my database over here. Which means if I have a CSV file, if I have an Excel file, how I can add into my system in order to store it as a table. So for that, we have this option. So in this, I just need to right click. When you go on tables, you just have to do right click. Just a second. Right click, and you can see there is an option of table data import wizard. Wizard will help you to import the data quickly from a self-contained file. So you just have to click on it. Now you can see table data import allows only easily import of CSV or JSON files, which means you have to be very careful in terms of creating tables from a table or a value which is outside. You need either a CSV file or a JSON file from the data files. You can create data destination table on the fly, which means with certain clicks you can create it very easily. If I go on browse, now in browse it will expect or it will ask for any CSV files available into my system. So downloads, if you can see, there is one CSV file which is available, and CSV files will only be shown over here. There's another CSV file which is available. So let's say I'll take this CSV file known as advertising and I open it. This is just a random part which is there. I'll definitely drop this table ahead. So you can see users, admin, download, advertising and CSV. I have took the path of the data. I just have to go next. In that next, it will ask for use existing table, which means if you want to use it in the existing table or if you want to create new table and then add it, so that could also be done. If you can select this drop table if it exists, which means if the table which you are creating, if it exists, then you want to drop it, you can drop it and then create a new one. But I don't do it. So next, here you can see when I'm inserting unknown column, so it is given as what? My unknown column 1. The column name was not there, so it has kept it as my unknown column. And integer. Now TV, if you can see TV as a column is there, and then there is decimal, so they have considered what? The data type as double. Radio, it consists of decimal, double, double, double. If you want to change the data type, you can definitely do it, but we preferably not choose to do it over here. Then I do next, and in that next, it will ask you to prepare the data for import or import the file. Let's say I do next, and I ask it to import. Now you can see once that bar is coming, if it is finishing, it will finish the performing task and click on continue. So it's being finished. So I'll do continue. How many records are being imported? 200. And I do finish. Here you can see I can just do refresh and you can see advertising as a table is being available. So what I can do is I can write select star from advertising, and you can see the table which was there into my CSV file has been loaded into my MySQL server. So this is how creating table could be quickly done if you have a CSV file of the tables pre-created into your systems. So this is how create table has worked with the syntax as well as with this. The table which we created with the syntax didn't had a value like the advertising table. Why? Because the layout is what we have created. We have not inserted it as such. The CSV file has data already being stored, and that's why it does consist of values. So select star from students. If we try to do it, it is just going to show you the layout that these are the columns being created and this is how you are going to fill in. These are the layout which is being created. You just have to fill in the structure. So this is known as structure being created, and as we are doing DDL, it is purely dealing with the structural part of the data. So this was all about the create databases and tables. Further on, we are going to study and understand the difference between a primary key and foreign key, and let's understand the referential integrity in more detail. So as far as we have studied a lot of languages of SQL, right from creating a database from scratch to inserting data into the table, giving transaction controls over there, as well as writing some queries. Now, when I want to give the privileges of the data, let's say I have a database and I want to share this database allowing certain privileges to another user. Then how I can maintain the privileges of the data, how I can maintain the access of the data as well as the control of the data, we are going to see over here. So the next commanding language which we are going to cover with respect to SQL is nothing but DCL, stands for Data Control Language. let us first understand what is data control language, what are the commanding parts into data control language, and let's try to implement with the help of simplistic examples. So, if you can see, we are going to discuss about something called as DCL. Now, DCL as okay, so we are going to talk upon DCL. Now, D in DCL stands for data, C stands for control, and L stands for language, as you know. Now, we know that what's data. We know what's a language, but what is an element of C over here? As you know, that control. Now, what is the meaning of control? Control in the sense how much a data should be given to someone or how much the data which is being provided should be taken back over there. Let's take an example. Imagine that today I am going and subscribing to Netflix. Now, when I enter my user ID and password, definitely Netflix is giving me some set of data to allow or to view or to make certain changes. Now, me being a user to view, I have a view membership which is being provided. That means that whatever series, whatever web shows I have that are being stored into Netflix would be available for me to view. One thing is they have given me the access or the privileges of the database where their shows, web series and movies are being stored across globe. Now, in those access, let's say tomorrow I want to see some movie. I went on that and I saw some movie. I didn't like it. Will I be able to delete that movie from their database? The answer would be no. Why? Because they have granted me the privileges of the data, but with certain restrictions, with certain controls which needs to be maintained by them. So that me as a user should not do any changes into their system or into their databases. Now, Netflix is not only storing data related to your movies and show, definitely it will have a customer base. Definitely it will have some revenue related data which are being stored. But when me as a user is logging in into Netflix, it is not allowing me to see that. So what does this means? This means that when a control of the data is being provided, we can allow or we can understand how much data should be shared, to whom it should be shared, and what kind of privileges do we are able to give to that particular user, to that particular user ID with respect to certain accesses and privileges. So that is what that is known as the control element of the databases. So it's not, if I carry further, let's say I have a 1 month membership. My month membership is done, which means all the database access would be taken back from me. That is, the access would be collected back again by the Netflix, and then once I have renewed my account, at that time I will be getting back the access again. So here if you can see, there is a control happening within the data, within the database, between the users and the server where the database is stored. That is known as a controlling part in a very simplistic and the real world example which we see on a daily basis. So when I talk upon control in terms of data control language, control means privileges. Means access, accounts, limitations, whatever the privileges of the data are supposed to be given. So data control language or DCL helps to understand the control over the privileges provided for data. So whatever other privileges are being provided for the data, they will be controlled with the help of DCL. The commanding parts of DCL is nothing but the first is known as grant. Now in simple English, what is the meaning of grant? Grant means giving. Grant will help us to give permissions. So giving permissions, giving or allowing the privileges. The privileges, or I can call it as granting the privileges for the data. which are there. Just a second. So allowing or granting the privileges related to the data. So once a user ID and password is created, I can decide, okay, what amount of data should be given to that particular individual. That is the meaning of granting. Now it will not be there for the lifetime point of view. It will definitely be taken back from you as the work of that database is done, your time span is exceeded, or the work which was associated to you with respect to that data has been done. So the database is not available to you for lifetime, or certain privileges are taken back from you so that the changes are not being allowed. At that particular instance, we are going to see something called as revoke. Now, what is the meaning of revoke in simple English? Revoking or taking back the given privileges. So I can say taking back the given privileges. Given privileges. That's what revoke as a statement is going to do in terms of grant and revoke. So this is a simplistic example of what does a data control language does. Now data control language in short will help me to allow and to access the amount of privileges to be given to a particular user and to be taken back from the particular user. That's what DCL is. Now we have understood these things theoretically. Let's try to see and implement those concepts practically, and let's try to observe, is DCL or grant and revoke helping me to give the privileges of the data or not? So for that, I'll go to the database. As you can see on my screen, DCL or data control language commands in SQL allows you to manage the access control by either granting the privileges to the user in the database or revoking back the privileges which are given. Now the granting is either done by the root password which we created when we installed it. The user was created as root, which has all the access of the data, or by creating a users manually, which we will create and we will see how it works. So we are going to see two commanding paths, grant and revoke. How does it work? For that, let us first create a user. Now how to create a user over here? As I have a root by default, if you can see on your home screen, you can see the user over here. I'm using an SQL Masterclass connection, and you can also see that's a by default connection made local instance, and both of them are having the same user. If you want to see what is a username, you can see an icon which is a human icon. That means it is a username. What is a username for both the connections which I have? Root. Now root as a user is a basic user which is available right from the beginning, right from when the server is being created. What if I want to create my own username and ID and password for the same? So let us see how we can connect and how we can create the one for us. So if I go on this instance, I'm going on SQL Masterclass. You can see in the administration point of view, there is an option of users and privileges. So from here also you can create users and privileges which are there, or you can go to the server settings. Now there are, in the administration point of view, as I said, you can click on this and you'll get an option for creating the same. But let's not create it from here. Let me create it from the server point of view. So this is my part, and I'll go into the server, and in that server there is an option of users and privileges. So I can go and I can create a user from here as well. Now you can see the users which are by default available. MySQL info schema, localhost, session, localhost, sys, localhost, and you can see there is a user which is created by default. Now I want to create a new user over here. So how to create a new user? There is an option of add account. Once I go and do add account, which is there, now you can give a new username over here. So by default it's a new user, or I can call it as user1. So I give the name as user1. Here I can give the password for the same. Let me give a very simplistic password so that we can use it and utilize it for the further point of view. You can give the password as your requirement, as your necessities. I'm giving a simple password as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 because I will use this user and ID password again and again. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is what I have given. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've given this, and then I do apply. Once I do apply, can you see a new user created with a name as user1, and you can see it's created from the host. So this is percentage symbol, which means it's created by me, not by the server. So this is created by a human. This is a user ID which is being created. Now remember your user ID and password which was there. So I have created it. Before granting or revoking, creating a user is must. Let's see the statement of grant. Now what is the meaning of grant? Grant allows to give access. Just a second. Yeah. Grants allows to give access or privileges of data. So grant is allowing me to give access or permissions or privileges related to data. So let us see how. So in order to grant, what I have to do? Grant. But before granting, you have to be very specific that which database you want to grant the privileges upon. So for a safer side, I know Imarticus as a database is selected, but still on a safer side, I'll still write use Imarticus. So I've written use Imarticus and the Imarticus database is in use. Now imagine that I want to give the privilege for students as a table. So what I want? Grant what? Grant, and in that grant you have to mention what? You have to mention something. What do you want to give? The privileges. What kind of privileges you want to give? You want to give select, you want to give info, you want to give, select, you want to give delete, you want to give update, you want to give view, whatever privileges you want to give, you have to mention over here. So you can write what? Select. You can write what? Let's say select. Then you can write what? Update. You can write what? Insert. You can write what? Delete. So all kind of privileges could be provided. Let's give a select statement. Select is the privilege which I want to give on. Where do I want to give this privileges? Now I will mention the table name, that is on students. Now to whom I want to give the privileges? So I'll write to and the user ID. What I've created, the username is user1. So what is happening over here? Granting. I am granting the permissions or the privileges. What kind of permissions I am granting? Select statements, which means a DQL permission is being granted over there. On what table? On the students table. To what? To the user1. So the user1 which I created, I am granting or giving the permissions related to what? Select. And I execute the statement. What you can see? Grant select on students to user1 is executed successfully. Now permission has been granted. How I will see that whatever permissions have been granted, are they correct or not? Am I able to write the statements or not? For that, let me go to home. And in the database, you can see there is an option of connect to database. Here, instead of, the stored connection, you can make the stored connection whatever it is, or instead of your root, I have to write user1, the new user which I created, and I do OK. For that, this is asking a password for me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you remember, I kept a very simple password so that I can use it again and again. And I do OK. So here you can see I have got, there is a new instance open. If you can see above, MySQL @ and there is a new instance which is being opened. Can you see only Imarticus as a database is available? If I open it, only which table is available for me? Students. Why? Because when I wanted to give a permissions or the privileges, I said that from the Imarticus database, I wrote use Imarticus. So from that database, it has given me the privileges only on students. Now, what kind of privileges are being provided? The select privileges, which means I can write the DQL statements. Let us do use Imarticus. Yes, Imarticus is in use. And can I write select star from students. Am I able to write that? Yes, you can see a students table, which is possible. Let's say I want to write the students, or I want to see the students who are female. So where gender equals to, if I do female, am I able to see that? Yes, all kind of select statements are ideally possible. If I can zoom in, yeah. Now let me try to insert data into this insert table. So let me do insert, and I say that insert into which table? Into students. Now what I wanted to insert? Let's say I wanted to insert student name, student space name. What I want to insert again is age. What I want to insert is city. What I wanted to insert, let's say I don't want to insert an email ID. Let's say contact is what I wanted to insert. And let's say gender of that individual I wanted to insert. And I'll write what? Values. So I'm inserting values over here. What is the name of the student which I want to insert? Let's say Siley. What is the age of the student? Let's say 27. What is the city of the student? Let's say Pune. What is the contact number of the student? Let's say 8190452833. I've given the number, and let's say she's a female. I try to insert this data. Now when I execute this, can you see an error occurred? If I show you what is there, there is an error occurred. What is this error telling me? Insert command denied to user. Why it is giving me that error? Because when I granted the permission or gave the permissions or the privileges related to data, did I allow the inserting statements over there? No. I said that I will grant only the permission related to select or writing the queries or finding the queries or the outcomes related to the same. So insert command denied to user 1. So I have not given any command related to insert into the students table. That's what, and that's how the granting is working. It is only allowing me to select, but it is not allowing me to insert a new data. So as I told you an example, that when Netflix is giving me the data, it is only giving me to view the data. It is not allowing me to make any changes or make any updations. So this kind of integrity or this kind of security could be maintained with the help of grant and revoke, which is there. Let us see. Let us add few more parts. So I'll close this. Here you can see on the, so where I am giving in SQL Master. This is a super user where the main user, where main data is being stored in the root. From root, I am giving the permissions of user 1, user 2 and many more things. So that has been given. Let's say I say grant. Let's say I am giving one more permission, that is insert and delete. I want to give two permissions, that is one is insertion and one is what? Deletion. On which table? On students table, which is there. Now, to whom I want to give this permission? Again to user 1. And I do it. Here you can see you are not allowed to give a permission to the user. But why there is a permission denied over here? Because of the case sensitivity of the username. Now, usernames need to be mentioned how you have been created. I have created a username where the U is capital. I gave a username where the U was small. And that's why it was telling me you are not allowed to create a user with grant. You have to create a pre-created user. You cannot create it with grant. So when I give now you can see that it's possible. Just because the usernames what you created on the server needs to be mentioned as it is. You cannot have the case sensitivity not affecting on that. The case sensitivity does affect on the usernames, that you have to keep in mind. So I have given insert and delete to the user. Let us see how does it works, or is it working or not. So on the database, again I'll go to connect to database, And here instead of user name, I'll give what? User 1. I'll do OK. And it is asking me password 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I do OK, which is there. And you can see Imarticus as a database is available. Not all databases are available. So I'll say use Imarticus. And what kind of tables I have? I have only students table. Let me see if it is allowing me to insert or not. Let me zoom in. So I'll do select star from students. As I know, select query or select approaches are given to me. So I can view the table however I want. But what if I want to now see if the insertion and deletion operations are being possible or not? For that, let me see insert into which table do you want to insert? Students. And what do you want to insert? Let's say the name of the student. So as I said, student name. Then what I want to insert? I want to insert the age. I want to insert the city. Let's say I don't want to insert the email ID. I want to insert the gender. Let's have those things added for the same. And I'll write what? Values. In that values, let's say name of the student. I mentioned Siley I want to insert data for. Then you can see age. Now age is 25 of that student. City, let's say city is Pune, and the gender is female over here. Now Siley is already a user, as you can see over here, but user with the same name is possible. I have not added unique for a username, or let's say the student name, not the username particularly. So when I do this, can you see now the row is affected? Can I see the students table? Is Siley added at the below? Yes, it is added, which is possibly available. Email was not given, so not available. Contact number is blank, and this is how the data was inserted. So am I able to insert the data now? Yes, because the user was given a privilege not only for select but also for inserting the data which we have been seen. Now we also gave a permission for delete statements. That is, if I want to delete certain rows or set of rows. Let us see that is it working or not. You all must be knowing that delete as a statement is helpful to delete particular rows based on criteria or condition. So delete from where I have to delete the data? I want to delete the data from students. So delete from students, and I say where. Let us see in the student's ID, which is there. What is an ID for Siley? 117. So SID, let's say I'll do SID, and the data which I inserted 117. Is it able to delete? Yes. And if I see select star from students over here you can see the info for Siley has been deleted. So the row which was inserted has been eliminated from here now. So granting was allowing me to give these privileges in that manner. So it depends on me if I want to grant the privileges of the data, how I want to grant it, and how I want to make use of those privileges on certain tables or certain set of tables. So this was granting. Now definitely I have granted some permissions and I don't want this permission to be given to the user anymore. I want to take back the permissions which are there. And for that, what I will be seeing is, I'll go to the server, I'll close this. So I'll close this. I'll go to the server where I have granted, and I'll see a statement known as what? Revoke. Now what is the purpose of revoke? Revokes, or in simple terms, or takes back the given privileges. Takes back the given privileges. So whatever privileges were given will be taken back. So I'll write what? Revoke. Now revoke what? Insert, update, delete, or you want to revoke all. So you can write a keyword as all as well, but let's try to revoke insert and delete over here. So I'm revoking insert and delete on On what? Students. Now, instead of to, I'm not giving. So, to means to give. I will be revoking it from that user. So, I will write as in the simple English. If I give, so I'll write to. If I want to take, so I want to take it from whom. So, I'll write from, and here I'll write the user one, the username, and it's being affected, which means it's correct. So, if I go to database, connect to database, instead of the root, what I will write is user 1. So that's being there. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I do okay. Here you can see, I'll write use Imarticus. And if I try to insert the data, so as you can see, let me see the data. Select star. Let me zoom in. From what? From the students. If I see, yes, I can get the data. I have revoked the insert and delete permissions or the privileges which were given. So what I am doing over here is, let me try to insert data. Insert into students which were there. And here I write student name. I write, let's say, age and gender. This is what I have written. I am inserting certain states, let's say values. And what I am inserting, let's say I'll insert another student details, that is Rashi. Age is 26. And then I say the gender of Rashi is nothing but female. If I want to insert this data, here you can see insert command denied to the user. Earlier, the permissions and privileges were given for insertion, but here I have to back the given privileges or the given permissions related to insert and delete. So it will not allow me to use that insert and delete again. So that's how the permissions which were given could be taken back from the user. This is how revoke as a statement is going to work. So let us see with delete as well, because I took permissions from delete as well. So delete from students. And I had a student ID as 116. Let me see if I am able to delete that student entry. So 116. Here you can see delete command denied to user 1 because it's not being given again. So the permissions are being denied for your delete as well. But can I see select over here? Yes, because select permissions are still there working. So select star from students and I'll write what, where. Let me write gender equals to female. If I want to see the data for the same, yes. So select statements are working, but the insert and delete privileges which I provided to the data are being taken back. So this is how simplistic approach of grant and revoke is being seen. So what is the meaning of granting? Granting means granting the privileges and permissions for data. What is the meaning of revoking? Revoking means taking back the given privileges which were given to a particular user. You can take back all the privileges. You can take back certain privileges which are there. So this is how we saw with a simplistic example. I just wanted to show with one more use case that how a grant and revoke is being given for a particular user and how an entire database could be granted for the same. So when I go over here in server, I'll create a new user. Let's say I'll go in users and privileges and I'll create a new user known as add account. And I'll create this new user as, let's say, user 2. I'll create the user as user 2 and I write the password as Imarticus. Imarticus. I wrote the password and I did apply. Can you see one more user is created named as user 2. So when I take this user and I want to give the privileges but without writing any code aspect of the data. So what I'll do, user 2 Here there was a login page. Just select that user where you want to give the privileges. You'll get the login page, a login tab. Just beside login tab, you'll get accounts and limits. So you can limit that how many queries, how many updates, how many connections, how many concurrent connections this user can make. Administrative roles, what kind of roles do you want to give? If you want to give all the rows, you can select all the rows over here. Schemas and privileges. So what kind of schemas? What is the meaning of schema? A logical representation of your data or a representation of your data within a database. That is a schematic representation. So I want to add a schema privileges. So I'll do add entry. You can do all schema. You can do schemas with pattern matching, means certain pattern is being matched by the schema that would be given to the user, or you want to give a particular schema. Particular schema means a particular database needs to be given over here. So selected schema I give, and I went to classic models. Let's say I want to give this Imarticus as a schema to them, and I'll do OK. Once I do OK, you can see privileges. I've selected the schema to be available as Imarticus. But what kind of privileges I've given? None. So I've given none privileges. If I select this, user, delete, execute, show view, create, alter, references, let's say, which is there. Let me this. So let me do select all over here. I'll do a grant option. Everything I'm giving. So I did. And let's say apply. So I've applied the schema to the user which is there. Now let me go over here and make a connection. So I'll make a connection over here, a new connection where I can get this user. I'll write new connection. This connection name could be anything. It depends on you. Now instead of root, I'll write the user 2. I have to, as I said, you have to match the name which you have provided when you created a user. User 2, test connection. What is the password? I gave it as Imarticus. And let's say do OK. It's made connection successfully and OK. Your new connection is being created. And if you can see, all the databases are given. If there is some case, go into the master. Just revoke all privileges. Let me revoke all the privileges. Let me add entry. It was not properly given. Take this. I'll do it Imarticus and do OK. Let me select all the privileges which were there. Apply. Okay. I'll go to this connection. I can refresh and you can see only Imarticus as a database was given and all kind of permissions are given to the same. So I can double select it. You can see now earlier which I did with grant, it was giving me one table. I showed an approach of giving one table, or you can add multiple tables, that's your choice. But when I want to give an entire database, this is one way to do it. So here you can see whatever data was stored into Imarticus as a database, it was not only students, but we had course, we had course info, we had scores, we had employees related data, we have other details related data. So that has also been available into this. So this is how grant works. Let me go to the super user from where we granted the data. So that's my SQL Masterclass. So I went over here, I did revoke all privileges. So I'm revoking all the privileges which were given. I went to new connection. Let me refresh it again. So you cannot connect to database. Let me close it. All the permissions are being revoked. So here if I go in new connection, I open it. I have to give the password. Let's say Imarticus. And I do OK. With that, you can see no privilege of the database is being provided. Why? Because the privileges which were given are being taken back. So this is how grant and revoke will help me to grant the privileges of the data in order to make the manipulation changes or viewing the data, and then how the privileges which were being provided could be taken back with the statement of revoke. We saw with simplistic approaches that how it will be possible with a practical use case. So this was all about grant and revoke. And this is how DCL commands will help me to control or maintain the control or the access of the data which is shared across multiple users when you have to work upon certain tasks. So I hope we are clear with what is DCL commands, how does DCL commands work, and what is a use case of grant and revoke. So far we have seen that how a database is created, how the tables are being created, how the relationship between the tables is being maintained, what are the constraints, what are the data types in SQL. We also understood that what are the key requirements with respect to altering and doing the necessary structural changes which are there. But if I want to eliminate something between my structure, if I want to do some delete operations with the help of DDL commands, which of the commanding languages or which of the commands are being used from my DDL statements, how those commands are going to execute, what is the major difference between each one of them? Let's try to understand those things. So when I talk about DDL commands, DDL command consists of 5 commanding languages. The very first is create, which we understood. It helps you to create something. Then we have something called as alter, which will help you to alter or make the alterations into the structure. The third one over here is nothing but drop, and the fourth one over here is nothing but truncate, and the fifth one is rename. Now we have understood create and alter. Let's try to understand if the delete operations are happening, if I am going to use alter or if I am going to use drop. So when I talk upon drop as a statement or drop as a command, so if I give drop as a command to my MySQL server, drop means drop out. Now what do you want to drop out? You want to drop out everything. What is the meaning of everything? Means the entire database object. It could be dropping the name. It will consist of dropping all the columns and all the entries which are being stored. So the existing of that database object, the existence of that database object would be completely eliminated and you cannot get it back. If I want to talk upon truncate on the other hand, so truncate is going to eliminate all the rows. Now listen this carefully, that truncate is going to eliminate all the rows, whereas drop, when we understood, it is trying to eliminate everything. So truncate is eliminating all the rows. So what happens to the column names? What happens to the table name? Is it maintained or is it also being eliminated? So with respect to truncate, the structure is maintained. Now what is the meaning of structure is maintained? That means the table name and the column definitions are kept as it is. Only the rows or the entries which are there into the table or the database object is being eliminated. So that's the simplistic definition which I can explain with respect to drop and truncate. But let me show all those things theoretically as well as practically, that how both of them are going to be implemented and what is the major difference between both of them. When to use drop and when to use truncate. So if you can see on my screen that this were the data tables which we created. Now all the tables which we created, course, info, source, students, now these tables are empty. But this is a table which we created on the fly, that is without any hassle, without any writing any code. This was a table created from a CSV file and it does has information. So if you see advertisement table, it does has information such as TV, radio, newspaper and sales. Now what I want to do over here is I want to implement drop and truncate both of them and see how does it works. So now I would be talking about truncate. So what does truncate do? It eliminates all the rows or records from the table. It's trying to eliminate all the records from the table and maintains the structure. Instead of and, you can talk upon but. Means even though it is trying to eliminate all the rows, it is trying to maintain the structure, but maintains the structure of the table. how does it say? Now why I'm showing truncate earlier, not drop, because you can see the difference. So if I do truncate, and in that truncate I have to mention what? Table. So truncate table. Now I cannot just write this query as it is. Which table do you want to truncate? So truncate table, and the table name over here is advertisement. So if I do this, control and enter. So this is there, and if I see select star from advertisement, you can see the table is empty. Empty means all the rows are being eliminated, but maintains the structure, which means the table name is kept as it is. The column names and the column definition which are there, or the column structure, is maintained the same. So here if you can see, truncate is eliminating all the records from the table but maintains the structure. Now many people have this question. Can I say that I want to eliminate only particular elements or particular rows? Can I say that whatever is being eliminated, I need to get it back? Can I do this? No. Why? First of all, truncate is not going to use a where clause in order to mention what needs to be eliminated and what not. Truncate by default eliminates all the rows which are there into your table by maintaining the structure. The second question is, if all the data which is gone, can I get it back? The answer for this is also no. Why? Because truncate is a part of DDL statements, and DDL statements are auto-committed. What is the meaning of auto-committed? Auto-committed means once it is done, it's permanent. It's not going to roll back, or it's not going to give me an operation to bring back all the changes which are there. It's permanently gone. So this is how truncate is going to do, where it eliminates all the rows by maintaining the structure. So if you do select star from table name, it is giving you the structure, but it's an empty table. It is easy if you want to eliminate all the rows, if you want to maintain the structure, if you want to free up the table by some unnecessary information, you can use truncate at that particular instance. Now this was about truncate, but let me explain you something related to drop. So let me explain something related to drop. That is drop as a constraint. So drop, it also eliminates. It eliminates. So it also eliminates, but everything. It eliminates records as well as the structure. Which means it's trying to eliminate everything over here. So nothing is being kept over here to get it back, to trace it back. All the things over here with respect to records and the structure will be eliminated. Let's say I have advertisement as a table and all the rows are gone. So what is the purpose of this table? I don't want this table anymore. Now in my table or in my Imarticus database, I don't want advertisement as a table to be created or as a table to be there. So if it is found, so let's say you can do drop table. If exist, if not exist, you can implement that, but it's not mandatory. So I'll write drop table. I cannot write only drop and say that advertisement. If I try to do this, it's incorrect. Why? Because it is expecting me dropping what? Or advertisement of what? Do you want to alter or anything as such? No. Then it's a table. So you have to mention the keyword known as table. So drop table advertisement. So if I try to drop it, it's done. And then if I try to do select star from advertisement, it will show me an error. Now what is an error? Imarticus.advertisement doesn't exist. When I did the same task of elimination with truncate, it showed me the result set, but it was an empty table. But when I did the operation with drop, it has dropped everything related to the advertisement table. That is the rows, the records, the structure as well as its name. So everything is being eliminated over here with the help of drop. So this is how drop works. It's not like you can only drop a table, you can drop all the database object. So let's say drop database, and I had created PGA as a database. Now I don't want this database to be there, so it's being dropped. So here you can see, you cannot see a PGA database over here because it's been gone. Now, one of the major carefulness which you have to follow whenever you're using truncate and drop is both of them are very sensitive in terms of use cases with respect to DDL commands. Why? Because one reason, both are auto committed, which means if the information is gone, it's totally gone. You're not going to get it back. The second thing over here is if any crucial information gets eliminated, it becomes very difficult to get it back, and it becomes very difficult to maintain the relational integrity over here. So whenever you're choosing drop or whenever you're choosing truncate to be used, you have to wisely choose that when to use what. So this is how the drop works. Now if you want to do drop over here, you can right click. There is an option of drop as well, which you can drop, or you can drop it from here as well. You can do the same for the table. Let's say this is a table which you have created and you don't want it. You just have to right click by clicking on the table name, and there are many options which you can choose. That is drop table, truncate table, create table like, and many more such cases which are there. So this is how drop and truncate helps. So if we see with the theoretical part, that is drop table statement is used to delete the existing table. The statement removes the complete data, which means everything will be eliminated with the whole structure or definition permanently from the database, which means everything is eliminated from the database, and that too permanent. So you must be very careful while removing the table, because we cannot recover the lost data after deleting it. As I mentioned, that you have to be very careful, as drop and truncate both are very sensitive commands which are there, and we have to use them very wisely. So syntax is drop table and the table name. If you want to drop multiple tables, yes, drop will allow you to drop multiple tables. So sometimes we want to drop more than one table from the database, and in that case we have to use table names and separate them by the comma operator. And there is a syntax for dropping multiple tables as such. Now the difference between truncate and drop. You can also use drop table command to delete the complete table, but it will remove both the complete table as well as structure. You need to recreate the table again if you want to store some data. You have to create the table again from scratch. Whereas in truncate, you know that the structure is maintained, the table name is there, only the rows would be eliminated. That is, the table would be made empty. So, but in the case of truncate table, it removes only data, not structure. As I said, that it only removes the elements, not the structural part. You don't need to recreate the table, which means if you want the structure to be there created, if you want to insert more data, you don't need to create it from scratch. The structure is being maintained, you can directly fill in the details. So you don't need to recreate the table again, the table structure already exists. So this is only the major difference between truncate and drop, as both of them are used in terms of elimination part. Now this could be an interview question asked for you, that what is the difference between drop and truncate, and why do we use it, what is the purpose of drop, what is the purpose of truncate, and which among the two commands are auto committed. Over here both are auto committed. Why? Because both are a part of DDL statements, and DDL statements are auto committed in nature. So this was about drop and truncate. Now let me also talk about the last command or the last constraint which we have. So now let me talk about the last command which we have pending in terms of DDL statements. Now the last command, which is known as rename. Now many of the people don't study rename as such, but rename is one of the command which is there. Now rename is used to rename the table name. So it is used to rename the table name from the table name which is there. Now I don't have a table to rename. If I rename any of these tables, there is a differential integrity which will be hampered. So let me bring in some sample data by import table data.wizard. You must be knowing that this is how it is done. Let me take this iris as a data and rename. Next, next, next. And you can see this is there, 150 records. So I have a table name known as iris. So select star from, and the table name is what? Iris. If I show you, this is the data which I have. So if I refresh, it will be reflecting. Now iris as a table name I don't require. I can change the name of the table by two ways. Two ways would be, one with respect to alter, which we have seen earlier, and another would be with respect to rename as a command. So if I change, so rename with alter. So if I want to rename it with alter, how I have to do? Alter table and the name of the table known as iris. Rename, that is I want it to be renamed to, what is it name? That is flower info. So if I just want to change to any random name as such, flower info, and I do control enter, you can see it's changed, and when I refresh, you can see instead of iris, it is showing flower info. So this is how I can rename the table with respect to alter. But renaming a table directly without the use of alter is also possible. So rename the table directly without alter. So without alter command, if I want to rename a table, will I be able to do it? Yes. So you just have to write rename. Just a second. You just have to write rename table. So rename table, now you can see it is expecting the name of the existing table, which means it is incomplete. You have to mention the name of existing table, means the pre-created or the available table name. What is the available table name which I have? Flower info. Now it is expecting 2. You can see my SQL is only directing me that what I want to do. So rename it to what? Now what it is telling me? Expecting a new table name, which means now it says that give me a new table name. Flower info. Let's say I want to see details. The table name is what? Details. Over here, and that's done. So here if I refresh, so from iris it changed to flower info with the help of alter, and with the help of direct rename it changed from flower info to details. So information or the columns are not going to change over here. It is just changing the name of the table. So if I do select star, just a second, if I do select star from details, you can see that it shows me the same data which was being there in iris. So this is how we can see the DDL commands are working. This is how all the DDL statements work. We understood all of them practically as well as theoretically. I hope we are able to understand what are DDL commands and how they are helpful in terms of maintaining or in terms of the structural formation or the organization of a database when it is created from scratch. So this was all about DDL commands.
So far, we have studied a lot concepts related to creating SQL databases, inserting certain data with the help of SQL languages, which we have studied. Now let's understand a common transaction related property which is very important to be known in the real world scenario as well. So what is that transaction related property and how it is helpful in terms of managing the transactions which are happening into the real world as well as within the databases. So that property is known as asset property. But let's first understand what is transaction and how this property is helpful for us in terms of gaining more insights about the same. So if you can see on my screen, now when I ask you what is transaction according to you, so you all will have a simplistic definition of what is transaction. So transactions, just a second. So what is a transaction for you? So transaction is money debited from one account so when the money is debited from one account and credited to another, is known as transaction. Or let's say, in simple terms, if I want to talk upon transaction, money being debited from one account and credited to another. That's the meaning of transaction which we know. So when we are transferring money from one account to another, when we say that it was a successful transaction, when it was being debited and it is being credited simultaneously. Now, with this transaction was the real world scenario of this transaction. But what is the meaning of transaction in the field of databases? So, as I have said and I discussed, transaction for database is nothing but all the DML statements which are happening. So, transactions for databases are nothing but the changes which are happening with the DML statements. Now, what are those changes which are happening with the DML statements? They are nothing but inserting the data, they are nothing but updating the data, and they are nothing but deleting the data or deleting the records which are there. So that is the transaction which is happening into the database field. Now, in this transaction related properties, what is a principle which we all need to know and how we are going to maintain that principle into the real world scenario. So there is a property known as asset properties which is governed for what? Transactions. Now, what is the synonym of asset over here? A stands for atomicity, C stands for consistency, I stands for isolation. So it's isolation, and D stands for durability. So what does it say? When you're studying about asset properties with respect to transaction, you have to deal with A standing for atomicity, C standing for consistency, I standing for isolation, and D standing for durability. Now let us understand what is the meaning of each word over here with a simplistic example of the transaction which happens and which you all must have seen. Now, if I show you this, so transaction systems in the database has 4 basic properties which are known as asset properties. These properties play a very crucial understanding with the transaction happening in the databases. They are used to maintain consistency in the database during transaction. Now, what are those properties known as? A standing for atomicity, C standing for consistency, I for isolation, and D for durability. Now, let's talk upon first, that is atomicity. Now, what does atomicity says? Now, there could be n number of definition for atomicity, but if I want to talk upon in simple terms, that what is the meaning of atomicity? Atomicity means either all or none. Atomicity means it will be either all or none. which means either all the steps in the transaction are completed, or if any one of the step in the transaction is failing, the entire transaction is called as a failed transaction. Let's see how, and let's see what is it helping me to understand over here with respect to atomicity. Imagine that I am going to an ATM machine and I want to take out some money from my bank account. Now, just by going to ATM machine and telling that I want 3,000 or 4,000 from my account, it's not going to give me the money. I have to follow certain steps. First is I'll go to the ATM machine and I'll follow the step, that is step 1. What is the step 1 over here? That first I'll insert my card. So that's the first step. So insert the card. After that, step 2. I selected the option. What I want to do, I'll select the option of withdraw. So select the option. So I selected the option of withdraw. Now, step 3, it will ask you from current bank account, so or savings account, whatever it is. So bank account, it will ask. Let's say the step 4 over here is asking me to insert the money, which was there, the amount which I want to remove from my bank. So amount is required, and then I insert a step 5. So after inserting amount, it is asking me the PIN, the ATM PIN, which was there. And once the ATM PIN is there, it will successfully process my account and gives me what? Money over here. So money will be provided after this. So if I want to do this transaction, what I am telling, that I am following all the steps. Let's say the first step which was there, that inserting the card, was successful. Let's say second step, I wanted to select an option of withdraw, was successful. Then I chose a bank account, that's I want to remove it from a current bank account, so done. Amount, I inserted it correctly. Now in the ATM PIN step, I by mistakenly inserted a wrong PIN. So this step was what? A failure. This step was what? Actually a failure, which was there. So can I get the money? The answer would be no. Why? Because you have inserted the wrong PIN. So money is not being given to you. The next step after that is what? Fail. And your transaction is cancelled. Now, when you want to repeat this step, what you have to do? You cannot start it from where it was rejected or from where it was cancelled. You have to go to the first step, which was there. So that is the meaning of what? Atomicity. Atomicity says either all, which means if all the steps are completed successfully, then your transaction is said to be a successful transaction. Either none. What is the meaning of none? Which means if any of the step fails, the entire transaction is known as a failed transactions, which was there. And if you want to start it again, you have to roll back or go to the first step. So if I enter a wrong PIN, the ATM machine will say wrong PIN entered, cannot do it, and it will release my card. So if I want to remove the amount again, I just have to repeat the steps again and again. That is the meaning of atomicity in simple terms. That is the meaning of either all or none. So if all the steps are successfully completed, let's say, if now when I roll back the process, it has completed, I entered a correct PIN now, and money was being given. So money has been debited, and that's when I will say that it was what? A successful transaction. A successful transaction was there, and this transaction entry will be inserted into my database or into the bank account which is there. So whenever I go and print my statements, I'll get this transaction printed over there, because this was one successful transaction where all the steps of the transaction were successfully completed. This is the meaning of what? Atomicity, which was there. So A in atomicity stands for this. The entire transaction, if I talk upon this, so the entire transaction takes place at once or doesn't happen at all. As I've said, that either all or none. The entire transaction takes place at once or doesn't happen at all. The transaction cannot perform partially, which means you cannot say your half transaction is done and half is pending. No, there is no partial transaction process is going to happen. For other users, the transaction is only visible when it is completed. Let's say I am sending money to another individual, let's say you. So it will be visible to you only when it is being successfully transferred to your account by deducting it from my account. So for an example, if I show A wants to transfer, so imagine A is me and B is you. So A wants to transfer money, that is 500, to B, and they want it to be called as a transaction. Atomicity guarantees that. Now atomicity tells me that A balance will be deducted by 500. Let's say I had 3000 as a balance and I want to send it to B. So my balance from 3000 will be minus 500. That is, it will be deducting 500 from that, and B's balance will be credited. The money will be debited from my account and credited to yours. So B's account, let's say you have 10,000 into your account plus 500, it will make 10,500. So credited by 500. So both this credit and debit happens in a single step. That is, it is being credited from one account and debited. It has been debited from an account and credited to another. So this credit and debit is both happening and it's a single complete process. Just imagine the chaos. Now imagine if this was not a case, if the transaction would have partially done, where the money has been deducted from my account but didn't credit to yours. So it was not an atomic nature, it was not an atomic transaction. Or let's say it got credited to your account but it was never being debited from my account. There will be a chaotic situation which was going on, and that's why transaction management system wants the property of atomicity to be maintained. So just imagine the chaos if it was not atomic. That is, A's money got deducted, my account got deducted with the amount, and the transaction failed. Then it is called as a failed transaction. And B to never got this transaction or never got the money being given. And that's the meaning of what atomicity. And atomicity is very important. So if you want to in short explain what is atomicity, it is right either all or none, which means either all the steps are successfully completed. If any one of the step fails, the entire transaction is called as a failed transaction. That was all about atomicity. Now it's not only that atomicity should be maintained, there is something which is also important with respect to atomicity to be maintained, is nothing but consistency. Now you must be knowing what is consistency. Consistency is same throughout, or consistent enough. I can call that this transaction was consistent, means considerable, or same throughout, which was required to be there. So let's understand what is consistency. So when I talk upon the next element, which is nothing but consistency, the database element before. So the database element before and after transaction must be same. So that's what they are saying. Before and after transaction, it must be same. Now, what is the example over here? Imagine that A is me, B is you, and my account has 10,000 rupees. So I have 10,000 rupees over here. B has 3,000 rupees. That is, you have 3,000 rupees into your account. Now I say I want to transfer 500 to you. So 500 to you. So from my account it will be debited, and my account transaction or the final account balance would be 9,500. And at your account it is what? it is credited. So I get this. What is the value? Let's say 3,500. Fine. So before transaction, if I take the account balance of A and account balance of B and sum up, 10,000 plus 3,000 is nothing but 13,000. So this was before. Before, what is the balance amount at both the end? It's 13,000. Now after having transaction, my account has been debited with 500, so it is 9,500 left, and it has been credited successfully, so it was 3,500 based on the atomicity. So what was the after transaction sum up value? In both the bank accounts, it was 9,500, 3,500, nothing but 13,000. So before transaction and after transaction, was the sum of the database amounts same? Yes. So the element before and after transaction was same, which means the database was consistent in this transaction. But imagine for a fact that you all must have heard this, that it was debited from my account but never got credited to yours. Money has been deducted, but the bank gives a message, if it has been deducted, then due to bank issues, it will be credited to your account in certain days or certain span of time. So you all have seen. So imagine that when I was transferring 500 to you, 500 got deducted, that is debited from my account, but it was never credited to your account. And what is your account balance? Still 3,000. So 10,000 plus 3,000 is 13,000. Now what is the account balance? 9,500 and 3,000. Over here is nothing but 12,500. What it was? 12,500. So if I say the transaction amount before and after is not same, getting it? So the transaction amount before and after is not same. If I get something like this, the transaction is called as not consistent. The transaction is termed to be what? Not consistent enough. And this kind of transaction are actually very dangerous into the real world scenario. And that's why banks have an assurance property that if this kind of transaction is happening within the database, we will make sure that it is going to the atomic level and this consistency would be maintained, which means if it is deducting 500 but never credited, it will roll back that 500 to your account again and the consistency would be maintained in certain span of days. And you all must have seen if I transfer some amount to someone else and if it is being debited from your account but it never got credited to that person account, so it gives a message, if the money is being deducted, it will be rolled back to you in 3 to 5 business working days and so on. So they try to make that system what? Consistent over here. That is the meaning of what? Consistency. So I hope it's clear. So if I talk upon consistency, the database must be consistent before and after the transaction. This property is satisfied when each transaction moves the database from a consistent state to another consistent state. Now, using the sample example as below, as I said, I want to transfer 500. So, if before transaction A's balance was 1,000. So, A had what? Balance as 1,000. Let me write it over here. A has balance as 1,000. And B's balance was 2,000. After transaction, A's balance is rupees 500. After transaction of rupees 500, we expect A's balance. Now the transaction of 500 happened. So we expect A's balance to be how much? 500 rupees. And B's balance to be what? 2,500. If we think about it, both the states are valid, which is correct. It must not happen that A's balance got updated, which means from A's account 500 got debited and it gave me 500. But B's balance is other than 2,500, which means it's not 2500 which was expected to be there. So here the sum of their balance can be thought of as a state and it should remain consistent before and after transaction, and it was not. If it was debited but it was never credited, so it will be only 2000, and that's not a consistent state, and that is what your transaction management system will help me to check and look out over here, and then based on that it will try to make it what consistent over here. So consistency within the transaction is very important to be maintained when the transactions are happening either in the real world or in the database scenario. Now database scenario, if it was updated from one account and it was never updated or it was never being made any changes into another table, it would cause a discrepancy, and we have seen into the integrity part with respect to that cascade. That is, if it was deducted from one account or one table, the same value if it is found in another table was also being deducted. So the consistency within the databases was maintained. And that's the reason why consistency is ideally a very important point, not only with respect to the transaction world, but also with respect to the databases which are there. So the second property of the asset properties related to transaction was consistency, and I hope it's clear. Now, let's look out the third property which is there. Now, what is the third property you all must be seeing? The third property, the I in asset, stands for isolation. Now you all must be knowing an isolated system. What is the meaning of isolation? Now you all must have been through isolation during the corona phase. Now what is the meaning of isolation? Isolation is closed. No one is coming intact over there. No multiple peoples are coming in contact over here. Now what is the meaning of isolations in terms of transaction? Isolation means a closed system or a closed element. Now imagine that A is transferring amount to what? B. And there is also a person known as C. So when I am transferring A and B, this process of transaction is a closed transaction, where C cannot be a part of this transaction unless and until it was being added. But C as an individual cannot be a part of transaction over here. Why? Because it is happening between A and B. C has no relation into the transaction. So if I am transferring 500 from A, so I am deducting 500 from A and adding 500 to B. It is going to be added to B. It is not going to add it to C because C was never a part of transaction, and that isolation is called and kept over here within the multiple transactions happen at the same time at the same instances. Now you all must be hearing of cross connections when you contact or call to individuals. That cross connections are not being made if I want to talk upon and discuss the same thing in simple terms. So isolation means when the transaction is happening, it's a closed transaction. No other person can be a part of the transaction unless and until it has been involved over there. So when I talk upon isolation, multiple transactions occur independently without interference. Means A and B transaction is happening, that's an independent transaction. No other person is coming into and being a part of it. Multiple transactions occur independently without interference. To take an example, we say two concurrent transaction means concurrent means at the same time. A is transferring money to B and A is transferring money to C. Transfer 500 each. There can be multiple scenarios where concurrency might cause problem. That is, T1, A's balance as 1000 and also meanwhile T2, A's balance as 1000. Both deducted 500 to send B and C respectively. This causes problem. So now both will be updated. Both will update A's balance as 500. But since A's balance has now 500, it contradicts consistency, as A is expected to have how much? 0 when both the transactions were maintained. If I have A is equals to 1000, B is equals to 2000, and C, there is nothing. So if A is deducting account and giving it to B, So that's correct. Now A's balance is 500 in transaction 1. If in transaction 2 also A's balance after giving it to C is also 500, then it contradicts the property of consistency. So what I should say is, when A is transferring amount to B and C, it had 1000. So at the same time it can send to B and it can send to C, and it will be deducted by 500 and by 500 and making this as 0. So two transactions are happening, and both the transactions are two different systems which are being happening. They are not happening together. They are not happening with each other. It is going to be between A and C and A and D. B and C will not be initiated anywhere in a cross transaction over here. So what is isolation in simple terms? Isolation is when transactions are happening independently without any interference. So it's a closed transaction which is happening. So we have several isolation level depending on how strict we want this to be, and those are the main focus on this. So when I talk upon isolation, this was isolation. Now the next property which we have is nothing but the last property known as durability. Now you all must be knowing durability. What is the meaning of durability? Long lasting. The meaning of durability is long lasting, which means if the transactions are happening, the transaction was atomic, it was consistent, and it was maintaining the property of isolation, that means the transaction has been saved. So imagine I did this transaction from my phone or did this transaction through an ATM card, and I lost my ATM card. So when I lost my ATM card, it doesn't mean that my transactions are also lost. No. Somewhere or the other in the databases, those transactions would be stored. Imagine that today I want to go to bank and understand the statement for last 3 years of my transaction or last 2 years of my transaction. Will I be able to do it? The answer would be yes, because bank has stored my details related to the transaction, which means whatever transaction have happened, they are durable, long lasting, and those transactions are being stored into the databases. So when I talk upon durability over here, after transaction completes successfully, the changes it has made on the database persist, means maintains, even if there are system failures. So even the system fails, my transaction is a complete transaction and I can see that in the database. A had 1000 and it transferred 500 to B. Now every next time we query A, means after, as A had 1000, it transferred what? 500 to B. So now A's balance is what? 500. So every time when I call A now and see the transaction, it is going to show me what? 500. That is the latest value after the transaction was completed. So what this transaction happened over here has been stored. So this transaction has been what? Stored. And that's why now the new transaction which will happen with A will have a balance of what? 500 instead of now having it as 1000. So now every time we query A's balance, we should get the latest value and must not lose this details. So and I don't want whatever transactions happened, how the money was transferred, I don't want to lose this details, and for that it will be kept somewhere or the other into the database history of that particular bank or any of the system, so that I can get it back whenever it was required. And that is the meaning of durability, which means long lasting. All the transactions are long lasting and they will be maintained within a database. So if I want to talk in short related to the properties which we have studied, as I said, transaction is something which is a real world scenario and it's very important. And money transactions are very sensitive topic, and that needs to be maintained effectively, efficiently, and all the transactions should follow a same rule where discrepancies and irregularities is avoided. And asset properties over here will help us to do. So we have understood what is atomicity, what is consistency, what does an isolation means, and what is the meaning of durability. So this was all about related to our asset properties. I hope we are clear for the same.